Chapter 376, Golden Circle Faction. Vera walked a few more steps ahead of the group while continuing her conversation on this phone. She had now moved far enough away that the others could no longer hear the details of the call, although every now and then, they could see her lips moving as she calmly answered whoever was on the other end. Behind her, Cyrus moved closer to Ezra again, turning his attention toward him. "So, what's your plan for tomorrow?" he asked while walking beside him. Ezra kept his usual plain expression as he looked ahead. "The same as usual," he replied flatly. Tomorrow was the usual general free day, and Ezra planned to use it for his usual personal activities. "But I should also go back to the library to study the remaining book on essence tomorrow," Ezra thought to himself. He still had a book on essence that he wanted to finish reading, and considering how much useful information he had already gained from the previous books, he didn't want to leave it unfinished for too long. Cyrus looked at him for a moment before asking another question. "Wait, you haven't joined a faction yet?" His tone carried a little more curiosity this time. Ezra turned his head slightly. "Why do you ask?" he replied, his expression remaining as plain as ever. "Tomorrow is when all the factions will be throwing their welcoming parties for new members," Cyrus explained. "That's why I wanted to know if we are in the same faction." Ezra's eyes shifted forward again. "Oh." He paused briefly. "I have joined one, but maybe they haven't sent any message about their welcome party." Cyrus immediately became more interested. "Which faction is that among the 8? he asked. "I mean, you did receive invitation letters from multiple factions." Ezra nodded slightly. He knew that much was true. Unlike the clubs in the academy, which were mainly built around interests, skills, research, craftsmanship, combat, and other activities, factions had been created for an entirely different purpose. Factions were associations built to create connections between students of similar status, background, or interests. The students within them were expected to help one another during their academy lives and, in many cases, continue those connections after graduation when they entered the wider kingdom. It wasn't simply about having a group of friends. A faction could become a network. It could become a source of information. It could become a place where future nobles, non-nobles, craftsmen, businessmen, royal officials, and other influential people built relationships that could benefit them years later. The first faction ever created in the Royal Academy had been established by a prince. His purpose had been simple. He wanted to use the association to unite his followers while also building connections with other noble and non-noble children. At the same time, the faction gave him another advantage. It allowed him to weaken his competition in the battle for the throne. Because at one point in Britannia's history, a prince or princess's academic ranking had been very important in the race to become the heir to the throne of Britannia. Their performance at the Royal Academy could influence how people viewed their ability to rule. Their connections could influence who supported them. Their achievements could become weapons in political arguments. Because of that, the factions gradually became more than simple student groups. The second faction was created by another prince who wanted to fight back against the first. Then another faction appeared, and another. Some were created with similar political goals, while others were formed simply because students wanted to associate with people who shared their preferred clique, interests, social position, or way of thinking. As the years passed, smaller factions were absorbed by larger and more successful ones. Some disappeared completely. Others merged with groups that had similar goals. Eventually, only 8 major factions remained within the Royal Academy. They were the Royal Blue Faction, the Golden Circle Faction, the Iron Vanguard Faction, the Arcane Foundry Faction, the Crowned Order Faction, the Royal Crest Faction, the Ivory Circle Faction, the Grand Crucible Faction. Cyrus looked at Ezra again. "So?" he asked. "Which one did you choose?" "I ended up picking the Golden Circle," Ezra replied in his usual plain tone. Cyrus raised his eyebrows. "The Golden Circle?" He looked at Ezra for a moment before giving a small shake of his head. "You picked that one knowing it's a politically biased faction, right?" Ezra didn't seem bothered by the statement. "I do have my reasons," he replied calmly. "And it seems to be a good faction." Cyrus stared at him. He seemed to want to ask what those reasons were, but before he could, Vera finally finished her call. She lowered this phone and placed it back inside her space bag. "Boys," she called. Ezra and Cyrus looked toward her. Vera stopped walking. "Bye," she said plainly. Cyrus lifted one hand. "Oh, bye, Vera." He waved once. Vera returned the gesture with a small wave before turning her attention toward Ezra. For a moment, her eyes rested on him. She gave him another small wave. "See you tomorrow, Ezra." Her voice was calm, carrying the same casual tone she used when speaking to him. Then the sound of an approaching steam engine drew their attention. A royal steam carriage moved toward them and came to a smooth stop nearby. The metal parts of the vehicle gave off a quiet mechanical hum as the steam system settled. The carriage door opened. Becky immediately stepped out. She walked around the vehicle and opened the passenger door. Zach, his attendant, and Nina were already inside. "Lady Vera." Nina suddenly popped her head out from the carriage, waving energetically toward Vera. "Lady Vera." But the moment her eyes shifted toward Ezra, her expression changed. Her smile disappeared. "What are you doing, W?" Before she could finish her question, Vera calmly reached over and pushed Nina's head back inside the carriage. "Stay inside," Vera said without changing her expression. Thud. She stepped into the carriage. Becky closed the door behind her. Then she turned toward Ezra and the others and bowed respectfully. Ezra watched her for a moment. "So, that's Vera's maid," he thought plainly. Lucy and Hermione returned the bow. The carriage soon began moving again. Its wheels rolled across the road as the royal steam carriage carried Vera away from the group. Cyrus watched it disappear. Then he looked toward Ezra. Ezra remained silent. Not long after that, Hermione turned her attention toward Diane. "Let's go, mistress." She spoke softly. Hermione gently guided Diane away from the boys and toward their private royal steam carriage, which was parked a short distance away. Diane followed her without complaint. Once they reached the carriage, Hermione took the keys from her pocket. She pressed the lock button. Click. The locks released. Hermione opened the door. Diane lazily entered the carriage before immediately laying herself across the soft seat. She looked completely comfortable. Hermione closed the door behind her. Then she turned toward Cyrus and Ezra and bowed. After that, she walked around the carriage and entered the driver's seat. She started the steam engine. The engine responded with a low mechanical rumble. The vehicle began moving. Lucy stared at the departing carriage. "Wait." Her eyes followed the royal steam carriage. "She can drive?" Ezra looked at her plainly. "Didn't you plan to learn?" Lucy sighed. "I have already started training," she replied. "The Royal Academy has a training course for things like that, but I had to pay to sign up." She rubbed the side of her head. "When the semester ends, I will finally get my license." Her voice carried a tired tone just from thinking about how difficult learning to drive had been for her. Ezra looked toward the road where Diane's carriage had disappeared. Then he looked back at Lucy. At least she was already learning. The three of them eventually entered their mini streamliner. Once they reached the Academy exit, they took different noble steam carriages, departing from the Royal Academy grounds to their residence. The streets outside the Academy were already becoming busier as other students returned home, while various steam carriages moved along the roads. After some time, Ezra finally arrived at his residence. The familiar building came into view. Once the noble steam carriage stopped, Ezra stepped out. Lucy followed. Before entering the residence, she remembered something. "Master." She turned toward Ezra. "Didn't Cyrus suggest that we check the mailbox?" Ezra paused. He had nearly forgotten. Mainly because they had stopped checking the mailbox regularly because of the sheer number of useless letters Ezra normally received. Most of them were not important. Some were confessions of love. Others were strange messages from people Ezra didn't even know. There had even been threats from unknown senders telling him to leave Vera alone. None of them contained any useful information. Because of that, Ezra and Lucy had eventually developed a simple habit. They usually left the mailbox alone throughout the week and checked it on Sunday, then disposed of all the useless letters together. Still, since Cyrus had mentioned it, Lucy decided to check. She walked toward the mailbox and opened it. Several letters were inside. Lucy reached in and pulled them out. She quickly went through them one by one. Useless. She tossed one aside. Another. Also useless. She threw it into the disposal pile. Then she found another letter. She paused. This one was different. It was golden. Several alchemy circle designs had been carefully printed across the surface of the letter, arranged in a decorative pattern that made it stand out from the ordinary letters. Lucy looked at it for a moment. Then she turned toward Ezra. Here, master. She handed the letter to him as he was about to enter the residence. Thanks. Ezra accepted it. He looked at the golden letter for a moment before opening it. The seal came apart easily. His black eyes moved across the information written inside. He read silently for several seconds. Then he finally spoke. Our welcome party starts around 5 tomorrow. Lucy looked at him. Tomorrow? Ezra nodded. Yeah. He continued looking at the letter. Well, that changes my plans for tomorrow. He had originally intended to return to the library and continue studying the remaining book on essence. The welcome party had not been part of his schedule. If he had been given the choice, he would have preferred to skip it and spend the time studying. But he couldn't simply ignore it. Every new member of a faction is expected to attend the welcoming party. It is a basic courtesy. Members from other factions would also be holding their own gatherings, and attendance is part of maintaining the social connections expected from a faction member. If someone failed to make an appearance without a proper reason, they could quickly gain a bad reputation. And a member who is considered unreliable would eventually receive little respect from the other members. In the worst case, they could even be kicked out of the faction. And once someone gained the reputation of being a bad member, that reputation wouldn't remain inside a single faction. The other factions would hear about it. Soon, the students could find themselves treated as an outcast across the academy. Ezra lowered the letter slightly. So much for studying tomorrow. He sighed inwardly. He had only just joined the Golden Circle faction. It would be foolish to damage his reputation before he had even properly entered the group. He folded the letter and placed it away. 5 tomorrow. Ezra muttered to himself. His original plan would have to wait. For now, he had a new obligation. The Golden Circle faction was welcoming its new members. And unfortunately for Ezra, skipping it wasn't an option. Chapter 377, Alchemy Systems. Once the sun rose and morning light began spreading across the east wing of the Royal Academy, Ezra was already dressed and ready for his usual morning routine. This time, Lucy was also dressed and prepared to train with him. Sundays had slowly become her usual training day with her master, and she had already gotten used to waking up early, doing her maid duties enough to follow Ezra through the same routine he had maintained for himself. The two left their residence together. They didn't have to walk for long before meeting up with Cyrus, who had already arrived with his ears plugged. Ezra glanced at him briefly, but didn't ask what he was listening to. The three began jogging toward the gym of their wing. The roads around the East Wing were already active despite how early it was. Other students who had chosen to train around the same time were also beginning their own exercises, with some jogging along the same roads while others were already stretching beside the academy's training grounds. A noble steam carriage moved along the road toward the gym. A few noble students had chosen to take the carriage directly to the training area rather than waste their energy jogging there. Ezra continued running without paying much attention to them. After hours of jogging and training inside the gym center, the three eventually finished their main physical exercises. They had trained their strength, speed, and stamina, pushing their bodies through different exercises until the sweat had begun to soak through their clothes. Ezra and Lucy also worked on their balance. For Ezra, as usual, balance was especially important because of the way he wanted to move during combat. To him, it wasn't enough to simply possess strength. He needed to know how to control his center of gravity more and more, while moving, attacking, and changing his position. Once they returned home, the two still continued training for a while. They focused more on their center of gravity. Ezra practiced his Tai Chi, moving slowly through the forms while keeping his body relaxed and his feet firmly planted. Each movement flowed into the next without any sudden changes. Lucy, on the other hand, practiced the dance fighting style he had taught her. Her movements were more active than Ezra's, with her body turning and shifting as she practiced the steps and motions required by the fighting style. After some time, the two sparred once. It wasn't a serious fight. They were simply testing the movements they had practiced earlier, allowing their bodies to become more familiar with the changes in balance and position. Once they finished, they returned inside. They freshened up and ate breakfast. Ezra then immediately got to work. He went to his study and resumed studying the general studies of alchemy, especially the book Professor Kent had recommended to the class. His goal was to finish everything in the book before the end of the second month, and he also intended to do the same with his other courses. Ezra's study plan was simple. He wanted to read ahead of his courses whenever possible, then review the material over and over again whenever he needed to strengthen his understanding. That way, he could spend more of his actual free time focusing on his personal research and creations instead of constantly struggling to keep up with his academy lessons. Lucy also joined him in the study room. She continued studying the metallurgy books Ezra had bought for her. Every now and then, she would stop reading and ask him about something she didn't understand. Sometimes it was a question about the combination of 2 or 3 metals. Other times, she wanted to understand why a certain metal had a particular physical property or why combining it with another material would change its behavior. Ezra answered whenever he could before returning to his own studies. Time moved on as it always did. Eventually, Ezra reached the part of his personal research that he had been thinking about for some time. The bandage with a heat-generating alchemy system. He placed the general studies book aside and reached for the book on flame alchemy. He began reading through it carefully, trying to gain a proper understanding of the flame alchemy circles he would need for the heat system he wanted to create. He didn't want to simply draw a set of flame alchemy circles and hope it worked. If he wanted the bandage to generate enough heat to deal with the cold affecting his body on a regulated sequence, he needed to understand how the flame alchemy circle functioned, how much cognizance it would require, and how he could reduce the amount of energy being wasted. Ezra brought out his phone tablet. He also took out a special quill pen designed mainly for holographic writing. With the tablet active, several holographic screens appeared around him. He began designing the bandage on one of them. His hand moved steadily across the screen as he drew. He carefully recreated the bandage using its original size, making sure the dimensions were accurate instead of simply drawing a rough image. Once he finished the two-dimensional design, Ezra pushed that screen toward his left. Then he opened another holographic screen. This time, he began drawing a novice-rank flame alchemy circle. He studied the circle while comparing it with the information inside the flame alchemy book. His attention moved between the design and the written information. At the same time, he continued reading another book. This one was about devices created with alchemy systems inside them. The more Ezra read, the more he understood why the professor who taught this course explained how deeply alchemy systems were connected to the technology of Britannia. Lamplights, microphones, phones, starlicks, glass boards, fans, security sensor, even the special quill pen he was using now. All of these devices contained alchemy systems. They weren't simply pieces of machinery thrown together by craftsmen. There was an alchemy system inside them that controlled how the device operated. The book explained that these systems were created by craft-based alchemists. Ezra's eyes moved across the page. This was different from the circuits he had learned from Rogers. The circuits followed a concept where the thickness and thinness of lines were connected to the sequence of effects a weapon or device would perform when cognizance passed through them. While alchemy systems are different, it was more program-based. Instead of simply relying on the structure of the circuit itself, it could be designed around a set of programmed functions that controlled how the device behaved. So that's why the main technologies of Britannia are made with alchemy systems. Ezra thought while continuing to read. It also gave him another reason to understand why blacksmiths and non-alchemist craftsmen struggled against craft-based alchemists. A blacksmith could create a good physical structure. A non-alchemist craftsman could understand materials and machinery. But a craft-based alchemist had another advantage. They could use cognizance and alchemy systems to create things that ordinary craftsmen could not easily reproduce. This was a completely new field for Ezra within craftsmanship. Until his time in the academy, he had mainly focused on circuits from the blacksmith side, alchemy circle conversion, and manual blacksmithing. Now, He had started learning alchemy systems as well. It was another phase of his growth. Ezra looked back at the holographic design of the bandage. The flame alchemy circle remained unfinished. There was still a lot for him to understand before he could make the system work properly. But at least he had finally found another direction to explore. Time continued to pass. Eventually, the time for the Golden Circle faction's welcome party arrived. Ezra had already stopped his research, now freshened up again and dressed. He looked toward Lucy, walking through the corridor of his home. "Are you ready, Lucy?" he asked while adjusting the button on the silver sleeves of his shirt. "Yes, master," Lucy replied softly. She walked toward the laundry room and picked up the black suit coat that had been hanging there. Ezra waited while she brought it over. Lucy then helped him put on the black coat, carefully adjusting it around his shoulders before making sure everything sat properly. "I would have preferred you went all black, master," she said while looking at him with slight displeasure. Even though she was complaining, her eyes still showed how pleased she was with his appearance. Ezra always looked especially good in black, because there was always a different feeling around her master whenever he wore an outfit that was completely black. Ezra turned slightly toward Lucy. His attention shifted to the maid dress she was wearing. It was completely black and fitted closely around her body, giving it more of the appearance of a gown than the usual maid clothing he was accustomed to seeing. "Since when did you buy clothes like that?" Ezra asked plainly. Lucy looked down at herself before turning around slightly so he could see the outfit better. "I normally shop on Skynet," she replied. "Also, this is one of the sold-made fashion clothing sets owned by Mrs. Agata." She sounded pleased as she turned around again, clearly showing off the outfit she had chosen. Then she looked toward Ezra. "Do you like it?" There was a simple, expectant smile on her face. Ezra looked at Lucy's bright expression. Then he looked at the gown. He considered it for a moment. "It's fine," he replied flatly. That simple answer was enough. Lucy smiled softly. She didn't need a long compliment. Her master's approval was already enough to make her happy. The two finally left their home. Ezra and Lucy boarded the noble steam carriage he had ordered. Evening was slowly approaching, and the East Wing was becoming busier. Other students living in the same wing were also beginning to leave their residences. They were dressed in elegant clothes for their own faction parties, with some students adjusting their collars or fixing their sleeves before entering their carriages. The journey toward the Golden Circle faction's mansion began. They had to travel all the way toward the third-year Academy district because that was where the Golden Circle faction mansion had been built. Most of the major factions had their own mansions in that district. As the carriage traveled farther toward the third-year Academy district, the roads became more crowded. Royal steam carriages moved along the streets. Noble steam carriages followed behind them. Royal and noble steam buses carried groups of students toward the same area. Even royal phantom rolls had begun appearing on the road, their sleek forms moving among the other vehicles. The closer they got to the third-year district, the more obvious it became that tonight was not an ordinary academy evening. The different factions were holding their welcome parties. Everywhere Ezra looked, students were heading toward their own destinations. Eventually, the noble steam carriage arrived at a large mansion. The building stood behind a wide gate, with the name of the faction displayed clearly on a signboard. Golden Circle Faction. Ezra looked toward the mansion through the carriage window. The place was already busy. Plenty of noble and royal steam carriages were parked around the entrance. There were also several royal phantom rolls and noble phantom rolls parked in orderly rows. Students were stepping out of the vehicles in their formal clothes while servants moved around the entrance, guiding arriving guests and checking their invitations. The noble steam carriage finally stopped. Ezra stepped out. Lucy followed behind him. The moment they approached the entrance, an assigned servant stepped forward. Ezra showed him the golden letter he had received. The servant carefully checked the invitation before his expression changed slightly. He straightened his posture. Then he raised his voice, announcing Mr. Ezra Ashenlocke's arrival. His voice carried through the entrance and into the main mansion hall. The announcement immediately drew attention. Several conversations near the entrance stopped for a moment. Heads turned toward the door. Students inside the mansion looked over. Some recognized the name immediately, while others only knew that an Ashenlocke had arrived. Whispers began spreading through the hall, mixing with the pleasant music playing in the background and the sound of the other conversations continuing around them. Ezra stepped forward calmly. His black eyes moved across the mansion hall. The Golden Circle faction had clearly prepared itself for the night. And now, with his arrival announced to everyone inside, there was no way for him to quietly slip through the gathering and disappear into a corner. The welcome party had officially begun. Chapter 378, Meeting New Faces. Good evening, Ezra Ashenlocke. A female noble first-year student approached Ezra with a polite smile before stopping a few steps in front of him. She straightened her back and performed the proper greeting posture expected of a noble lady, keeping her movements controlled and respectful. Ezra returned the greeting. He slightly lowered his head and bowed with the proper posture of a gentleman. Good evening. Another voice came from nearby. A male noble first-year student had also approached him, and after greeting Ezra, he gave a polite bow. Ezra returned the gesture. Good evening. He was beginning to notice a pattern. Ever since his arrival at the Golden Circle mansion had been announced, more and more first-year students had started coming over to greet him. A few of them were students he recognized from the same academy district. Some were even members of the same club as him. Most of them had probably heard his name before, while others had likely become more interested after seeing him during the first practical test. I didn't think you would join this faction. A second-year non-noble male student from the same club as Ezra joined the small gathering. He gave Ezra a light smile as he stood among the other students. It just ended up like that. Ezra replied plainly. He didn't have much else to say about it. He had received several invitations from different factions, considered what each one could offer, and eventually settled on the Golden Circle. There was no need for him to make the decision sound more complicated than it was. The second year laughed lightly at Ezra's answer. I guess that sounds like something you would say. The student shook his head slightly, amused by Ezra's usual way of speaking. Around them, the atmosphere inside the mansion continued without interruption. Pleasant music echoed through the large hall, mixing with the sounds of conversations from the different groups scattered throughout the room. Servants moved between the students and upperclassmen, carrying trays filled with drinks and offering them to the guests. Most servants were attendants belonging to upperclassmen of the faction, while others appeared to be servants assigned to the mansion itself. The large hall was brightly lit, with the warm light from the chandeliers reflecting against the polished floor and the glass decorations placed around the room. Groups of students stood together, some speaking about academy life while others were already discussing their families, businesses, recent events, and the people they had met since arriving at the academy. Light laughter could occasionally be heard above the conversations. For Ezra, however, this gathering just felt like a mine for building connections, with a number of influential children from noble and non-noble families. Then a familiar voice came from the crowd. Here's my favorite person. Veda walked out from a crowded section of the hall. Several second-year students, a few third years, and some first years had been gathered together in that area, but Veda left them behind and headed directly toward Ezra. He wore a bright smile as he approached. Greetings, young lord. Ezra bowed politely. Greetings, young lord. Lucy also performed a proper maid's bow beside him. Hey. Veda waved lightly. His smile widened as he looked at Ezra. Behind Veda was Cole. The young butler immediately stopped and performed a proper butler's bow. Greetings, Mr. Ezra Ashenlocke. He straightened before turning his attention toward Lucy. Greetings, Lucy. Cole placed one hand against his chest. You look really stunning. He said it with a soft smile. Lucy blinked. Thank you. She replied politely. Veda placed one hand against his chin and looked at Lucy for a moment as if he were carefully examining her appearance. She does look stunning. He added. Thank you, young lord. Lucy replied again. A small blush appeared on her face as she lowered her eyes slightly. Ezra noticed it, but didn't say anything. At that moment, a servant approached Ezra. The servant carried a large tray with numerous glasses arranged neatly across it. Each glass contained fruit wine with several ice blocks floating inside. Ezra looked over the selection. The drinks were clearly meant for the guests, although the stronger wine was only being served to the third-year students. Ezra reached out, instead of simply waving the servant away. He picked up one of the glasses. Here. He handed it to Lucy. Lucy immediately accepted it with both hands and bowed slightly. "Thank you, Master," she said brightly. Ezra then moved closer to Veda. The two began walking farther into the mansion hall, while Lucy and Cole followed behind them. Ezra looked around as they walked. His eyes moved across the different groups gathered throughout the hall. "So, who are the main figures of this faction?" he asked. His usual plain tone remained, although there was a slight difference in how he spoke because he was talking to Veda, the young lord of the Ashenlocke house. Veda thought for a moment before answering. "The main figures I have met are the third Prince Aldrich Ethelmont, who is a third year." He raised one finger. "Then there is his sister, the second Princess Victoria Ethelmont. She's a second year." He raised another finger. "Leofurc Hawthorne is also a third year, and he's someone you need to watch out for." Veda's tone became slightly more casual when he mentioned Leofurc. Ezra glanced at him. "He's a suitor of your sister," Ezra said. He wasn't asking, because he could already guess why. Veda's expression changed slightly before he shrugged. "Yeah." He nodded. "Although Leofurc doesn't seem to be a bad guy." Veda rubbed the back of his head. "He's friendly and cheerful, kind of like me." He gave a small grin. "But he can be a complete airhead, especially whenever my sister is mentioned or when something has to do with my sister." Veda shook his head as though he had already witnessed that behavior too many times. "I see," Ezra replied plainly. His eyes moved away from Veda and toward the upperclassmen who were gathered around different groups of first years. There were several students who appeared to be receiving a lot of attention. Some had groups of younger students surrounding them while asking questions or trying to introduce themselves. Those particular students were obviously from powerful High Ember, Viscount, Count, and Duke houses. Their clothes and mannerisms made their backgrounds easy to recognize. There were even some royals among the students being surrounded. Ezra watched them quietly. So, these are some of the people who will shape the social groups inside the academy, he thought. He didn't know most of them yet, but simply being able to observe them was already useful. Veda suddenly lifted one hand. "I'm back, guys." He waved toward a group of students who were laughing among themselves. "Veda, you're back." A girl with black hair and pale skin immediately noticed him. She rushed over and grabbed him. Her arm slipped around his neck, trapping his head against her side. She didn't seem to care that she was wearing a beautiful black and white gown decorated with gems running from the chest toward the waist. "Big sis Bella, you're assaulting me." Veda laughed while tapping the arm his elder stepsister had used to lock his head. Bella didn't release him immediately. Instead, she looked toward Ezra. "Greetings, Lady Bella Ashenlocke, and everyone." Ezra bowed respectfully. Lucy followed with a proper maid's bow, while Cole once again greeted the people around them. Bella finally released Veda. "Ah." She looked at Ezra with a calm expression. "The kid who made the presentation with Vera." She pointed at him. "He's the one who Sir Harlan tried to bully during the question time of the presentation." A Highline member of Ashenlocke, who was also a close friend of Bella, looked at Ezra from head to toe. "Yeah, I remember him," the Highline member said calmly. "The first year who stood there without even looking nervous while Sir Harlan kept trying to pressure him." Ezra didn't respond to the comment. He simply gave a small nod. "Hey, Ezra." Nicholas greeted him from within the group. "Hey." Ezra replied. Linda and Tracy also greeted him, while Tracy's attendant performed a polite bow toward him. "Good evening, young lord." "Good evening," Ezra replied. Veda finally managed to free himself from Bella's grip. He rubbed his neck before looking at the group with a suspicious expression. "What did I miss?" He looked around. "You guys were laughing." Tracy immediately smiled. "We were just asking Nicholas and his lady when their wedding date will be arranged." The teasing expression on her face became even more obvious. Ezra's eyes moved toward Nicholas. He looked at him properly this time. That was when he noticed the girl standing beside Nicholas. Their hands were interlocked. Ezra's gaze remained on them for a moment. "What do you mean by wedding?" Nicholas immediately became embarrassed. His expression changed as several people around him started laughing. "I didn't even say anything about a wedding." He tried to defend himself, but his embarrassment only made the group laugh harder. Ezra simply stared at them. His plain black eyes moved from Nicholas to the girl holding hand with him, then back toward the others. He didn't understand why the situation had become so amusing. Beside him, Lucy smiled quietly. She looked at her master, then at the cheerful group of Ashenlocks and students from the other known families. The atmosphere around them was relaxed. There was no hostility. No one seemed interested in making things difficult for Ezra. Instead, they were simply enjoying their evening together. Veda noticed Ezra standing slightly away from the group. "Ezra, let me properly introduce you to our third years." He reached out and took Ezra's hand. Ezra didn't refuse. He allowed Veda to pull him farther into the group. Lucy remained nearby, watching her master interact with the others. Bella looked at Ezra for a moment before making a light joke about his plain nature. The comment caused several people around them to laugh. Ezra simply looked at her. He didn't seem offended. If anything, his expression remained exactly the same. Nicholas then stepped forward. "Let me properly introduce her." He placed one hand near the girl standing beside him. "This is Celestina." He smiled proudly. "My girlfriend." Celestina gave Ezra a polite smile. "You already know by now that she is the daughter of one of the executives of the BNC group." Nicholas added. "It's nice to finally meet you, Mr. Ezra Ashenlocke." Celestina greeted him. "Likewise," Ezra replied. The conversation continued naturally after that. At first, they spoke about the Phantom Rolls and the Fordliner, since the topic had become almost impossible to avoid since the Silver Wheel's release. Several students had already watched the reveal, and many of them had their own opinions about the new vehicle. Some thought the Fordliner looked impressive. Others compared its design with the Phantom Rolls. A few were still more interested in the mechanical differences between the two vehicles. Eventually, the conversation shifted toward the new firearms. That topic immediately caught the attention of the Ashenlocke members. The second-year and third-year Ashenlocks thanked Ezra for helping Vera with the creation of the firearms. They spoke proudly about the work their younger family members had already accomplished. They also congratulated the first-year Ashenlocks for ranking well during their first practical test. We Ashenlocks of the higher classes were all bragging proudly when the news came that all of you first years ranked so well, Bella said proudly. Her expression showed how pleased she was with the results. The look on those Drake's and Bunwick's faces. Another upperclassman of the Ashenlocke house added. He laughed lightly. They definitely weren't expecting it. It was definitely surprising. Another upperclassman said while nodding in agreement. The group continued talking about the test. The first years hadn't simply performed well. They had also managed to make their rival families pay more attention to them. For the older Ashenlocks, that was something worth celebrating. Ezra listened quietly. He didn't interrupt the conversation unless someone spoke directly to him. He simply watched the people around him, taking in their personalities and the relationships between them. The Golden Circle faction was already proving to be more interesting than he had expected. Then, clank, clank, clank. The sharp sound of a glass cup being struck with a spoon echoed throughout the mansion hall. The music volume was lowered at the same time. The conversations slowly faded. Students who had been talking stopped and turned their attention toward the front of the hall. The sound of another light tap against the glass rang through the room. Clank. Everyone became quiet. A calm, deep voice then echoed from the front of the gathering. "Greetings, my fellow members of the Golden Circle." Ezra's eyes shifted toward the person speaking. Veda also turned around. Bella stopped talking. Nicholas and Celestina looked toward the front. Even the servants carrying trays slowed their movements. Almost everyone in the mansion hall turned their attention toward the person standing at the front of the group. The pleasant atmosphere of casual conversation gradually disappeared, replaced by the quiet attention of hundreds of students waiting to hear what would be said next. Chapter 379, To the Golden Circle. A charming-looking young man with blonde hair, golden eyes, and pale skin stood proudly at the front of the mansion hall. He was 19 years old. His white and gold suit caught the light from the chandeliers above, making him stand out immediately from the other members of the Golden Circle. He held a glass cup in one hand and raised it slightly, his posture straight and confident as the attention of the entire hall settled on him. "It's Prince Aldrich." A first-year non-noble male student spoke with clear excitement. I have only seen him on Linsta and broadcasts, but he's really charming in person. A first-year noble female student spoke in a daze, her eyes remaining fixed on the third prince. It wasn't only her. Many of the first years began gathering closer to the front, their expressions showing admiration and respect as they looked at one of the members who held the highest position within the faction. However, Aldrich wasn't the only person standing out among the crowd. The second princess, Victoria Ethelmont, also stood in a position where she naturally attracted attention. She wore a dazzling white and yellow Victorian gown, the colors matching the small yellow hat resting on the right side of her neatly tied yellow hair. Victoria smiled softly as members of the faction greeted her. "Greetings, Princess Victoria Ethelmont." "Greetings, Princess. You look really beautiful, Princess Victoria." "Thank you." Victoria replied calmly. She didn't appear bothered by the attention. Instead, she continued greeting the members who approached her with the calm manners expected from a princess of Britannia. Not far from her, Leofric Hawthorne was also surrounded by people. He wore a violet-purple and gray-black suit that matched his long violet hair, which hung neatly toward the left side of his face. "Greetings, Sir Leofric Hawthorne." A noble male upperclassman greeted him with a handshake. Leofric replied with a few words that immediately made the group of third years around him laugh. His expression remained relaxed as he continued talking with them, clearly comfortable in the middle of the gathering. There were two more upperclassmen among the people receiving a large amount of attention. Ezra's eyes moved across them before returning to the 5 students gathered in the center of the hall. "Those are the high board members of this faction," Veda said while folding his arms. He looked toward the people receiving the most attention. 5 in number. Ezra replied plainly. "Yeah." Veda nodded. 2 are second years, while the remaining 3 are all third years. Ezra kept his eyes on them. The 5 students were clearly different from the other members of the faction. They weren't simply popular students. Their positions inside the Golden Circle, as well as their family status and academic ranking, gave them enough influence that other students naturally gathered around them. "I can't wait for our young lord to become a high board member." Nicholas suddenly joined the conversation with a smirk. He looked proudly toward Veda. Veda gave a light laugh. "Huh?" He shook his head lightly. "It's not as easy as it looks." His expression became playfully serious. "I have to be part of the Academy's student council, and I also have to rank amongst the top 15 overall in the Academy's ranking of our year to even get a sniff of a high board position in this faction." He looked at Nicholas while maintaining the same playful seriousness. "Well, I know you can do it, young lord." Nicholas replied confidently. Tracy and Linda also spoke at almost the same time. "We know you can do it." Their confidence in Veda was clear. Veda smiled softly. "I'll try my best." While they continued talking, Ezra remained quiet. His attention stayed on the high board members. He studied them from where he stood, paying attention to the people around them and the way other students reacted whenever one of the 5 spoke or moved. He didn't say anything. He simply just watched quietly, as usual. Then Aldrich's voice suddenly echoed through the hall. "Okay, everyone." His calm voice carried easily across the mansion. The conversations that had been taking place throughout the hall stopped again. Even the servants who had begun moving around and serving drinks slowed down their work. The music lowered further until it became little more than a quiet background sound. Everyone turned fully toward Aldrich. He stood at the front with his glass cup still in his hand. "First of all, I would like to welcome you all once again to our proud Golden Circle mansion." Aldrich spoke with a pleased smile. Light applause immediately rose from the crowd. Some students nodded while clapping, while others simply watched Aldrich with respectful expressions. "The Golden Circle has existed for a long time, passing 50 years. He paused. His golden eyes moved across the faces of the faction members before he continued. The goal at first was to go against the wicked acts of the royal crest, but as the years passed, so did our goals, values, and aims. His tone became firmer. The change was small, but his final words carried more weight. Now, we don't just act to show the rising children of Britannia what a proper noble or non-noble citizen of this kingdom should look like." He paused again. His eyes moved across the younger members standing before him. but we also uphold a powerful belief. The hall remained quiet. Aldrich raised his glass slightly. A belief that we, as members of this faction, can bring new, beautiful, and wonderful things to take this glorious kingdom of ours toward continuous growth. His voice became more energetic. By every generation, until infinity, we of the Golden Circle will always work together toward the light that keeps illuminating Britannia. Aldrich raised his glass higher. To the Golden Circle. His voice carried a bright energy that immediately spread through the members of the faction. To the Golden Circle. The response came from almost everyone at once. All the faction members raised their glasses if they were still holding them, while those without glasses raised their hands into the air with the same bright energy. Ezra also raised his hand. To the Golden Circle. His voice remained plain as usual. He said the words because everyone else was saying them, without matching the same level of excitement. After a while, Aldrich lowered his hand. The faction members slowly lowered theirs as well. Now, a calm female voice followed. All first years, please make your way to the front. Patricia Hawthorne stood elegantly as a high board member with a calm expression. The first years began moving forward. Some walked confidently. Others looked slightly nervous as they made their way through the crowd while feeling the eyes of the older students on them. Once all the first years had gathered at the front, Patricia looked toward the servants. And servants, please hand all the first years their drinks. The servants immediately moved. They carried trays toward the first years and began handing out glasses to those who had yet to receive one. One by one, the first years accepted their drinks. The high board members stood in front of them, watching with pleased expressions. Leah Firk noticed Veda among the first years. He lifted one hand and waved lightly. Veda returned the gesture with a calm smile. Aldrich then looked toward the group of first years. First years of Royal. His voice was calm, but it carried enough authority that everyone immediately straightened their backs. The first years stood properly. Some still had excited expressions on their faces, while others tried their best to remain calm in front of the high board members. You have heard what I said before. Aldrich smiled. And I hope you will all use all your focus to fulfill the goals of this faction. His smile became slightly warmer. Once again, welcome to the Golden Circle. He placed his glass cup forward. All the first years followed. Their glass cups were raised toward the front, many of them smiling as they joined the ceremony. Then they recited the Golden Circle faction motto together. The words echoed through the mansion hall. Several students smiled more widely as they spoke, clearly pleased to officially become members of the faction. After the ceremony, servants brought out trays containing mufflers and badges. Each muffler carried the colors associated with the Golden Circle, while the badges had the Golden Circle crest clearly imprinted on them. The servants handed them to the first years one by one. Once everyone had received their items, the formal part of the gathering ended. The music rose again. The conversations resumed. The Golden Circle welcome party continued. Looks good on you, Ezra, Tracy said with a smirk. She looked at the muffler resting around Ezra's shoulders. Ezra looked at her plainly before adjusting the muffler slightly. He knew what she was getting at, but he wasn't in the mood to give her the benefit. So, he stayed silent as usual. You haven't even taken your drink yet, Nicholas pointed out. His eyes moved toward Ezra's glass, which remained completely full. Ezra looked down at it. Do you want it? He moved the glass slightly toward Nicholas. Of course not. Nicholas immediately replied. His expression showed that he was almost offended by the suggestion. Celestina, who stood beside him, laughed lightly. Ezra lowered the glass again. It's because I just don't like cold drinks, he said calmly. His eyes rested on the fruit wine inside the glass. Several pieces of ice floated near the top. Ezra had no interest in drinking something that cold. Then, let me warm it for you. A calm male voice suddenly came from in front of him. Ezra's eyes immediately lifted. Leah Firk stood before him. He looked at the glass in Ezra's hand. Then he reached forward and placed one finger against the body of the cup. Ezra watched him carefully. Cognus began flowing through the veins of Leah Firk's arm. The cognus traveled toward his finger before passing into the glass. The change happened almost immediately. The cold air surrounding the glass began to disappear. Warmth spread through the cup as Leah Firk carefully controlled the amount of cognus entering it. The ice inside began melting. Ezra looked at the glass, then at Leah Firk. The warmth continued spreading through the fruit wine. Leah Firk gave him a small smile. "There," he said calmly. "It should be warm enough now." Ezra stared at the cup for another moment. Then he looked back at Leah Firk plainly. Chapter 380. He's a nice guy. Ezra looked plainly at Leah Firk Hawthorne, who had just placed his hand behind his back after helping Ezra warm his fruit wine with the law of inversion. The sudden appearance of Leah Firk in front of him had caught Ezra slightly off guard, although he didn't think too much about it. The young man had approached without making much noise, and before Ezra could properly react, he had already used his cognus to change the temperature of the drink. Ezra lowered his eyes toward the glass. The fruit wine was no longer cold. In fact, it was probably too warm now. "Yo, Ezra." Veda suddenly popped out from behind Leah Firk, his face appearing between the two of them. "What did you do?" he asked while looking at Leah Firk with curiosity, clearly wondering why he had suddenly leaned so close to Ezra. Leah Firk smiled proudly. For someone around his age, being able to control the law at such a level was something worth praising. Leah Firk scratched the back of his head. "I trained hard." There was a slightly embarrassed smile on his face, as though he didn't know how to respond to the praise. Ezra, however, interrupted the conversation. "It's too hot." Everyone's attention immediately shifted toward him. Ezra lifted the glass slightly. The fruit wine that had previously released cold air was now giving off visible heat. Small waves of steam rose from the surface, and the glass itself had become warm enough that Ezra had to adjust his grip slightly. Leah Firk's eyes widened. "Ah." He looked at the glass in Ezra's hand. His proud expression disappeared almost immediately. "I'm so sorry." He placed both hands together in front of himself. "I guess I haven't gotten the hang of altering cold into heat at such a small and controlled scale yet." He sighed while looking somewhat disappointed with himself. Ezra looked at him for a moment. "It's fine." His tone remained calm. "At least it's better than holding it cold." Leah Firk paused in the middle of his worried expression. He slowly looked at Ezra. For a moment, he didn't say anything. Then he leaned closer to Veda. "He really sounds like your sister," he whispered. Veda glanced at Ezra before quietly answering. "Yes, he does." Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze shifted between the two of them. They were whispering about him while standing right in front of him. He didn't need to hear every word to understand what they were talking about. Still, he decided not to bother asking. Leah Firk straightened his posture again and turned toward Ezra. "Well, it's nice to meet you, Ezra Ashenlocke." His expression returned to its usual friendly appearance. "The creator of the Phantom Rolls and the one who helped cute Vera create the firearms." Leah Firk stretched out his hand. "My name is Leah Firk, from the Count House Hawthorne." Ezra looked at his extended hand before reaching forward and shaking it. "Ezra Ashenlocke." Their hands separated after a brief handshake. Leah Firk continued looking at Ezra. For some reason, his expression became slightly tense. "So you and Vera?" he asked. There was a clear curiosity in his voice now. Ezra already had an idea of where this conversation was going. "Business partners," he answered immediately. His tone was flat, and he didn't waste any time giving Leah Firk a different answer. "Business partners, huh?" Leah Firk's expression relaxed slightly. "She did say the same thing to me, but..." He leaned slightly backward. His eyebrows rose as he recalled something. The way she mentioned loving your beautiful mind felt so different from the way she speaks to me. His voice carried a little frustration. It wasn't anger. It sounded more like someone who had been trying to understand something and had failed. Ezra stared at him. "I see." That was all he said. Leah Firk blinked. He had probably expected more of a reaction. Instead, Ezra simply looked at him with the same plain expression he had been wearing since the conversation began. "Well, it's good meeting you." Leah Firk smiled again. He raised 2 fingers and pointed them lightly toward Ezra. "I'll go and greet my little family members now." He turned around and waved toward the group. "See you guys." Veda waved back lightly. Nicholas, Linda, and Tracy did the same. Ezra also raised his hand and gave a small wave. Lucy, Cole, and Tracy's attendant bowed respectfully as Leah Firk passed them. Leah Firk returned their gestures before walking away toward another group of Hawthorne family members who were standing farther across the mansion. Ezra watched him leave for a few seconds before turning his attention back to Veda. "See?" Veda spoke while looking at Ezra. "He seems like a nice guy, I guess." Ezra's expression remained plain. "I don't know how to perceive that reply," Veda said before he paused, "but I'll take it like that." He gave him a thumbs up. The two stood together for another moment before a male upperclassman approached them. He was wearing the formal clothes of a Golden Circle member, and his posture was straight as he stopped in front of them. "Young Lord Veda and Mr. Ezra Ashenlocke." He spoke calmly. "The faction head calls for you too." Ezra and Veda turned toward him. The two exchanged a brief glance before nodding. "All right," Veda replied. They followed the messenger through the mansion hall. As they moved farther from the main gathering, the noise of the party gradually became quieter. The music could still be heard behind them, but the conversations became less distinct as they passed through another section of the mansion. The messenger eventually brought them toward a larger gathering. When they arrived, Ezra noticed several recognizable faces. The fourth prince was there. There were also several noticeable members of other duke houses among the first years who had been called to meet the faction head, the third Prince Aldrich. Veda and Ezra approached the group. "Greetings, Your Highness." Both of them bowed politely. Aldrich looked toward them and smiled. "Greetings, young Lord of Ash." He returned the greeting politely before giving Ezra a light wave of acknowledgement. Then another voice came from behind him. The rising young craftsman of Britannia. Princess Victoria Ethelmont walked out from behind Aldrich and approached Ezra. Her yellow eyes looked him up and down calmly, almost as if she were trying to understand the young alchemist standing before her. Ezra remained still. Victoria placed one hand beneath her chin while folding her other arm across her chest. "Did you watch the reveal of Louis Evergree's vehicle?" she asked. "I did," Ezra replied in his usual plain tone. Oh. Victoria leaned closer. "What do you think?" She asked another question immediately, clearly interested in his opinion. Ezra was about to answer when Aldrich spoke. "Enough, Victoria." His voice remained calm. "I want to get into the business I called everyone here for." Victoria paused. Okay. She placed both hands behind her back and moved away from Ezra. She smiled lightly. "It's nice to meet you again, Ezra Ashenlocke," she said calmly before returning to Aldrich's side. A few of the upperclassmen standing nearby watched her leave and faintly blushed. Ezra only tilted his head slightly. He didn't seem to care about the interaction, but one word stood out in his mouth. "Again?" Was she part of the hidden VIP guest during the auction event? Aldrich waited until everyone had settled down before speaking again. "Apart from Ezra Ashenlocke, the rest of you are already part of the selection for the student council members." He looked across the group. "Some of you are in the selection process for becoming simple council officials." His gaze moved toward the first years chosen for those positions. "And you who were chosen to be amongst the selected first years to be part of the main student council." His eyes moved toward Veda, then toward his younger brother, Charles, then Stark Drakes, and finally, Gil Galehart. "We will help you with everything we have, especially toward the first-year student representative election." Aldrich paused. "That election will take place during the first month of the second semester of your first year." He pointed toward the boys with a calm expression. "So, I want to be sure." His gaze settled on Veda and Stark. "Are you two sure you are okay with supporting Charles toward representing your first years in this faction?" Aldrich's expression grew more concerned, considering he might be up against stronger opponents. His eyes shifted toward his younger brother. Charles immediately lowered his head when Aldrich looked at him. Aldrich then returned his attention to Veda and Stark. "It would be best if it were among the two of you to represent the Golden Circle first years, since you two are our strongest candidates." His words carried genuine concern. He wasn't simply giving them an order. He was making sure they understood what they were giving up by supporting Charles. Veda remained quiet for a moment. Then he placed a hand against his chest and looked toward Charles with a pleased smile. "Don't worry, Your Highness." His voice was confident. I will use that strength of mine to bring Charles to become the best representative of this faction." Charles looked up slightly. Veda continued smiling. He didn't seem bothered by the fact that he could have taken the position for himself. Instead, he appeared determined to use his own ability to help Charles succeed. Stark nodded. "I support what the young Lord of Ash said too." His voice remained calm. Aldrich looked at the two boys. Okay. He waved one hand. "We will still have to go through the voting method before anything is decided." He sighed lightly. "Whether you two are able to help this younger brother of mine, we will see soon." The concern in his voice had not completely disappeared. There was still a lot that needed to happen before the first-year representative was chosen, and Aldrich clearly understood that strength alone wouldn't decide the result. For now, however, the Golden Circle had its candidates, and the first-year student representative election had already begun to take shape long before the actual voting day arrived. Chapter 381, Photo Fiesta. "You can leave now, except for Ezra Ashenlocke." Aldrich said it calmly. Veda, Stark, and the rest of the students who had been called forward gave slight bows before turning around and leaving the area. Their footsteps gradually mixed with the sound of conversations from the main hall as they returned to the other members of the Golden Circle. Soon, only Ezra remained with the third prince and his close followers. The atmosphere around them became noticeably quieter. Ezra stood calmly, his glass of fruit wine still in one hand, while Aldrich watched him for a few seconds as if deciding where to begin. "Ezra Ashenlocke." The third prince finally spoke. His golden eyes rested on Ezra with a curious look. "What do you think about your young lord and the Drake's mainline's decision?" he asked calmly. Ezra didn't need much time to think. "If I look at it from their view," he replied without hesitation. "Prince Charles is a respectable classmate. Many first years like him, and he does have the makings of a leader, so I understand why they would choose him." Ezra paused briefly. His eyes shifted toward Charles, who had already left with the other students. Their decision also mainly comes from the fact that Prince Charles is a prince. His voice remained plain. "But..." Ezra lowered his glass slightly. "From my own view, the representatives that will come from the other factions will most likely be students who rank within the top 15 spots of the Academy ranking." He looked directly at Aldrich. "So, you are telling me Prince Charles will not rank amongst the top 15? A third-year male student standing close to Aldrich asked. He was one of Prince Aldrich's followers, and his expression had become more serious after hearing Ezra's assessment. "The possibility is high," Ezra answered flatly. There was no hesitation in his voice. The third-year frowned slightly, but before he could respond, Aldrich spoke. "He's right." The third prince's expression remained calm. That is what makes the decision to support him a bad one. A female third-year follower of Aldrich shook her head. "If Charles doesn't rank high enough, then even if he receives the support of the Golden Circle first years, while the other factions chooses representatives who are much stronger candidates. Let's forget about that for now." Aldrich raised one hand, stopping the conversation before it could continue. His followers quieted. "Ezra Ashenlocke." Aldrich looked back toward him. "Although a lot of people from my side, and even people from your side, don't like your careless decision not to sign a contract with a good company like the Eclipse, which ended up buying all the rights to your invention." He paused. His gaze remained steady. "I believe you did it for a reason." Aldrich pointed toward Ezra. "I don't know what that reason is, but if you ever need anything, remember the motto and goals of this faction." His expression became more serious. "So, make connections and reach back to me if you need any help." Ezra listened quietly. He understood what Aldrich was offering. It wasn't simply an empty statement from a prince. Aldrich was telling him that if Ezra needed support in the future, he could use the connections of the Golden Circle and, more importantly, reach directly toward one of its highest-ranking members. A prince at that. Aldrich then snapped his fingers. Snap. The female third-year standing to his right immediately stepped forward. She carried a small notebook and a paper quill pen in her hands. She opened the notebook and held it toward Ezra. "Write your contact," she said. Ezra accepted the notebook and glanced down at the other names already written across the pages. There were several contacts listed there. Every name belonging to first years, the prince sees as promising. Ezra didn't ask questions. He simply took the paper quill pen and wrote down his contact information. Once he finished, he handed the notebook back to the female third year. "Thank you," Ezra said in a polite, plain tone. He then gave Aldrich a respectful bow. "Your Highness." After that, he turned around and left. His footsteps carried him away from the small gathering as he returned toward the main hall where he had left Lucy and the others. Aldrich watched Ezra leave. For a few moments, none of his followers spoke. Then a male follower leaned closer to Aldrich's ear. "Your Highness." His voice dropped into a whisper. "Do you think the young Lord of Ash and Stark Drakes are aligning with Prince Charles?" he asked. Aldrich remained calm. "Stark is a Drakes," he replied. "And I'm very sure Drax would already be on his neck for joining a different faction instead of the Iron Vanguard, which he is the faction head of. Not to even mention walking with an Ashenlocke." The male follower nodded slightly. "They are supporting him because of friendship and respect? That is my belief." Aldrich answered casually. "They don't appear to be making any political moves. At least, not yet." The female follower added her own thoughts. "That was my main thought too, since I've noticed the three of them becoming close lately, even during club activities." She paused. But could it be that Charles is already making his move toward that? The question caused Aldrich's expression to change slightly. "No," he muttered. His eyes moved toward the direction Charles had left. "Mother made all of us sign an alchemy blood contract to keep quiet about that issue until we all finish our academic life. Only then can we begin acting. And knowing him, Charles would never disobey Mother. So, it means he's just making silent preparations, just like the rest of us." A faint smile appeared on Aldrich's face. "He really wants to go against us, huh?" Ezra made his way back toward the place where he had left Lucy. The mansion hall had become even livelier while he was away. The music had returned to its earlier volume, and conversations filled almost every corner of the large room. Students from different years had gathered into their own groups, while servants continued moving between them with trays of drinks and food. Ezra reached into his space bag and took out his Starlix 11, because he wanted to check the time. He tapped the screen lightly. The display appeared. Before he could check the time properly, a notification appeared. Ezra's eyes moved toward it. It was from Cyrus. Curious. Ezra tapped the notification. The Starlix immediately opened his chat room with Cyrus. A new message was waiting. "I can't believe I'm stuck with the most annoying set of ladies you will ever meet in the world. Flame_00. An image was attached beneath the message. Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly as he opened the picture. The image showed Cyrus standing in the middle of a group. Sasha had one arm around him and held him close to her cheek, while Cyrus smiled calmly toward the camera and raised his index and middle fingers in a casual pose. Selena stood behind them. She waved lightly toward the camera with her usual elegant smile. Vera was also standing behind Cyrus. Her expression was plain as usual, but there was a faint smile on her face that looked almost like the professional smile of a model posing for a photograph. Diane stood behind Vera, resting her head against her shoulder. She was sleeping. Even while asleep, Diane somehow managed to look peaceful and beautiful. Ezra stared at the picture for a moment. Then he decided to reply. He tapped the message box. "You seem to be enjoying yourself. Ezra Ashenlocke." He clicked send. The message was delivered. It didn't take long before Cyrus replied. "Send yours." Flame_00. Another message immediately followed. "Acting like you aren't getting surrounded by peaceful ladies." Flame_00. Ezra stared at the messages plainly. He didn't care about sending a picture to prove anything to Cyrus. Plus, he wasn't a fan of taking pictures. Still, before he could reply, Ezra finally reached the place where he had left Lucy, Nicholas, Tracy, Linda, and Cole. He stopped. There were already several students from different years waiting around them. Most of them were girls. The moment Ezra arrived, their attention shifted toward him. Several stepped closer. "Ezra Ashenlocke, can I ask you something? Are you engaged? Is it true that you are only a business partner to Lady Vera? Can you please consider replying to the letter I sent to your mail?" Questions and conversations came from different directions. Ezra answered the ones that actually required an answer, while ignoring the ones that were simply repeated versions of questions he had already answered before. Lucy remained nearby, watching the students surrounding her master. Time slowly passed. The gathering continued around them, and Ezra remained in conversation with different students for quite some time. Then, vibration. His Starlix vibrated. Ezra glanced down. Another notification appeared. Then another. And another. Several messages had arrived in quick succession. Ezra finally stepped away from the crowd so he could check them properly. Lucy followed him immediately. Ezra unlocked the Starlix. The messages were from Cyrus. Send. Flame_00. Another appeared. Send. Flame_00. Then another. Send. Flame_00. And another. Send. Flame_00. Ezra narrowed his eyes. He's really persistent. Before Ezra could switch off his Starlix 11 and place it back into his space bag, an arm suddenly dropped over his shoulder. There you are, Ezra. Veda's excited voice came from beside him. I was looking for you, and Nicholas pointed me here. Veda grinned as he looked at Ezra. Then his eyes dropped toward the Starlix screen. He noticed the conversation with Cyrus. Ezra didn't react to his sudden appearance. Veda read the messages for a moment. Then a teasing smile appeared on his face. Come on. He looked at Ezra. Let's send him a picture. Isn't that what he's asking for? No. Ezra replied immediately. He saw no reason to send Cyrus a picture simply because he had asked for one several times. Veda waved his index finger. No to you, sir. Before Ezra could react, Veda reached over and took the Starlix from his hand. Lucy immediately moved closer. Her eyes lit up with excitement. Nice move, young lord, she said with a pleased smile. Ezra glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. He seemed to be asking what she was even doing. Veda opened the camera application. Snap. The camera took the picture. Veda and Lucy immediately leaned closer to look at the result. Lucy studied the picture carefully. She looked at Ezra. Master, you should have smiled. She pointed at him accusingly. Ezra narrowed his eyes on her. Lucy immediately looked away. Even though you looked charming, she added. Her voice became quieter as she avoided his gaze. And send. Veda tapped the send button. The picture went straight to Cyrus. It didn't take long before a new image arrived. Cyrus had sent another picture. This time, it was a different side of their faction's mansion hall of him standing beside the same ladies, posing for the camera as if he had decided to answer their picture with one of his own. Veda smiled. He looked at the screen. Let's take more. His expression had become bright with excitement. Not fair. Nicholas pointed at Veda after making his way out of the crowd to their side. I also want to take pictures with you guys. Linda walked toward them with her arms folded. Shut up and join if you want to take a picture, she said harshly. Then her expression softened slightly as she looked toward the others. Let's all take a picture together, she said more gently. Yeah. Tracy joined them with a cheerful smile. Let the group take a picture. The suggestion quickly turned into an actual gathering. Nicholas moved closer. Lucy stood beside Ezra. Tracy and Linda joined them. Veda positioned himself in front. Cole and Tracy's attendant also came over and stood with the group. Even though the mansion remained crowded with hundreds of other students, the group gathered together as if they had temporarily forgotten about the rest of the party. Veda lifted the Starlix. Everyone began adjusting their positions. Some straightened their clothes. Others fixed their hair. Lucy moved closer to Ezra. Master, smile, she said, puffing out her cheeks slightly. Ezra looked at her. No. Yes. Lucy replied immediately. Linda joined in. Yes, Ezra. Smile. Tracy also spoke. Come on, Ezra. Veda grinned while holding the Starlix higher. Give us a smile, Ezra. Nicholas shrugged. Maybe it's because he knows he would look ugly if he smiles. That's why. Ezra slowly looked toward Nicholas with his plain black eyes. Nicholas immediately stopped smiling for a second. Then he gave an awkward grin. The others laughed. Ezra looked at every one of them. Lucy was still waiting. Linda was still waiting. Tracy was waiting. Veda had the camera ready. Nicholas was trying not to laugh. Even Cole seemed to be holding back a smile. They had all decided that getting Ezra to smile was somehow more important than the picture itself. Ezra finally sighed. Fine, he replied. He only wanted them to stop talking. Yeah. Everyone cheered as if they had just won something important. Veda immediately raised the Starlix higher. All right, everyone. Smile. Everyone turned toward the camera. For a brief moment, the group stood together. Snap. The picture was taken. And just like that, the Golden Circle welcome party gained one more memory that would remain inside the Starlix of one very reluctant Ezra Ashenlocke. That's if he doesn't decide to delete, though. Chapter 382. To know is not to love. Inside the departing noble steam carriage, Ezra rested one arm against the side of the window while placing his chin on his palm. He quietly watched the streets passing outside. It was already midnight. The street lamps along the roads of the Royal Academy district had been switched on for several hours, their warm light stretching across the roads and reflecting against the windows of the passing vehicles. Farther away, the lights of other buildings could still be seen, scattered across the dark landscape like small points of light. Above them, the stars were visible between the clouds, shining over the Academy district as the noble steam carriage continued toward the east wing. Ezra remained silent. After the lively atmosphere of the Golden Circle welcome party, the quiet inside the carriage felt much more comfortable. Lucy, however, was still occupied with something. She sat across from him while holding his Starlix 11 in both hands, her attention completely focused on the holographic photographs displayed above the device. Her finger moved across the screen. Swipe. Another picture appeared. She looked at it carefully. Her eyes moved slightly. This one looks good too. Lucy continued scrolling through the pictures they had taken during the welcome party. There were photographs of her master, the young Lord of Ash, Mr. Nicholas, Miss Tracy, Miss Linda, Cole, and Miss Tracy's maid. Some pictures showed everyone standing together. Others were taken in smaller groups. A few had been taken when someone wasn't paying attention to the camera, leaving behind expressions that probably weren't meant to be captured. Lucy didn't seem bothered by that. She was enjoying herself as she went through them one by one. This one looks really nice. She suddenly stopped. Turning toward Ezra, she raised the Starlix slightly so that he could see the holographic image. Ezra shifted his eyes away from the window. He looked at the picture Lucy had selected. It was the photograph where the group had somehow managed to make him smile. He had actually smiled in the picture. It wasn't a large smile. It was faint, barely enough to change the shape of his expression, but it was still a smile. And apparently, that small change had been enough to attract quite a bit of attention. The girls who had been nearby when the picture was taken had looked at Ezra differently the moment he smiled, with several of them appearing almost lost for a moment as they stared at him. Even Tracy had commented on how charming his faint smile looked. Ezra stared at the picture for several seconds. To him, however, there was nothing particularly special about it. A faint smile still felt foreign. He wasn't used to smiling for photographs, and he certainly wasn't amused by people reacting so strongly whenever he did. Lucy continued scrolling. Oh, let me also send Mr. Cyrus pictures to my own Starlix. She glanced toward Ezra. I mean, who knows when you might delete them? Her eyes narrowed slightly as she said that. Ezra turned his head toward her. She wasn't wrong. Because of the amount of research, weapon designs, studies, and written records he kept, Ezra had accumulated a large number of files. He had both soft copies and hard copies of almost everything he had written. Research notes, gun designs, alchemy calculations, study records, personal observations. There were simply too many things stored on his Starlix 11. And because his current Starlix model wasn't one with a large amount of storage, Ezra had to keep an eye on its available space. He didn't want to suddenly discover that he couldn't save an important piece of research because Lucy or someone had filled the device with hundreds of photographs. That's why she was collecting the pictures into her own Starlix. Lucy continued scrolling through the pictures. She moved from one photograph to another, checking the images Cyrus had sent. The pictures showed Cyrus with Sasha, Selena, Diane, and Vera together. Some were group photographs. Others showed only 2 people. Then 1 person. Lucy continued swiping without paying much attention to the order. Swipe. Another picture. Swipe. Another. Then her fingers suddenly stopped. Her eyes twitched slightly. Master. Her voice sounded different. Ezra noticed it immediately. He was still looking through the carriage window at the midnight streets outside, but the slight change in Lucy's voice made him turn his head. Yes, he answered. There was no small trace of concern in his voice, even though Lucy sounded troubled. She raised the Starlix 11 slightly. Look at this. Ezra leaned his head toward the holographic image. His expression remained calm. He tilted his head slightly. The picture showed an upperclassman who looked rather charming. The young man had a warm smile on his face while speaking closely with Vera. Vera, however, had her arms folded across her chest and was looking at him with her usual plain expression. The upperclassman was tall enough that he had to look down toward Vera while speaking. His smile was charming enough that it could probably make quite a few girls feel shy if they were the ones standing in front of him. One of his hands was resting lightly against Vera's hair. Ezra stared at the image. There was also a message underneath the picture. Someone is stealing your girl. Flame_00. Ezra's eyes moved from the message to the photograph. Then back to the message. Then toward Lucy. Is this why you had that troubled look? He asked plainly. Lucy immediately shook her head. No. Her answer came quickly. She looked back at the picture. I just found it a bit shocking that Lady Vera would allow someone to get that close to her. Her expression remained troubled as she stared at the photograph. Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at the picture again. This picture is taken out of context, he said plainly. He then turned his attention back toward the window. There wasn't much else to look at. The carriage continued along the road, its wheels rolling steadily over the paved street, while the steam engine produced a low mechanical sound beneath the vehicle. Lucy blinked. What do you mean, Master? She asked in confusion. Ezra kept looking outside. Vera looked like she wanted to kill him for touching her hair. He replied in his usual plain tone. Lucy froze. She did. She immediately looked back at the picture. Her eyes moved between Vera's expression and the upperclassman's hand. She studied the image again, this time trying to see what Ezra had apparently noticed. But to Lucy, Lady Vera still looked plain as usual. Her arms were folded. Her expression was calm. Her eyes weren't wide. She wasn't shouting. There wasn't even an obvious look of anger on her face. Lucy looked at Ezra again. How did you even notice that? Ezra didn't answer immediately. He simply continued watching the lights outside. I'm guessing after that incident. He finally spoke. Vera probably kicked his leg or walked away with those quick steps of hers. Lucy stared at him. And her troubled expression slowly changed into a narrowed look. You seem very sure of this. Ezra glanced at her. Lucy folded her arms. I didn't know you and Lady Vera were that close to understand each other on that level. She paused. Almost like you two are already dead. She stopped herself. Her lips closed immediately. Ezra looked at her. Lucy turned her face away. Knowing a person's actions doesn't always mean you are too close to them. Ezra replied, completely unbothered by what she had almost said. He wasn't trying to defend himself. He was simply explaining the conclusion he had reached from the picture. Besides, the picture wasn't sent by Cyrus himself. He added. Lucy looked at him again. What do you mean, Master? Ezra's eyes remained calm. It must be his sister trying to play around, he said with quiet confidence. Lucy blinked. Then she thought about Sasha. She remembered what she had heard about her. Sasha, the flower of burn. If there was one thing Lucy had learned about her, it was that Sasha was more than capable of making a troublesome joke simply because she found it entertaining. A picture like this could easily be one of those jokes. Perhaps Cyrus had only sent it because Sasha had given it to him. Perhaps he wanted to tease Ezra. Or perhaps he simply wanted to see how his friend would react. Whatever the case, Ezra hadn't reacted in the way Lucy had expected. Instead of becoming jealous, angry, or even curious about the upperclassman in the picture, He had immediately focused on Vera's expression and the position of her body. He had looked at the picture like a problem that needed to be solved. Lucy slowly nodded. She understood now. Her master wasn't reacting because he was secretly jealous. He was simply being himself. He was analyzing the situation. He had looked at the small details he could see and used them to form a conclusion about what had most likely happened before or after the photograph was taken. That was how Ezra usually thought. He rarely needed complete information before forming a theory. If he had only a few pieces of information, he would still try to connect them and calculate the most likely outcome. Lucy felt relieved. Deep inside, she had been worried. She wasn't particularly troubled by the possibility of Lady Vera becoming close to another young nobleman. What worried her was what that might mean for her master. She had wondered whether seeing Vera with another young man would finally cause Ezra to realize his feelings toward her. After all, if Ezra suddenly became jealous, that could become the spark that finally pushed his relationship with Vera in a different direction. That was why Lucy had watched his reaction so carefully. And when Ezra had spoken about Vera as if he could already understand what she would do, Lucy had become even more concerned. But now she understood. Ezra wasn't thinking about romance at all. He was simply deducting. He was taking the small amount of information he had, studying the picture, considering Vera's personality, and then working out the most likely sequence of events. Lucy looked toward him. A small smile appeared on her face. Master really is master, she thought. The noble steam carriage continued moving through the midnight streets. Outside the window, other vehicles were also traveling toward their different residences. Some were noble steam carriages like theirs. Others were ordinary steam carriages carrying students and citizens back home. The lights from the vehicles passed across the carriage windows one after another before disappearing behind them. Inside the carriage, the conversation gradually came to an end. Lucy returned her attention to the pictures on her starlix. Ezra once again rested his chin against his palm. The night had become quieter. The Golden Circle welcome party had finally come to an end. But the events of the evening had left behind several new developments. The first-year representative election preparations had already begun to take shape. The different factions would soon begin preparing their candidates, building their support, and deciding who they wanted to represent their first-year members. For Ezra, however, that wasn't the most important thing waiting for him tomorrow. There was another matter. A much more immediate one. The first years who had claimed to have mastered the law of inversion would finally have to prove it. Tomorrow, their general studies of alchemy class will continue. And with it came the test on the law of inversion. Ezra's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked through the window. He remembered Maxwell, the mysterious disciple of Andraver. The boy had openly claimed that he had mastered the law of inversion. And tomorrow would be the day everyone finally discovered whether Maxwell was actually capable of backing up that claim or whether he had simply spoken too confidently. The academy life that had been interrupted by the welcome party would resume. Classes, training, tests, competition. Everything would return to its normal rhythm. And tomorrow, every first year who had claimed to master the law of inversion would have to show what they could actually do. The noble steam carriage continued toward the east wing. Ezra remained silent as the lights of the Royal Academy district moved past the window. For now, there was nothing left to do except wait for tomorrow. Chapter 383, A Fun Incident in the Royal Crest Faction. Night eventually passed, and morning arrived once again with the light of the rising sun spreading across the Royal Academy. The different residences throughout the Academy wings slowly came to life as their doors opened one after another. Students stepped out of their homes, some still looking tired from the previous night, while others were already dressed and prepared for another day of classes. Some boarded the noble or royal steam buses that moved along the Academy roads, while others entered their private noble or royal steam carriages waiting outside their residences. Ezra, Cyrus, and Maxwell were among the students who ordered noble steam carriages for the trip to the Academy. The drivers were paid before the three entered their respective carriages, and after the vehicles started moving, the familiar sound of their engines joined the growing noise of the morning traffic. By the time Ezra arrived at the first-year Academy district parking lot, many students had already arrived. The morning air was cool, and the sunlight hadn't yet become strong enough to remove the chill from the stone roads. Ezra stepped out of the noble steam carriage and adjusted his academy clothes. Lucy immediately waved toward him. "Goodbye, master." She stood near the attendance area while holding a suitcase. "Goodbye, Lucy," Ezra replied. Lucy gave him another small wave before making her way toward the area where the attendants were expected to remain until the academy closed for the day. Their masters and mistresses, meanwhile, would spend the day inside the main academy building. Ezra turned away and walked toward the training area with the other students. Before their first class began, everyone changed into their academy training clothes in the changing rooms. The students gradually gathered on the training ground, where Professor Kent was already waiting for them. He was sitting on his familiar foldable chair. However, something about his posture was strange. His fingers were interlocked tightly in front of his face, and his upper body leaned forward slightly. His expression was unusually serious. Too serious. Carla noticed it almost immediately. She slowed down as she looked at him. What is wrong with him? Her eyes moved from Professor Kent's face to his strange sitting position. Several other students had noticed the same thing. As more of the first years entered the training ground and saw their professor sitting there with such a serious expression, their faces gradually became confused. Some whispered to each other. Others simply stared. Cyrus walked beside Ezra toward the throw pillows where they usually sat. He glanced toward Professor Kent. Then he leaned closer to Ezra. What's wrong with him? Ezra looked toward the professor. Professor Kent was still sitting there. His fingers remained interlocked. His expression hadn't changed. Might be constipation. Nate's voice suddenly came from behind them. He wore a faint teasing smile as he walked toward his usual place. Cyrus immediately looked back. You know he can hear you, right? Priscilla replied before Nate could say anything else. Her arms were folded as she walked beside him, and she gave him a side glance that made her opinion of his comment rather clear. Nate shrugged. Well, we all know who said the words then. Cyrus pointed lightly toward Nate with a smirk. Ezra sat down on his throw pillow and folded his legs. He glanced toward Professor Kent again. The professor might just be preparing for some goofy torture. He said plainly. Priscilla stared at Ezra for a moment. Then she walked toward the place where she and Nate usually sat. Cyrus remained beside Ezra. He looked as if he wanted to say something. Hey, Ezra. Ezra didn't even look at him. Must you always wonder about the romance of two people? He asked plainly, narrowing his eyes slightly. Cyrus immediately grinned. So, you do think there is something going on with those two? Ezra's expression remained unchanged. It's not something worth talking about, though, he replied. Cyrus gave a small laugh. But that's the beauty of youth as well as knowledge. His voice was playful. Ezra gave him a quiet look. Cyrus suddenly lowered his head. Plus, I'm sorry about my sister's joke, he said suddenly, his tone becoming more sincere. I knew she was up to something when she said she wanted to use my phone. But who would have thought she would take pictures of Vera and Lucy and Derlise while he was playing with her hair? He shook his head. For a moment, he looked genuinely apologetic. Then the corner of his mouth began twitching. But he tried to hold it back. Puff. His shoulders shook. Puff, puff. Ezra stared at him. Cyrus covered his mouth. It didn't help. A laugh escaped. Ha! He leaned forward slightly as he tried to control himself. Vera actually shouted assault. Several students nearby turned their heads toward him. Cyrus continued, clearly finding the memory impossible to forget. She seriously accused him of assault in broad daylight. He paused. No, wait, it was at night actually, but you get what I mean. His laughter became louder. Ezra remained silent. Cyrus wiped the corner of his eye. And the worst part was that she wanted to cut off the part of her hair Lucian touched. His expression became even more amused. She said his scent had ruined the precious smell of her hair. A few students who had been listening began laughing as well. Cyrus could barely continue. Then Vera actually said she would rather go bald than use her cognus to regrow her hair. Ha ha ha. A noble student who was also a member of the Royal Crest faction, which was the same faction as Cyrus, laughed loudly. She wasn't joking. Professor Kent suddenly spoke. Everyone turned toward him. He He still had the same serious expression and the same strange sitting posture. However, his fingers were now covering part of his mouth. He was clearly trying to hold back his own laughter. Many students stared at him. Carla's eyes widened. So that's why he has been making that weird expression, she thought. Professor Kent had apparently been trying to suppress his laughter ever since the students arrived. Before anyone could say anything else, more students from the Royal Crest faction began laughing. Nina was one of the loudest. She laughed openly while Zack stood beside her, covering his mouth as he tried to keep his own laughter under control. Selena shook her head gracefully. A helpless sigh escaped her lips. She remembered the incident clearly. The moment Vera had threatened to cut her own hair, Selena had immediately rushed over and grabbed both of Vera's hands. There was no way she was going to stand there and watch Vera cut off her beautiful hair over something as ridiculous as Lucien touching it. Selena had tried to stop her. Sasha had joined in. Diane had moved away from Vera and used Hermione as her new sleeping support instead. Nina also joined the effort to keep Vera from doing something drastic. Before long, the entire mansion hall of the Royal Crest faction had descended into chaos. Students were laughing. Several girls were trying to hold Vera in place. Others were telling her to calm down. Someone was probably trying to explain that cutting her hair because another person's scent had touched it was completely unnecessary. And through all of it, Lucien simply stood there with a helpless smile. He looked as if he had no idea how a simple moment of touching Vera's hair had turned into such a large incident. Vera herself, however, remained quiet as she looked at her fellow classmates of the same faction laughing about the incident this morning. Her dull black eyes moved across the group. She didn't look embarrassed. She didn't laugh with them. Instead, she simply watched them with the same calm expression she usually wore when she was surrounded by people who were being troublesome. Then her eyes shifted. She looked toward Ezra. Ezra happened to be looking at her as well. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Ezra glanced at her hair. Then he looked back toward Cyrus, who had already leaned against him because he was still laughing too hard over the incident. Professor Kent continued the story. At the end of the day, the whole faction had to watch Miss Selena use the hair shampoo set she always carried inside her space bag. He rested his chin against the back of his interlocked fingers. She washed Miss Vera's hair thoroughly, and after that, everyone began arguing over which hairstyle Miss Selena should give her. Carla looked at Professor Kent strangely. A lot of things happened during their faction welcome party, huh? She asked. Then she stared at him for another moment. Wait, why the hell was he even there in the first place? And he made me do all his write-ups the whole night saying he wanted to rest because he had a headache. She wondered silently with a hint of building anger. Ezra glanced toward Vera again. His eyes moved toward her hair. The hairstyle was different from what he remembered. So that's why her hairstyle looks different today, he thought plainly. Cyrus was still recovering from his laughter. He wiped the corner of his eye again before continuing. The way Princess Stella, my stepsister, and even Diane of all people were busy bossing Selena around about which hairstyle they wanted for Vera. He shook his head. And that's not even mentioning the upperclassmen. His laughter had finally calmed down. He sighed. Then he smiled with clear satisfaction. It was really fun. Several students from other factions had been listening to the story. They looked at the Royal Crest members with a mixture of surprise and envy. Some of them probably wished their own welcome parties had been this lively. Their faction gatherings had likely been much more orderly, with students spending most of the night talking, eating, and introducing themselves to one another. The Royal Crest faction, on the other hand, had somehow turned a simple interaction into a situation involving Vera almost cutting her own hair, several girls trying to stop her, Selena washing her hair, and everyone arguing about what hairstyle she should wear afterward. It was certainly memorable. However, the Royal Crest faction wasn't the only faction where something unexpected had happened. The Crowned Order faction had also experienced its own incident. A certain commoner first year had fought against an upperclassman from the second year. The fight had been completely different from the chaos that had happened at the Royal Crest Mansion. There had been no cognus, no alchemy circles, no special abilities. It had been pure hand-to-hand combat. And the first-year commoner had won. He had defeated the second-year upperclassman using nothing but his physical ability and fighting skill. The result had shocked everyone inside the Crowned Order faction. Nobody had expected the commoner first year to defeat an upperclassman without using cognites, especially when the opponent was already a second-year student with more academy experience. But the incident had done more than surprise the students. It had attracted attention. Now, that commoner would have to face another trial. Another chance to prove himself. Another opportunity to show the other first years why he shouldn't be underestimated. The new academy day had barely begun. Yet already, several first years were beginning to attract attention for very different reasons. And for the students who had gathered on the training ground that morning, the next part of their academy life was about to become even more interesting. Chapter 384, Second Practical Test. The laughter continued for a while, but it gradually became lighter as the students began settling down. Professor Kent finally leaned back in his foldable chair, folded his arms across his chest, and crossed one leg over the other. All right. He looked across the class with a faintly amused expression. We've had enough time reminiscing about Miss Vera Ashenlocke's very own love episode. He pointed toward a row where several boys were sitting cross-legged on their throw pillows. Now, that's a lesson for you boys. Always wash your hands before you touch a Miss Vera. Kent said it in a teasing tone. The class immediately burst into laughter again. Vera looked toward Professor Kent with a plain expression. Professor, you're making it sound like I'm some kind of spectacle. She paused, her dull black eyes remaining on him. It's offensive. Professor Kent's expression remained calm. I'm sorry if it came out that way. He replied without sounding particularly bothered. Willow, who was sitting close to Vera, rubbed her forehead with one hand. She looked tired of the entire conversation. Why the hell are my two brothers this annoying? She muttered under her breath. Desmond, who had done absolutely nothing to deserve being involved, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that feeling. It was the same feeling he always got whenever his sister became annoyed with him. He quietly shifted his position on the throw pillow. Why am I getting dragged into this? Before the conversation could continue any further, Professor Kent suddenly brought his hands together. Clap. The sharp sound echoed across the training ground. His expression changed at once. The faint amusement disappeared from his face, replaced by the serious look of a professor who was finally ready to begin his class. Let the class begin, he said in a firm tone. And the test. The students slowly became quiet. Paige raised her hand. Professor Kent. Kent looked toward her. Go ahead, Miss Paige. Paige lowered her hand slightly, but kept her attention on him. Is it the class for we students who haven't yet mastered the law of inversion first, or those who have learned the law first? She asked. Professor Kent looked at her as if the answer should have been obvious. Of course, it's the test first, he replied. A non-noble student nearby gave Maxwell a mocking smile. Sir Logan is about to expose this loser of a commoner. Yeah. A noble male student laughed quietly. The words were spoken in a low voice, but several students nearby still heard them. Basil, Tristan, and Logan all looked toward Maxwell. Their expressions carried the same smug confidence. Maxwell didn't bother reacting to any of them. He didn't turn his head. He didn't argue. He didn't even give them an annoyed look. He simply walked toward the area where the test takers were gathering, only feeling nervous from the intense stares. However, something had changed in the conversations surrounding him. Not everyone was convinced that Maxwell was weak anymore. You know, I don't think that commoner is as weak as everyone claims. A male student from the Crowned Order faction spoke while watching Maxwell closely. His voice carried some uncertainty. He did defeat an upperclassman. Another student immediately looked toward him. What kind of lie are you guys spouting? It did happen. The first student replied. It happened during our faction welcome party. Yeah, that commoner faced an upperclassman and beat him badly. I was there. I watched everything. Another student shook his head. Where is the evidence? You guys didn't even record it. You know we aren't allowed to record during any faction meetings. The first student replied. Another boy crossed his arms. Even if he did beat an upperclassman, so what? Remember, a lot of students in our year can also beat even a third year. That's actually true. Someone else nodded. Even Sir Logan Drakes can beat an upperclassman if he wanted to. The upperclassman wasn't even that strong. Yeah. A student shrugged. He was just a binder. The whispering continued as all the students taking the test finally stood together in front of the remaining class. Professor Kent rose from his chair and looked across the students who had gathered. His eyes moved from one student to another before finally settling on Maxwell. Mr. Maxwell, you will step aside from the rest of the students. He pointed toward a distant section of the training ground. Maxwell nodded. He calmly walked toward the indicated area without saying anything. The other test takers remained where they were. Professor Kent turned back toward them. Now, he said calmly. The atmosphere changed. It happened so suddenly that the entire class felt it. The laughter disappeared. The casual conversation stopped. Even the students who had been whispering moments earlier became silent. A strange pressure seemed to settle over the training ground. It wasn't enough to crush them, but their bodies reacted to it instinctively. Several students straightened their backs. Others shifted their feet slightly. Willow's shoulders moved as she adjusted to the sudden tension. Vera narrowed her eyes at Professor Kent. She could feel a faint vibration passing through her body. Her expression remained calm, but her attention became sharper. Veda felt a bead of cold sweat slide down the side of his face. The same thing happened to many of the other students. Ravener, Sasha, Diane, Felix, Gareth, Cyrus, Lyra, Fatima, Elena, and the other students who were taking the test. All of them straightened their backs. Their gazes became sharper as they focused on Professor Kent. Kent glanced toward Carla. Carla, have you finished counting everyone? He asked. Carla nodded. Here, Professor. She handed him this phone tablet she was holding. The screen displayed the number of students who would be taking the test. Professor Kent accepted it. He looked at the number for only a moment. Then he casually handed the tablet back. Good. Carla took it again. The professor looked toward the students. Then he cracked his knuckles. Crack. He moved his neck slightly. Crack. The sound was clear enough that several students instinctively watched him. Professor Kent placed both hands into the pockets of his long coat. Your test is simple, he said. He stretched his shoulders slightly as he spoke. You will use the level of your understanding of the law of inversion to alter an attack from me. He paused. And, boom. Professor Kent stamped his foot against the ground. The impact wasn't large enough to damage the training ground, but the moment his foot landed, a sudden burst of cognus surged through his body. The energy flowed from his leg and spread outward. Multicolored light flashed across his body like small strands of lightning. The burst of cognus pushed dust away from his feet, causing a thin cloud to spread across the ground. At the same time, the space bag that Carla was holding suddenly opened. She barely had time to react before numerous pieces of limestone and crystal glass flew out. The materials rose into the air. They floated above the large alchemy circle that had formed beneath Professor Kent's feet. The circle's lines spread across the ground, each section connecting with another as the formation stabilized. Then the multicolored lightning of Professor Kent's cognus struck the floating materials. The limestone began to soften. The crystal glass melted. The two materials were pulled together by the force of the alchemy circle, their shapes changing as they compressed and fused. The students watched closely. Mass alchemy. Several of them spoke almost at the same time. Some were impressed simply because of the scale of the technique. Others understood that there was something more important happening. Professor Kent wasn't merely showing off his mass alchemy. The control behind his cognus was also on display. He was manipulating several materials at the same time while maintaining the alchemy circle beneath his feet. His understanding of glass alchemy was clear from the way he controlled the melting and compression of the materials. For some of the students, that was the most impressive part. The materials continued changing. One by one, long glass spears began taking shape. They were formed from the combined limestone and crystal glass, their surfaces becoming smooth as Professor Kent continued controlling the process. All my attacks will be at the binder level. Professor Kent said casually. And the grade will be at the 8th grade. The students stared at the growing number of weapons. Professor Kent kept both hands inside his pockets. The glass spears continued forming above the large alchemy circle. One after another, they rose into the air. The weapons slowly rotated as they moved higher. Then they began turning. Their sharp ends pointed toward the students standing across the training ground. Several students swallowed. Others tightened their fists. The test hadn't even officially begun, yet the sight of numerous glass spears floating above them was enough to make their bodies tense. Professor Kent looked at them calmly. Don't worry. His voice remained casual. Even with this level of attack, none of you will die as long as you have learned the law of inversion. His eyes moved across the group. Or if you weave or use cognition enhancements. He paused. His expression became slightly amused. Which would mean you failed, though. The glass spears remained suspended in the air. Their sharp points stayed aimed at each of the students. The entire class had become quiet. Professor Kent gave them one final look. Well, he said. Good luck, geniuses of Royal. Chapter 385. Test results. Shit, he's not joking. Cyrus immediately moved into a proper stance, his feet shifting apart as he lowered his center of gravity and brought his hands forward. The other test takers reacted almost at the same time. The glass spears shot through the air like light missiles, their sharp bodies cutting through the space between Professor Kent and the students with enough speed that the sound of their movement reached them only a moment before the weapons arrived. There was barely any time to think. The glass spears crossed the distance between them. Then, just before reaching the students, several of them suddenly appeared directly in front of their targets. Isn't this supposed to be a binder alchemy attack? Grace gritted her teeth. Cognis immediately rushed through her left arm, moving from her body toward her hand. White lightning sparked across her fingers. She raised her hand directly against the incoming glass spear. Clang! The spear struck her Cognis. The impact pushed against her arm, but Grace held her ground. Around her, numerous flashes of Cognis appeared as the other students also reacted to the attack. Some caught the glass spears with their hands. Others used their Cognis to intercept the weapons before they could reach their bodies. The sound of glass striking Cognis filled the training ground. Clang. Crack. Bang. A few students were immediately pushed backward. Their shoes dragged against the training ground as they struggled to maintain their footing, leaving marks in the soil while the force of the glass spears pushed against their bodies. They gritted their teeth and focused their Cognis on the weapons. They were trying to deformularize the glass alchemy. The problem was that the attack wasn't as simple as it appeared. Professor Kent remained where he was, both hands still inside his pockets. You know why I like the combat path of alchemy more than the other general paths of alchemy. His voice remained calm despite the chaos taking place in front of him. His eyes moved across the students as they struggled against his attack. It's because of the number of formulas and philosophical concepts that goes into making the alchemy become one. A small smirk appeared on his face. If you think that a simple binder glass spear only contains a small number of formulas for you to try and to formularize, then go, ah. He didn't finish. Spark. A sharp flash of light appeared among the students. Then another. Several students looked toward the source of the sound. Wow. The voices of the students watching the test immediately lowered. Their eyes moved toward the glittering particles falling through the air. The remains of a glass spear were slowly drifting toward the ground like tiny pieces of snow. Vera stood calmly where the attack had reached her. Small glass flakes rested across her hand. She brushed them away with her fingers, allowing the pieces to fall to the ground. Her dull black eyes remained on Professor Kent. You did add a lot of formulas to make the binder rank attack harder to deformularize, she said plainly. But that is still too easy. Vera slowly lowered her hand. Professor Kent's smile widened. She altered the solid nature of my glass spear and aligned it with the physical properties of a normal snowflake. He said, clearly pleased with the result. The students around Vera looked toward the pieces of glass scattered across the ground. It was difficult to believe that the spear that had been flying toward her moments earlier had been reduced to something that could fall apart like snow. But Vera hadn't struggled. She had simply changed its physical nature. Almost immediately after her success, two other test takers completed their own alterations. Lady Willow and Sir Ravener. A few students watching shouted in excitement. Willow and Ravener had both altered their glass spears. The two weapons no longer behaved like glass. Their physical properties had been changed to align with those of rubber. The glass spears lost their original hardness and shape as the students successfully applied their understanding of the law of inversion. Nice. Several students reacted. Diane finished almost at the same time. She had performed an alteration similar to Vera's, changing the physical properties of her glass spear. However, there was an interesting difference. Diane hadn't finished quickly because she was struggling with the law. Instead, she had spent more time thinking about what kind of alteration she should perform. She had considered her options before finally deciding on one. Once she made her decision, the process became much smoother. More and more test takers began completing their tests. Some demonstrated a high level of understanding of the law of inversion. One student changed the physical shade of the glass spear. Another changed its physical properties so that it aligned with those of another material. Someone else who wasn't at the stage where changing the properties was possible. So instead, they destroyed the entire glass alchemy formula. The methods were different. The results were also different. But they all demonstrated the same thing. They understood the law of inversion well enough to apply it to Professor Kent's attack. Of course, none of this came without a cost. Many of the students drained a large amount of cognus during the process. Some were breathing heavily after finishing. Others were sweating as they stood in place, trying to recover their breathing while watching the remaining test takers. Even so, they had succeeded. They had shown Professor Kent their understanding. And they had also shown their classmates what students of their age were already capable of doing. This is truly impressive, Carla said with a pleased smile. She watched as another glass spear disappeared. Even Professor Kent couldn't help smiling. The results had clearly pleased him. Veda also succeeded. He destroyed the glass spear without struggling too much, his cognus breaking apart the alchemy formula before the weapon could cause him any serious trouble. Felix succeeded as well. So did Gareth. One after another, the test takers completed the challenge. Cyrus was among the last few. He stared at the remains of the glass spear before finally letting out a long breath. Finally done. His shoulders dropped. The tension that had been holding his body stiffly finally disappeared. He had genuinely thought he might die while struggling to deformularize the glass alchemy. The complexity Professor Kent had added to the formula had made the process much harder than Cyrus had expected. But he had still managed to destroy the glass spear. Cyrus looked down at his hand. A small amount of blood dripped from the center of his palm. The glass spear had managed to injure him before he finished. He wasn't the only one. Several other test takers had also been injured by the glass spears. Some had small cuts. Others had deeper wounds. But they had still completed the test. Only 3 students failed to complete it. Arg. Damn it. Fuck. The 3 voices came from the students who had been struck badly. They fell onto the ground, clutching their injured hands while groaning in pain. The glass spears had pierced through their palms before they could properly deformularize them. Immediately, Academy medical staff emerged from the hidden areas around the training ground. They had apparently been waiting nearby from the beginning. The medics rushed toward the injured students and immediately began treating their wounds. One knelt beside a student whose palm had been pierced and carefully examined the injury. Another opened a medical kit and began preparing the treatment. Willow watched them for a moment before looking toward Professor Kent. So, he had the medical staff waiting patiently in case. She muttered. Her opinion of the professor seemed to change slightly. Perhaps he wasn't as careless as he looked. Perhaps he was actually kind-hearted. Many of the students who had been watching the test seemed to have similar thoughts. Professor Kent, however, clicked his tongue. Tisk, weaklings, he said plainly while watching the medical staff take care of the seriously injured students first, followed by those with lighter wounds. Yeah, he is still heartless. The students immediately changed their minds back again. His words sounded harsh, but he didn't stop the medics from doing their work. Eventually, the first part of the test came to an end. Most of the students had succeeded. Some had suffered injuries. 3 had failed. But there was still one test remaining. Professor Kent turned toward the two students who had been waiting separately from the others. "Mr. Maxwell and Mr. Logan Drakes, please take the stage," he said calmly. Then he returned to his foldable chair and sat down. He removed his black shades and rested them in one hand. "I leave it all to you, Mr. Logan Drakes," he said plainly. Logan nodded. "I will do my very best, Professor." A smug smile appeared on his face. He had been waiting for this particular moment. He had wanted to face Maxwell ever since the announcement that the commoner had claimed he would rank above all of them. He didn't really care about Maxwell actually mastering the law of inversion, but this will be a step to know if Maxwell was actually worth recognizing as a threat. Tristan and Basil were also watching with clear interest. Felix, Gareth, and Desmond were paying attention as well. However, their curiosity wasn't entirely about the upcoming test. They were also wondering about something else. Why would a commoner like Maxwell have a master like Andraver? They had managed to find out that Andraver, Maxwell's master, was regarded as one of Britannia's greatest alchemists. Having someone like him as a master wasn't something ordinary. Even if Maxwell was a commoner, being taught personally by an alchemist of that level meant there had to be something about him worth noticing. Logan stepped forward. He looked at Maxwell with a mocking smile. "You can give up now, commoner." His voice carried enough confidence for the surrounding students to hear. "Yeah, give up, loser." Other students who disliked Maxwell joined in. Their voices echoed across the training ground as they mocked him. Maxwell looked at them with confusion. "Why would I give up when I know how to use the law?" he asked. He genuinely didn't understand why they were telling him to surrender when the entire purpose of the test was to prove whether he had mastered the law of inversion. Logan pointed toward the students who had failed. "Idiot." His smile became wider. "You don't want to end up like those losers over there." Maxwell followed the direction of his finger. The injured students were still being treated by the medical staff. Some were sitting while their wounds were being wrapped. Others remained on the ground while the medics worked. Logan looked back at Maxwell. "You talk like you can even use the law." Maxwell suddenly laughed. He shook his head, unable to believe how confident Logan was despite what had just happened. "You're seriously talking like you can even use the law," he said again. Logan's expression immediately changed. "What?" He frowned immediately. Some of the students watching widened their eyes slightly. Maxwell wasn't wrong. They all knew it. Even if Logan is the one to send the alchemy attack for Maxwell to perform the law of inversion on, Logan is still part of the students who had yet to even master the law of inversion. So, making fun of the others who failed the test wasn't something few of the students liked. Especially not from someone who is regarded as a talented young alchemist, yet he couldn't master the law of inversion. Still, none of them wanted to say that out loud. They simply watched. Maxwell's expression became more serious. "They are even better than you." He pointed toward the students who had failed the test. "At least they already know how to use the law, even if it's not perfect yet." His eyes moved toward the injured students. But because of the additional complexity Professor Kent added to the alchemy, they couldn't complete their deformularizing quickly enough. The surrounding students became quiet. Maxwell continued looking at Logan. "You're acting like you're already better than them, but you haven't even shown that you can do what they just did." Logan's face tightened. "You fucking commoner." The veins at the side of his head bulged as his anger rose. His fists tightened. His expression became furious. But then his eyes shifted. He noticed Fatima staring directly at him. Her gaze was sharp. The look alone seemed to remind him that losing his temper here would only make him look foolish. Logan took a slow breath. His fists loosened. The anger on his face gradually disappeared. "Ah." He exhaled. "You know what? Let's just get this over with." His voice had become calm again. Maxwell looked at him with the same serious expression. I was about to say the same. The two stood opposite each other. The growing noise from the rest of the class slowly disappeared as the students turned their full attention toward them. Professor Kent leaned back in his chair. His eyes rested on Maxwell and Logan. The test was no longer about the other students. Now, everyone wanted to see one thing: whether Maxwell truly possessed the understanding he claimed to have, and whether Logan Drakes could prove that his confidence was justified. Chapter 386, Maxwell's Law of Inversion. Don't hold back, Logan, Felix shouted calmly from among the students watching the test. His voice carried across the training ground, but there was no fear in it. Instead, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes as he watched the two students standing opposite each other. "Quiet, Ashenlocke. I already don't plan on holding back." Logan shouted back, clearly annoyed by Felix's words. He took a slow breath afterward and looked toward Maxwell. The smugness that had been on his face earlier had faded into something more serious. Maxwell stood several meters away. He wasn't even in a proper fighting stance. His arms hung naturally at his sides, and his body looked completely relaxed despite the pressure coming from Logan. Logan's eyes narrowed. "Prince Tristan already told me that this trash commoner is the disciple of some amazing old alchemist who created his own type of alchemy path." His gaze shifted toward Fatima. She sat among the students with a serious expression, quietly watching the two of them. Logan remembered the information they had received after Fatima questioned one of the Darkins about Maxwell Master, when he told her about the information Prince Tristan gave him. Since the Darkins are the main powerhouses of the Drake's house, only the strongest Earth alchemists could become a Darkins, which meant their total number was extremely small. There were only 6 of them. And at the very top of that group stood the Duke of Drakes himself. The person they had asked to confirm the information had reacted with obvious shock. In fact, she had become so excited after hearing about Maxwell that she had wanted to see him herself. But before the conversation ended, that person had made one comment that Logan had been unable to forget. If the Lord Duke knew about this, as well as those guys in the Royal Alchemist branch, that boy's life will be in so much trouble. Tisk. Logan clicked his tongue as the thought returned to him. He forced himself back into the present. Cognus began flowing through his body. His cognus moved through his veins, starting slowly before increasing in strength with every passing second. The pressure around him grew heavier. A faint brown light began spreading across his body. Logan stared directly at Maxwell. How can a commoner spark so much interest from her? His eyes briefly moved toward Fatima again. She never showed any interest in my growth, so why would the Duke? And yet, his fingers slowly curled into fists. A no-name scholar-forsaken commoner who just happened to become the disciple of one amazing alchemist means so much to them? How can his presence cause such turmoil on the royal side and even among the dukes? It makes no sense. The amount of cognus leaving Logan's body continued increasing. The air around him began to move. A faint wind pressure spread across the ground, pushing loose sand away from his feet. His brown cognus became more visible. "I'm going to show everyone just how much of a fraud you are." Clap. Logan brought his hands together with force. The sound echoed across the training ground. At the same time, the flow of cognus around his body increased again. Maxwell remained completely unbothered. He watched Logan quietly. He still hadn't taken a proper stance. He didn't even seem to care about the pressure surrounding his opponent. Logan's expression became darker. Then an earth alchemy circle appeared between his palms. The brown formation spun slowly as the lines of the circle connected with one another. The moment it stabilized, Logan slammed both palms against the ground. Boom. The earth beneath him shook. Sand and soil immediately rose from the training ground. Small pieces of stone were pulled upward together with the dirt as the earth alchemy circle continued rotating beneath Logan. The gathered material began moving faster. Then, like a vortex, the sand and soil started compressing together. The loose material became denser. The shape continued changing. It stretched. It hardened. And it narrowed. Within seconds, a large, clean stone spear had formed above the ground. The spear hovered for a brief moment before settling into position. Logan's eyes remained fixed on Maxwell. Professor Kent smiled faintly as he watched the earth alchemy attack. His arms remained relaxed as he sat in his folded chair. "He's using adept rank alchemy," he said plainly. Carla's expression immediately changed. "Isn't that too much?" She looked toward Professor Kent in panic. "We should." "Leave it, Carla." Professor Kent interrupted her before she could finish. His voice remained calm. "Both of them have something to prove." He leaned back slightly in his chair. There was now a clear trace of interest in his eyes. Professor Kent had already noticed something important about the commoner. Maxwell's actual alchemist rank was above the rank of the alchemy attack Logan was currently using, which meant the attack couldn't really harm Maxwell. But that wasn't the most important part, however. The real question was the level of law of inversion Maxwell had reached. That was what Kent wanted to see. Seeing it now will determine whether my long-lost leader chose the right pupil to train in his alchemy path. His eyes remained on Maxwell. And if Maxwell is truly worthy of my protection against the people who are already planning on getting their hands on him. Professor Kent's fingers rested against the arm of his chair. Now show me. His eyes sharpened behind the black shades covering them. The students sitting around the training ground watched with growing anticipation. A few who had begun to acknowledge him wanted to see him succeed. Others were still hoping Logan would humiliate the commoner who had spoken against him. Cherry wanted to cheer for Maxwell. She opened her mouth slightly, but no words came out. Her nervousness refused to let her shout in front of everyone. Instead, she placed both hands together in front of her chest and silently wished him the best. Please. She whispered so quietly that almost nobody could hear her. Ezra remained seated among the students. His eyes stayed on Maxwell. He wasn't particularly worried. Instead, he was interested. He wanted to know exactly how strong Andraver's disciple was. The same curiosity could be seen in Ravener, Fatima, and several other students who already knew about Maxwell's master. They had all heard the name Andraver, and they all knew that having such a person as a master wasn't something ordinary. Die, commoner! Logan shouted. He pushed more cognus into his alchemy attack. The large earth spear suddenly shot forward. Boom. The ground beneath it cracked slightly from the force of its launch as the spear accelerated toward Maxwell. The wind was pushed aside violently. Dust scattered across the ground. The spear flew directly toward Maxwell's face. Maxwell finally moved. He drew his right leg backward. At the same time, he pulled his right hand back. His body lowered slightly. For the first time since the test began, he took a proper stance. A small smile appeared on his face. Well, he said calmly. Might as well give everyone a show. Spark. Cognus instantly flowed across his right hand. Golden light wrapped around his fingers and spread across his palm. The cognus moved around his hand like streams of golden lightning. Many students widened their eyes when they saw the faint golden glow. It wasn't the amount of cognus that shocked them. It was the control. Maxwell's energy was concentrated almost entirely around his right hand instead of spreading wildly through his body. The earth spear continued closing the distance. It was already in front of him. Maxwell's eyes followed the spear. The moment it reached him, he moved his hand. Clank. His palm collided with the earth spear. The sound echoed across the training ground. The impact forced the soil and sand beneath Maxwell's feet to scatter violently. Dust rushed outward in a circle. Several students instinctively raised their arms to shield their faces from the flying dirt. But Maxwell didn't move. He stood in the same place. His right hand remained against the earth spear. And then the real spectacle began. The golden cognus from Maxwell's hand penetrated into the earth spear. It didn't simply destroy the weapon. It entered the alchemy itself. The formulas that had created the earth spear began breaking apart one after another. The students who understood alchemy immediately noticed what was happening. Maxwell wasn't overpowering Logan's attack. He was deformularizing it. One formula disappeared. Then another. Then another. The earth spear's structure began changing as Maxwell's cognus moved through it like a stream of golden light. The original formulas were destroyed before being reconstructed into different properties. The stone began changing. Its color shifted. Its texture changed. Its surface became harder and smoother. The entire earth spear continued transforming while Maxwell stood there with one hand against it. Then, the weapon dropped. Thud. The large stone struck the ground. But it was no longer an earth spear. A large diamond-like stone rested in front of Maxwell. For several seconds, nobody spoke. The entire training ground had fallen silent. The students stared at the transformed object. Logan's eyes were wide. His mouth opened slightly. You've got. His voice trembled. 2. He swallowed. B. His face had lost its earlier confidence. Kidding me. His knees finally gave out. Thud. Logan fell onto the ground. His body had become weak from the amount of cognition he had used to perform an alchemy technique above his normal rank. He lowered his head while breathing heavily. A student finally broke the silence. He altered it into a diamond. The student stared at the large stone in disbelief. He actually changed the earth spear to a diamond rock. Another student whispered. He actually changed the properties of the earth spear. The students continued staring. Vera looked toward the large diamond-like stone lying on the ground in front of Maxwell. Her expression remained plain. Her dull black eyes moved from the stone to Maxwell. Impressive. That was all she thought. She didn't clap immediately. She simply watched him for another moment, as though storing the result inside her mind. Maxwell turned around. He looked toward the crowd of his classmates. Does that satisfy all your curiosity? His voice remained calm. For a moment, nobody answered. Then, clap. 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 Princess Stella began clapping. Prince Charles joined her. Then Willow. Selena. Stark. Fatima. More students began clapping as the sound spread across the training ground. The students who had doubted Maxwell earlier were now looking at him differently. Even those who didn't like him couldn't deny what they had just witnessed. Vera finally raised her hands and clapped lightly. Cyrus joined in as well. Then Ezra. He clapped lightly while continuing to observe Maxwell. His eyes remained focused on the golden cognis that had disappeared from Maxwell's hand. Ezra's expression was thoughtful. So, this is the level of his law of inversion. He continued watching Maxwell. The applause continued for a few more moments. Then a member of the Academy medical staff approached Logan. Come with us. The medic reached out to help him stand. Logan tried to resist. He clearly didn't want to leave in front of everyone after suffering such a humiliating defeat. But his body was too weak. He had pushed his cognis beyond what he normally used, and there was little strength left for him to resist the medic. The medic helped him away from the training ground. Tristan and his group watched in silence. Their expressions were filled with annoyance. Basil looked particularly unhappy. Felix remained quiet. Gareth stared at Maxwell. Desmond's eyes also remained on him with a faint excitement. They had all witnessed the same thing. Maxwell had taken Logan's adept rank earth spear and altered it into a completely different material. There was nothing they could do about it. The result was already there for everyone to see. All right. Professor Kent finally stood. A calm smile appeared on his face. Now we know all the students who passed this test. He turned toward Maxwell, who was still standing in front of the class. His gaze then moved across the students who had successfully completed the test. All of you should get out so I can teach the others the law, Kent said plainly. The students who had passed began gathering their things. Some narrowed their eyes on the professor before they left, but Kent didn't seem to care. The attention that had been focused on Maxwell slowly faded as everyone returned to their places and prepared to continue with the normal class. The excitement of the test gradually settled. Some students continued whispering about what Maxwell had done. Others were still staring at the diamond-like stone that remained on the training ground. A few looked toward Logan's direction after he had been taken away. The atmosphere around the class had changed. The students had entered the training ground expecting to see a test. Instead, they had witnessed Maxwell demonstrate his law of inversion in a way that none of them had expected. And for Ezra, one thing had become clear. Maxwell wasn't simply a commoner who had somehow managed to become Andraver's disciple. There was more to the reason someone like Andraver had chosen him. The main class resumed. Chapter 387, First Year Conference. The main class continued with Professor Kent supervising the students as they practiced blank meditation while also working on the deformularization of an imaginary alchemy circle. For the most part, it was a repeat of the training they had already gone through during their previous class last week. The students had to clear their minds, maintain control over their cognis, and at the same time imagine the structure of an alchemy circle before slowly breaking its formulas apart. Nobody complained. Since they had already started becoming used to Professor Kent's strange methods, and even though the training could become tiring after a while, the students understood that this was something they needed to master if they wanted to advance. especially after seeing what their fellow classmates had done with the law. Ezra continued his practice without much trouble. His mind remained calm as he focused on the imaginary alchemy circle in front of him. The formulas appeared within his imagination. One by one, he traced their structure, understood how they connected, and then carefully deformularized them. He had already become familiar with the process, and by the time the class approached its end, Ezra had little difficulty completing the exercise. Professor Kent eventually stood before the students and folded his arms across his chest. He looked over the class through his black shades. The next class will continue with separation. His voice carried across the training area. Although, students who have already mastered imaginary deformularizing will move to the next stage, while those who haven't will continue the same training in the next class. The same goes for those who are still struggling with blank meditation. The students listened patiently. Some nodded. Others quietly looked toward their classmates, wondering which stage they would be placed in during the next lesson. Professor Kent waited for a moment. Then a smirk slowly appeared on his face. Now, assignment. The reaction was immediate. Several students groaned. A few lowered their heads onto their throw pillows as if the words themselves had drained the last bit of energy from their bodies. Others sighed while taking out their phones or Starlix or Paras to record what they had been given. Professor Kent looked pleased. It was almost as if he had been waiting for that exact reaction. And, as always, the class ended with the students receiving another assignment. The break began. Not long after the students left the training area, the news club began its daily update. The members of the club sat still in their academy training cloths, sweat on their body after the morning class inside the new room, ready to present today's news to the students. One of the first topics was a reminder on the upcoming study conference. The event was called the Alchemy Scholar Preach, and it would be held on Wednesday. And because of this event, there would be no normal classes that day. This first news made the students listening immediately become more interested. A free day from regular lessons was something almost everyone could appreciate. The news club then moved toward the outside news. One of the reports concerned the state Alchemist branch in Ravensheim. They had destroyed an illegal drug transportation facility inside one of the smaller cities in Ravensheim. The operation had involved more than just the state alchemists. The guards of Derlise and several elite combat-based alchemists of the Derlise house had also played a major role in the battle. They gave a brief summary of the operation and also explained how the authorities had managed to destroy the facility. The students listened for a while before the news moved to the next topic. The sales update. The first mass release of the Fordliner had been met with strong attention, while the Eclipse had responded by beginning its second mass release of the Phantom Rolls. Both companies had dropped the Royal, Noble, and Normal models of their vehicles. The competition between the vehicle companies was becoming more noticeable, while other vehicle companies had also begun joining the market, releasing their own products in an attempt to compete with the new vehicles trend that had quickly gained attention throughout Britannia. Then came the final piece of news. Some students immediately became more interested when the Ashenlocke name appeared on the holographic screen. A new part of a gun had been released, the extended magazine for the Colt 1911. The new magazine could now hold between 10 and 15 rounds, giving the pistol considerably more ammunition before needing to reload. But that wasn't the only new development. The Ashenlockes had also introduced a new type of ammunition. One bullet had a drill-like shape designed to improve its penetration, while another had a slime-like, needle-shaped mouth at the front. Both ammunition types were designed to increase the damage potential of novice-ranked guns, as well as binder-ranked rifle guns. The result was a noticeable improvement for gun alchemists. It also meant that ordinary people who used guns in the military armies of Britannia but weren't alchemists could gain more strength from their firearms. The news club finished its update, and academy life continued without much interruption. The students moved from one class to another, listened to their professors, completed their exercises, and eventually returned for their study sessions. Ezra followed the same routine. During his study session, he first completed his assignments before returning to his own invention. While staying inside the Craft and Research Seeker's laboratory, he focused mainly on the research and the process of writing down his information. He spent a large amount of time reading through his notes, checking his calculations, and recording the results of his latest thoughts. The practical work was something he handled after returning to his residence. Once he was back home, Ezra began working directly with the Flame Alchemy Circle. His main goal was to reduce the heat level of the novice rank circle. The original heat was too high for what he wanted. He didn't simply need a system that could produce heat. He needed one that could produce the right amount of heat for his body. After adjusting the first Flame Alchemy Circle, Ezra began adding a chain of other Flame Alchemy Circles. He also added Pathless Alchemy Circles. Those circles acted as the system's guide, connecting the different parts of the heating system and allowing the entire structure to work together instead of having every circle operate independently. Ezra didn't want a heating system that simply increased its temperature in a continuous ascending order. That would defeat the purpose. He needed the temperature to remain within a comfortable range, one that could provide enough warmth for his body without becoming excessive. He spent the next schooling day following the same routine. Classes, study, research, then practical work inside his residence. He continued adjusting the Flame Alchemy Circles and recording the results. That routine continued until Wednesday finally arrived. The usual academy schedule changed because of the special event. Instead of students heading toward their normal classes, the first-year students began making their way toward the Academy Grand Hall. Staff members stood near the entrances. "Welcome, students of Royal." They greeted the students as they entered. The large hall quickly began filling with voices. Students walked inside in groups, speaking with their friends about what had happened during the previous day and during the first few days of the week. There was plenty to talk about. A lot had happened in only 2 days. The Golden Circle welcome party, the Royal Crest incident, the second practical test, the new vehicles, the new Ashenlocke gun parts and ammunition, and now, the alchemy scholar preach. Ezra entered the hall and calmly found his seat around the middle section of the seating arrangement. Lucy sat beside him. Cyrus took his usual place on the other side. The higher status students were seated toward the front, which was mandatory. Because of their social positions, the main high-status students had to occupy the front sections of the hall. That also meant Vera couldn't simply choose a seat beside Ezra, even though she wanted to. She had to go toward the front with the other high-status students. Ezra glanced toward the front for a moment, eyes moving through the students seated there. Then he stopped on Vera. He could see Vera among the other students. Her dull black eyes briefly moved across the hall. For a moment, they met Ezra's. She didn't wave. Neither did he. They simply looked at each other before returning their attention toward the front. A few more minutes passed. The hall became completely filled with first-year students. Thousands of students were now seated across the large room, while professors who taught the first-year courses stood along the sides. They watched quietly. Outside the grand hall, members of the Academy security team were stationed around the entrances. Their presence made it clear that the Academy took the event seriously. Then the side door at the front of the hall opened. The conversations gradually faded. A figure walked through. It was the vice headmaster and one of the elders of the alchemy world in Britannia, Elder Godwin Fraser. The moment the students recognized him, everyone stood. They bowed respectfully as Godwin walked toward the stage. Godwin, a middle-aged man with a calm presence, looked across the hall. Ho! His mouth curved into a pleased smile. Ho ho! His laughter became slightly louder. Ho ho ho! He appeared genuinely pleased by the sight before him. It hasn't been long since I saw every one of you, but some of you are already growing, Godwin said while looking across the students. His royal blue eyes moved from one student to another. There was something unusual about his gaze. He wasn't simply looking at their faces. Through his eyes, Godwin could see their cognition percentage levels. That allowed him to determine the alchemist rank of each student almost immediately. Even those who were good at hiding their alchemist rank couldn't completely hide themselves from his eyes. He could see that some students were still in the binder alchemist rank and were still trying to finish constructing the second star. Others had already completed their star, and one student had even broken through to the next alchemist rank. That particular student still seemed to have room to grow. Godwin's smile became slightly wider. Interesting, he thought while observing the students. Some of them have already advanced further than I expected. His eyes eventually moved toward the podium. A phone tablet had been placed there. Professor Liliana Galehart had helped carry it to the podium and positioned it properly before the event began. Godwin walked toward it. He placed one hand against this phone tablet and activated the display. A holographic blue screen appeared above him. The large screen allowed every student in the hall to clearly see the material he was about to teach. Godwin looked across the students once more. The hall had become completely silent. Every student was paying attention. Now, let's begin today's alchemy scholar preach, Godwin said calmly. He moved his finger across this phone tablet. The document on the holographic screen changed with a simple drag. A title appeared. An Alchemist Mindset. The moment the topic appeared, almost every student immediately took out something to write with. Some pulled out their jotters. Others took out their phone tablets, Starlicks, and paras for digital notes. Ezra took out his phone tablet and tablet quill pen. His plain black eyes remained focused on Godwin and the holographic screen above him. Beside him, Lucy took out a notebook and a paper quill pen. She placed the notebook on her lap and prepared herself to write. The hall became quiet again. Every student and attendant present understood the value of what they were about to hear. This wasn't an ordinary professor giving them another classroom lecture. Elder Godwin Fraser was one of Britannia's top alchemists and scholars. Even if the topic itself sounded simple, there was no reason to underestimate it. The knowledge behind a simple topic taught by someone like him could be far greater than what the title suggested. Ezra rested his tablet on his lap and adjusted his grip on the quill pen. His attention remained fixed on the stage. The Alchemy Scholar Preach was about to begin. Chapter 388, Grace Evergrees Advance. The mindset of an alchemist is built from how you use your brain. Vice Headmaster Godwin Fraser began his speech in a calm tone. He didn't need to raise his voice, since a microphone was already in his hand, and the sound of his voice carried clearly through the entire grand hall. Not with brute strength, but with the mind. He paused. His royal blue eyes moved across the hundreds of students sitting before him before he continued. Alchemy strategy comes from the total analysis of how much cognizance is required when performing a single novice rank alchemy, or how much cognizance goes into a single enchantment. You still have to consider the materials you use, how much cognizance is required to manipulate those materials, your alchemy circle, and even sometimes, your environment. Godwin slowly raised one hand. His fingers moved as he spoke, as if he were arranging invisible pieces in front of himself. Everything has to be put into one consideration and turned into a single strategy for every combat-based alchemist. The students continued writing. Paper quill pens moved across pages. Others typed on holographic keyboards, their fingers moving quickly as they tried to keep up with the lecture. Ezra was among them. His eyes remained focused on Godwin while his tablet quill pen moved across the screen of his phone tablet, recording the points he considered important. The same is true for craft-based alchemists. Godwin paused again. He looked across the hall and noticed several students still writing. They work with calculations, chemical property reactions, and even considerations of biological ecosystems. Their minds are always working. He raised one hand toward the holographic screen. Let me give you an example. Godwin swiped his hand. The first slide disappeared. A new image appeared across the large blue holographic screen. It was the Phantom Rolls. Several students immediately recognized the vehicle. Godwin looked toward the image. The creator of this beautiful vehicle, he said calmly. The moment those words were spoken, many students turned their heads toward Ezra. Ezra remained seated around the middle section of the hall. He didn't react. His attention was still on his phone tablet as he continued typing down several of the points Godwin had made. Beside him, Lucy slowly looked around. Her expression became slightly embarrassed as she noticed so many people looking at her master. She lowered her head a little. Ezra, however, didn't seem bothered. He simply continued writing. Godwin continued. He didn't just create the Phantom Rolls with the mindset of simply bringing the beauty of a royal and noble feeling to a vehicle. The Phantom Rolls remained displayed above him. He also considered the calculations behind reducing the cost of fuel, the speed at which the vehicle could travel, and even the strength of the exterior body against constant wind pressure. Godwin moved his hand again. There were a lot of calculations behind this creation. all of them coming from the simple idea of making an exterior body that truly embodies beauty. The students continued listening. Some looked toward Ezra again. Others returned their attention to the holographic screen. Godwin swiped his hand. The slide changed. In all of this, we can come to the conclusion that life is all about calculation. He paused. At least, that is the key point behind being an alchemist. Godwin pointed toward the holographic screen. A graph appeared. It showed the planned schedule of a normal student's daily life inside the academy. Even now, you have to calculate how you want to spend your time in this academy. Godwin said. Your class time, break time, study time, hanging out time, training time, personal study time, and all the other periods of your day. He moved his hand toward the graph. Every part of your life is planned with calculation. Some students nodded in agreement. Godwin continued. And this same calculation of your life schedule continues even when you're studying or when you're deciding how to converse with your fellow students. He smiled faintly. Perhaps you don't want to reveal too much because you want to hide your true nature from your friends, or perhaps you want to appear as a likable person within your clique. A few students immediately shifted uncomfortably. Some looked toward their friends. Others pretended to be completely focused on their notes. Godwin didn't point anyone out. He simply continued. It goes further and further like that, with everything eventually falling under one rule. He stopped speaking. The entire hall became quiet. Godwin looked across the students. The students and attendants answered together. Calculation. Their voices echoed throughout the grand hall. Godwin nodded. Exactly. He turned back toward the holographic screen, which stems from the fact that we alchemists see the world as a formula. His voice became slightly more serious. Our belief is that everything in the world revolves around formulas, and with that ideology, every philosophy is derived from breaking down and understanding the formulas behind them. The atmosphere inside the hall changed. The students were no longer simply listening to another lesson. They were beginning to understand the deeper meaning behind Godwin's words. Paper quill pens continued moving across jotters. Fingers moved across holographic keyboards. Some students paused their writing for a few seconds because they were trying to understand a particular point before recording it. Ezra's eyes remained fixed on Godwin. He continued writing. The more Godwin explained, the more the lecture shifted away from simple alchemy knowledge and toward the way an alchemist should think. It wasn't only about knowing how to use cognus. It wasn't only about creating an alchemy circle. It wasn't even only about understanding materials. An alchemist had to look at the world and understand the formulas hidden within it. That was the mindset Godwin was trying to teach them. Hours passed. Eventually, the conference came to an end. Before leaving, the students were given an opportunity to ask questions. Several hands immediately rose. Godwin answered some of the questions while others were passed to the professors standing around the sides of the hall. The students continued listening until the final questions had been answered. Then the vice headmaster finally prepared to leave. Before everyone departed, the students stood together and recited the school anthem. Afterward, they recited the kingdom's anthem. The voices of thousands of first-year students filled the grand hall. Once the final words ended, everyone began leaving the hall calmly. The large doors opened, allowing the students to move back into the academy grounds. Wow, this is the first time I've spent a whole 8 hours in a hall studying. A male student looked completely amazed at himself. He rubbed his eyes as he walked with the group. He seemed almost surprised that he had managed to stay awake for the entire conference. Well, it was a preaching done by an elder scholar. A female student walking beside him replied proudly. That alone makes it worth spending 8 hours listening. More conversations followed as the students left the grand hall. Many of them discussed the conference and the things they had learned. Some talked about the concept of calculation. Others discussed the phantom roles example. A few were already thinking about how they could apply the mindset to their own alchemy studies. The crowd slowly moved through the academy corridors. Then, among the many conversations, a slightly familiar female voice came from behind Ezra. Ezra Ashenlocke. Ezra was walking with Cyrus. Cyrus had both hands behind his head as he walked comfortably, looking much less tired than most of the students around him. Lucy walked slightly behind Ezra. She was also talking about the lecture, explaining how much she had enjoyed it and how much the words of Elder Godwin had made her think, and even the fact that she felt her cognition grow due to getting enlightened. Ezra listened quietly. As usual, he only replied when he felt there was something worth saying. The group suddenly stopped. Ezra turned around. Cyrus tilted his head slightly. "Grace." He looked confused. An Evergrey was approaching Ezra. His eyes moved toward Ezra suspiciously. "I'm also as surprised as you," Ezra said plainly. He already knew why Cyrus was looking at him like that. "You can't blame me, though." Cyrus narrowed his eyes slightly. "Vera made a declaration against the Evergreys, and you're already breaking that rule." Ezra narrowed his eyes back at him. "You're making it sound like she's the one who isn't coming to meet me." His tone remained plain. Cyrus paused. He didn't immediately have an answer. Lucy, however, became slightly more alert as the approaching Evergrey came closer. She clearly wasn't pleased. Grace continued walking until she reached the place where the three of them were standing alone. Several students passing through the corridor noticed the meeting. Some slowed their steps. Others glanced over their shoulders. A few quiet whispers began spreading through the nearby students. An Ashenlocke and an Evergrey were standing together. That alone was enough to attract attention. Ezra didn't seem bothered by it. He looked toward Grace. "Good afternoon, Miss Grace Evergrey." He greeted her politely. Lucy bowed properly like a maid. However, unlike her usual simple smile and friendly expression, her face remained neutral. Her eyes stayed on Grace for a moment before she straightened. "Good afternoon, Ezra Ashenlocke." Grace returned the greeting politely. Her expression remained calm. "Yo, Grace." Cyrus waved lightly. Grace turned toward him. "Yes." She gave a small nod. "Greetings, Sir Cyrus Bunwick." She greeted him before quickly turning her attention back toward Ezra. She had clearly come here to speak with him. But before she could say anything, "Isn't it risky for an Evergrey to be talking to an Ashenlocke openly?" Ezra asked. His tone remained flat. "Or are you trying to put me in trouble with Vera?" Grace paused. Ezra's plain black eyes quietly observed her reaction. She didn't become angry. She didn't look offended. Instead, Grace calmly raised one hand and gave a small wave. "No, no way." A simple smile appeared on her face. "We are in an academy where interaction should be possible even though our families are rivals. Don't you think so, Ezra Ashenlocke?" She raised one eyebrow elegantly as she looked at him. Ezra remained quiet for a moment. Then he answered. "This academy is a battlefield itself." His voice remained plain. Grace's smile didn't disappear. "But you were talking with me, even though you say that," she replied calmly. "And even though many misunderstandings can come from this conversation." Ezra looked at her. Grace's posture remained relaxed. She didn't appear to be hiding anything, and she wasn't acting as though she had come here with hostility. "It's because I don't see a problem with that," Ezra replied flatly. Grace let out a small sigh. "Well, that's good to know." She sounded relieved. For a moment, she simply stood there. The students passing by continued watching from a distance, but Grace didn't seem concerned about their attention. Then she looked directly at Ezra again. "Ezra Ashenlocke, would it be possible to meet with me as well as my elder brother, Louis Evergrey?" she asked softly. Ezra's eyes narrowed slightly. Grace continued before he could answer. "He's a huge fan of your work, which you must have seen when he mentioned your name during the Silver Wheels vehicle release and how much you inspired his work." She paused. Her fingers moved slightly against the side of her dress. For the first time since approaching Ezra, she appeared somewhat embarrassed about what she was about to say. And Grace hesitated. Her voice became quieter. "I really want to get to know you." She said it in a lighter and softer tone. Chapter 389, Science Behind the Quantum Realm. Cyrus's eyes dulled the moment he heard Grace's voice. Lucy's hands tightened slightly around the things she was carrying. Both of them looked at Grace, then slowly turned their eyes toward Ezra. They had reached the same conclusion at almost the exact same time. This playboy. Ezra could feel their gazes on him, but he remained as unbothered as usual. He didn't even bother turning around to look at them. "My schedule is always tight, so I don't have time," he replied plainly. Grace's expression immediately fell a little. "Oh, She lowered her gaze. But what about during the free month we will have for ourselves in preparation for the club tournament? She asked with a small trace of hope in her eyes. Club preparation on my side is also packed. Ezra replied flatly. Grace's head lowered a little more. Then, during the club tournament week? She asked, using what seemed to be her last chance. Ezra paused. He thought about it for a few seconds while looking at her. If I have time, he replied plainly. Grace's eyes brightened almost immediately. Really, she looked genuinely happy. Thank you. Even though Ezra hadn't actually given her a definite yes, what he had said was already enough for her. To Grace, if I have time, is still a possibility. That possibility seemed to be all she needed. I'll see you later then. She gave Ezra a small wave before turning toward Cyrus. And you too, Sir Cyrus Bunwick. She waved at him as well before leaving. Lucy bowed politely as Grace walked away. Cyrus watched her retreating figure for a few seconds. Then he turned his head toward Ezra. It must be nice, having beautiful daughters of powerful houses coming to you because of your invention. His voice carried a hint of playful jealousy. Ezra didn't reply. He simply turned around and continued walking toward the academy parking area. Lucy followed behind him. She pouted slightly while staring at Ezra's back. Cyrus noticed her expression. Maybe I should also work on creating a cool vehicle that will be sexy like the Phantom Rolls, he said thoughtfully while stroking his chin. His eyes moved upward as he began thinking seriously about the idea. I'll call it Posh. He opened his other hand, spreading his fingers as if the name had suddenly appeared in his mind. No. He immediately shook his head. Maybe Cyrix Steamrunner? He came up with another name. Then he looked toward Ezra. What do you think, Ezra? Ezra didn't answer. Instead, he suddenly placed one hand against Cyrus's face. At almost the same time, he placed his other hand against Lucy's face. Lucy had been staring daggers at him from behind. Both of their faces were now being pushed toward the direction they were supposed to be walking. Quiet down and stop staring daggers at me, Lucy, Ezra said plainly. He kept both of them facing forward as they continued walking toward the area where their ordered noble steam carriages were waiting. Humph. Cyrus acted as if he had been deeply offended. Lucy did the same. Neither of them seemed willing to admit that Ezra had caught them for their playful teasing. Ezra ignored their reactions. His mind was already processing what had just happened with Grace. It's very clear that the Evergrees want me to betray the Ashenlocks, but they're seriously using that method to try and win me over. His eyes remained ahead as he walked. So, the reason why that Lewis guy mentioned my name during his vehicle presentation was for this purpose, huh? Ezra already had most of the situation figured out in his mind. The Evergrees were trying to approach him through his inventions, but not only that. Lewis Evergrey had openly mentioned Ezra during his vehicle presentation, making it seem he respected him, and now Grace had approached him directly and asked to meet with him and her elder brother, while trying to use her beauty to attract him. It wasn't difficult to connect the two events, but it now meant another problem was slowly building up around Ezra. However, it wasn't something he needed to think about too much. The level of trouble was still manageable, and more importantly, he already had a plan prepared for when the problem eventually decided to become serious. For now, he had too many other things to focus on. The day eventually came to an end with Ezra returning to his usual night studies and continuing his work on his inventions. The next day arrived with the usual classes, assignments, and personal work. Nothing particularly unusual happened. Then Friday arrived. It was finally time for the club activities in the mix arena. The large interior of the Craft and Research Seekers Clubhouse was already divided into the different working areas when the students arrived. Professor Nine stood calmly in front of the members of the research unit inside the meeting room. Meanwhile, the members of the crafts unit began leaving the main area so they could start working on their personal group projects. Professor Nine's assistant and the club president, Luke, were among the members of that unit. Ezra, Cyrus, Vera, and Diane sat together as usual. The four of them settled into their usual positions as the research unit's class with Professor Nine began. Professor Nine stood before the large holographic screen. Small organisms. He pointed toward the screen. The holographic display was completely white. There was nothing on it. Many of the first years looked at it with confused expressions. They weren't sure why Professor Nine had brought up the topic when there was apparently nothing to see. Then, Letitia. Professor Nine suddenly pointed dramatically toward Letitia. Zoom in. Nine said in an overly dramatic voice. Letitia nodded. She walked closer to the holographic screen and raised her hand. She brought her thumb and index finger apart. Then she moved them outward. The image on the screen responded to the movement. The students watched as the display began zooming in. At first, there was still nothing. The white screen remained almost completely empty. Letitia continued. She spread her fingers farther apart. The image enlarged again. Then a tiny black dot appeared. The students leaned forward slightly. Letitia continued zooming in. The black dot became larger. Its shape slowly became clearer. Then, finally, a small, cell-like creature appeared on the holographic screen. Several of the first years immediately looked amazed. Others had already seen it because they had increased their eyesight using Cognos. A few students naturally possessed good enough eyesight to notice the organism without any enhancement. Professor Nine pointed toward the image. This is a type of bacteria, and your typical bacterium is usually around 2 microns long and 0.5 to 1 micron wide. He explained the information while swiping his hand toward the next slide. The new slide displayed a list describing the size of bacteria. Professor Nine continued. And this particular small organism can be found in soil, water, decaying matter, the bodies of monsters, and... He paused. A small smirk appeared on his face. We humans. The moment he said that, many of the first years immediately looked down at their own bodies. Some looked at their arms. Others looked at their hands. A few even rubbed their skin as though they had suddenly become uncomfortable with the thought. How is that possible? One student stared at his arm. He increased the flow of Cognos toward his eyes, enhancing his vision as he looked closely at his skin. Several students did the same. They examined their arms, their hands, the exposed parts of their bodies. Yet they saw nothing. I don't see anything, though. A female non-noble first-year student said loudly. Professor Nine looked toward her. That's because of the Cognos flowing inside your body. He replied. Do you think those small organisms would survive there? He shook his head. No. He continued speaking while walking slowly in front of the holographic screen. And that's one of the reasons why we alchemists look younger and healthier for a longer span of time compared to non-alchemists. The students listened. Professor Nine raised one finger. Also, non-nobles who are non-alchemists don't always look unhealthy or old because Britannia's level of skincare medicine, as well as its nutritional medicine, helps protect the body. He paused briefly. They help kill and prevent harmful small organisms from damaging the body while allowing the ones that are beneficial to remain on the human body. The students became more interested. So, there are small organisms that are useful to the body, huh? A first-year student said with realization. Professor Nine nodded slightly. Yes. Another student raised his hand. But where are they, Professor? It was Maxwell. He raised his hand while looking toward the holographic screen. He still couldn't see them. Even after enhancing his eyesight with Cognos and trying to look through the surface of his own skin, he couldn't identify the organisms Professor Nine was talking about. Professor Nine narrowed his eyes at him. You're looking in the wrong place, boy, he said. Then he swiped his hand. The holographic screen changed. The image of the single bacterium disappeared. A new slide appeared, displaying several types of useful microorganisms and the places where they could be found. The students immediately turned their attention toward the information. Beneficial microorganisms. Lactobacillus, found mainly in the intestines, mouth, and reproductive tract. It helps maintain a healthy microbial balance and supports digestion. Bifidobacterium, commonly found in the large intestine. It helps break down certain carbohydrates and supports a healthy gut environment. Bacteroids, found primarily in the intestines. It helps break down complex food components that the human body cannot easily digest on its own. Faecalibacterium, found in the large intestine. It produces butyrate, a substance that helps nourish and maintain intestinal cells. Saccharomyces, a beneficial yeast found in some foods and used in certain probiotic preparations. Some strains can support the balance of microorganisms in the digestive system. Skin bacteria. Various harmless bacteria live naturally on the surface of the skin. They occupy the skin's environment and can help prevent harmful microorganisms from becoming established. Oral bacteria. Many harmless species live in the mouth and on the tongue. They form part of the normal oral microbiome and interact with other microorganisms in the mouth. The students stared at the list. For some, it was the first time they had ever considered that something so small could have such an important role inside the human body. Maxwell looked at the holographic screen for a long moment. His expression slowly became thoughtful. The subject had started with something as simple as a tiny organism that couldn't be seen with normal eyes. But now, it had already opened an entirely different field of knowledge. Professor Nine looked across the class. His earlier dramatic expression had disappeared. This time, his face carried the calm look of a teacher who was about to explain something important. The research unit became quiet. Even the students who had initially found the topic strange were now paying attention. The lesson on small organisms had only just begun. Chapter 390, Group Work begins. That's a lot of types of small organisms living inside our bodies. A female non-noble first-year student spoke with an amazed expression. She looked down at her own hands for a moment, as if she could somehow see the organisms Professor Nine had just been explaining. Who would have thought there were other creatures that our normal eyesight can't see? A male non-noble first-year student added, wearing the same amazed expression as he looked toward the holographic screen. Well, that's how we all reacted when we first learned about these organisms. Letitia said with a simple smile. For a moment, her expression became distant as she remembered the first time she had heard about them. Nah. One of the third-year upperclassmen immediately shook his head. I remember you screaming in fear when you heard that your body was a host for living organisms. He pointed toward Letitia while laughing lightly. That was in the past. Letitia immediately turned toward him, her face becoming embarrassed. The other upperclassmen laughed as well, and even some of the second-year students sitting nearby joined in. Puff. Letitia was such a baby. Professor Nine also joined the laughter. And whose fault was that? Letitia sharply turned toward Nine. She narrowed her eyes at him while the professor was still trying to hold back his laughter. For a few seconds, the two simply stared at each other. Nine's smile slowly disappeared. He cleared his throat and straightened himself. Let's get back to class. He swiped his hand across the holographic screen before moving away from the side of the table where he had been standing since the beginning of the meeting. The students gradually settled down again. Professor Nine began walking slowly between the rows of the meeting room, his hands resting behind his back as he continued the lesson. As you can see, there is a whole massive world of the small that goes beyond every one of your imaginations. His eyes moved across the students as he spoke. A whole civilization of organisms that eats, reproduces, and releases waste, although they are not like us humans, so don't mistake that. He raised one finger to emphasize his point. But it is still a much bigger world, just like how our own world is massive, and there is still much more beyond what we know. Nine paused. The students remained quiet. Some continued looking at the information displayed on the holographic screen, while others listened to the professor without taking their eyes off him. That's why we call this small organism world the quantum realm. Professor Nine's expression became slightly more serious. But sadly, he lowered his hand. Because of the dangers behind the study of controlling these organisms, the study has been limited to us being able to learn how to breed the different types of small organisms while also learning about how they exist. He continued walking. So, in the end, our purpose is to better our understanding of the biology of the world. Professor Nine eventually stopped near the side of the meeting room. The attendants, serving some of the club members of the research unit, were standing there as well. They had been listening to the lesson while also watching the students. Even though they were attendants, some of them were interested in the subject and were quietly following the explanation. Professor Nine looked toward them before turning his attention back to the club members. So, that's why you have to capture the monsters you have been assigned to catch. Neatly, he pointed around the research unit. The same goes for those groups who will pick monsters to catch for their research. His finger moved from one group to another. Their bodies also contain small organisms, and those organisms are important for study because who knows when the day will come that these organisms can be used more directly in the advancement of Britannia's civilization. He paused. Perhaps they will become useful in medicine. Perhaps they will help us understand the bodies of monsters better, or perhaps they will lead to something we haven't even imagined yet. Professor Nine lowered his hand. For now, we simply don't know. He gave the students a calm look. And that is exactly why my research exists. He finally concluded his lecture. That will be all for my explanation on small organisms. Professor Nine began walking back toward the front of the meeting room. You will all begin to fully grasp this field of study once you start joining your upperclassmen in taking care of the SOF. He stopped at the front of the table. That's the abbreviation for Small Organism Farm, just to clarify. Letitia explained, noticing that several of the first years were already looking confused after hearing the abbreviation. Some students looked at each other. Others glanced toward Professor Nine. They had clearly heard the term for the first time, but Professor Nine didn't bother explaining further. Letitia, pack my stuff and drop it in my office, he said. Then he reached into his long coat and pulled out his pocket watch. He opened the cover and checked the time. I'm off, he said simply. Before Letitia could reply, Nine closed the pocket watch and placed it back inside his long coat. Then he turned around and left the meeting. The door closed behind him. For a moment, the research unit remained quiet. Then the conversations began almost immediately. Several club members started talking about the uniqueness of small organisms. Some were fascinated by the idea of tiny living creatures existing inside their bodies. Others were still slightly uncomfortable with the thought. A few students even looked down at their hands again, as if they expected something to suddenly appear on their skin. Even Ezra, Vera, and Cyrus were deep in thought about the topic. Each of them had their own thoughts about how the study could help them grow. Ezra was already thinking about the possible uses of the knowledge in his own research. Cyrus seemed more interested in the strange nature of the organisms themselves. Vera remained quiet, her dull black eyes resting on the holographic screen. She didn't show much on her face, but she was clearly paying attention. Diane, on the other hand, seemed completely unaffected by the lesson. Her eyes remained closed, with her eyelids protected from the light of the meeting room lamps. She was sitting comfortably with her arms folded while resting in her chair. It was almost difficult to tell whether she was still listening or had already fallen asleep. All right, guys. An upperclassman walked toward the table and took over for Letitia since she had gone with Professor Nine to drop his files at his office. He placed both hands on the table and looked around at the different groups. So, what we are going to do for the remaining time is work with our groups on what you want to present. He paused to make sure everyone was listening. And for those who have been assigned duties, it is time for your groups to begin planning. He glanced toward the documents spread across the tables. The first month is already coming to an end, so we need to get started since the academy is about to become livelier. His tone remained calm, but there was a clear sense that he expected everyone to take the work seriously. After he finished speaking, the club members began moving toward their respective groups. The meeting room quickly became filled with movement. Chairs shifted across the floor. Documents were picked up from tables. Students gathered around their assigned groups and began discussing what they needed to do. The 7 groups gradually separated from one another and started working. Inside the laboratory. So guys, Jeremy dropped the documents concerning the ghost crawler onto one of the laboratory tables where the 7 members of their group had gathered. The papers spread slightly from the impact before settling across the table. Jeremy placed both hands against the edge of the table and looked at his team members. How are we going about this hunt? He asked. A female first-year student raised her hand. First upperclassman. Jeremy looked toward her. Yes, Emily. He pointed at her, giving her permission to speak. Emily looked down at the documents. Then she looked back at Jeremy. Is the ghost crawler really that scary? She asked. Her eyes moved toward the others. You reacted like that when the professor gave you the document. I'm still worried. Her concern was clear. She had noticed the expressions of the upperclassmen vividly when Professor Nine had assigned the ghost crawler. Jeremy's expression changed slightly. He placed his hands together and looked at Emily. He seemed reluctant to speak. It was obvious that he didn't want to frighten her more than necessary. How do I say this? He hesitated. The other members of the group also looked toward him. Jeremy finally sighed. Basically, they don't call the ghost crawler an Arcanist rank monster for no reason. A female upperclassman sitting nearby replied before Jeremy could continue. She was sitting in a relaxed posture with one leg crossed over the other while resting an arm against the table. Her expression remained completely calm. Oh, Emily's expression changed. The worry that had been present before became even more obvious. She looked down at the documents again. The picture and information about the ghost crawler suddenly seemed much more threatening than before. Jeremy turned toward the upperclassman. Now see what you caused, Agnes. He frowned. Agnes didn't seem bothered. At least it's better for the truth to be told. She replied without changing her expression. Since we will all be signing our death letters once we enter the black zone. Emily's face became pale. Agnes. Jeremy's voice rose slightly. That's going a bit too far. A male upperclassman from the same year spoke with a serious expression. He looked directly at Agnes, clearly displeased with how casually she had described the mission. Agnes simply turned her face away from his gaze. Humph. She crossed her arms. The male upperclassman sighed. Nobody in the group laughed this time. The documents on the table had already made the situation clear. They weren't preparing for an ordinary monster hunt. The ghost crawler was an Arcanist rank monster, and the black zone was not a place where a careless group could simply walk around and expect everything to go well. Then Diane finally spoke. She had been sitting with her arms folded, comfortably sleeping in a seat without a backrest or armrest. It was nothing more than a simple rolling seat, yet she had somehow managed to sleep comfortably in it. Her eyes remained closed as she spoke in her usual tired, soft tone. We just have to work properly together in order for everyone to survive and complete the mission. Her voice was quiet, but the words immediately brought the group back to the real purpose of their meeting. They weren't here to frighten Emily. They weren't here to argue about how dangerous the ghost crawler was. They were here to prepare. If they wanted everyone to return safely, then every member of the group had to understand their role, prepare for the dangers ahead, and cooperate once they entered the black zone. The documents remained spread across the table. 7 students gathered around them. And with the first month of the academy year already nearing its end, their first real group assignment was finally beginning. Chapter 391, Month's Time Skip. The group turned toward Diane in stunned silence. So, she was actually awake? That was what most of them thought, judging by the way several pairs of eyes remained fixed on her. Ezra was the only one who didn't seem surprised. He simply continued reading through the document Jeremy had placed on the table, his eyes moving from one line to another while the conversation continued around him. She's not wrong, though. The last male upperclassman nodded in agreement. Yes. Jeremy replied with a pleased expression. That's why I spent some money printing extra copies of the documents, so all of us can read through the written information on the ghost crawler that Professor Nine already prepared for us. He reached beneath the table and brought out a stack of documents. The papers were still neatly arranged, and Jeremy began handing a copy to each member of the group. Here. He passed one to Emily, then another to Agnes. Then he continued around the table until everyone had received a copy. Diane accepted hers without opening her eyes. She placed the document on the table in front of herself, her eyelids still closed, as if she were preparing to sleep again rather than study a monster. Emily looked down at her copy and began scrolling through the digital version on her phone tablet. Her eyebrows slowly drew together. Isn't this information only about the small organisms found inside the monster? She asked while moving through the document. Yes, but if you check the other pages in the documents. Jeremy opened his own copy and turned it toward the page he was talking about. He placed one finger against a large blank section. This empty space is for our own research work on the monster. He pointed toward the blank page. There's more. He turned another page and showed them. Emily immediately looked through her own copy. The other upperclassmen did the same, turning through the documents until they reached the empty pages Jeremy had mentioned. So, we will have to do our own research on the monster, huh? Agnes said lazily as she leaned back in her chair. She looked at the blank pages for a moment before resting her chin against one hand. We can all do this during our study time or back at our homes. Jeremy calmly explained the plan. Then every Friday and Saturday, we will compare our research together and begin full strategy planning against the ghost crawler. His expression became more serious as he looked around the table. We have just 2 more months to go, so we all have to be ready. The members nodded. Nobody argued with him. 2 months might have sounded like a long time, but they were preparing to enter the Academy's black zone and face an Arcanist rank monster. There was no room for laziness. Ezra gave a small nod before closing his document. Diane did the same, although she still looked as though she could fall asleep at any moment. At almost the exact moment Jeremy finished speaking, the bell rang throughout the club building. The sound marked the end of their club activities for the day. Jeremy glanced around the room. Students were already packing their things, pushing chairs back, collecting documents, and preparing to leave the meeting area. That's the end for today, he announced. He waited until several of the students had started leaving before speaking again. We should try to start the research tonight and see our progress when we meet again tomorrow. Jeremy picked up his own documents and began packing them away. Don't wait until the last moment. He gave the group one final look, then he left with the other upperclassmen. Ezra gathered his belongings as well. He left with his usual group, except Vera and Diane were not with him this time. It was only Lucy and Cyrus who walked beside him. The 3 of them eventually made their way out of the club building and back into the academy grounds. The evening air had already begun cooling. Students from other clubs were also leaving the mix arena, creating a steady stream of people along the academy roads. When they reached the area where their paths separated, Cyrus went his own way. Ezra and Lucy then boarded a noble steam carriage and headed back home. The next day arrived. As planned, the research began. Each member of the group had spent the previous night studying the information Professor 9 had provided about the ghost crawler, and they brought whatever they had discovered back to the group. However, it had only been 1 day, so their research on the ghost crawler wasn't very deep yet. There simply hadn't been enough time to investigate every part of the monster properly. Still, the group compared what each person had found. One student had focused on the monster's physical body. Another had looked into its venom. Someone else had researched its webs. Others had focused on the small organisms living inside it. They placed their information together and discussed the monster from different angles before the research unit had to move on to their work inside the small organism farm for the rest of their club activity time. Like that, time passed as usual. A cycle of studying, academic life, training, researching, and planning continued day after day. The academy remained busy. Students continued moving through their classes, clubs continued their activities, and the first years gradually became more familiar with the demands of academy life. The days turned into weeks, and before Ezra and his group realized it, there were only a few weeks left before the day they would journey into the academy's black zone. During the months leading up to that day, Ezra had also made considerable progress of his own. He had finally reached the stage where he could use the law of inversion, and he had passed the second test Professor Kent held for those who are ready. Although he purposely didn't show the full extent of his understanding during the test. At the moment, Ezra still wasn't at the stage where he could turn an alchemy attack into another material closely related to its physical properties. However, he had effortlessly destroyed the close to adept rank alchemy attack Professor Kent had thrown at him. That alone had been enough to show that his understanding of the law was already solid. Selena Galehart, Stark Drakes, Princess Stella Ethelmont, Lyra Ashenlocke, Paige Ashenlocke, Nate Ashenlocke, and Priscilla Ashenlocke also managed to join the students who completed the Law of Inversion class. Each of them received the 30 points given for completing the class. Then, around the middle of the second week, the students who had mastered the first law began training to master the Law of Magnetism. For Ezra, however, the Law of Magnetism wasn't the only thing occupying his time. He continued his studies and research into his invention, and eventually, he completed the full schematics for the heat-stimulating bandage. The design was finally finished. Now, all that remained was for him to actually create it and test whether it would work as intended. He also began working a little on breaking down the nanopath. For now, He was only laying out the diameters and determining what shapes the nanobots should have, since he wasn't trying to build the entire system immediately. Instead, he was breaking the problem down into smaller parts. Ezra also began breaking down what he knew about artificial intelligence. Using his book of memories together with his own understanding, he tried to organize the knowledge he possessed into something that could be used within an alchemy system. The idea was still in its early stages, and there were still many things he needed to understand before he could create an actual AI system for the nanobots using alchemy. But that didn't bother him. For now, he only needed to understand the foundation, step by step, piece by piece. He would eventually put everything together. Ezra also finished reading all the books on essence that Professor Nine had recommended to him, along with all the books related to his academy courses. Because of that preparation, when the main test week finally arrived, Ezra moved through the examinations with ease. The tests were not difficult enough to stop him. He had already spent too much time studying the material for the questions to become a serious problem. However, the actual results wouldn't be revealed until the end of the semester. There was still time before everyone would know how well they had performed. Many things had happened during those months. There had been growth. There had been new knowledge. There had been new problems. And there had also been many things Ezra had managed to remove from his list of things that still needed to be accomplished. Now, another matter had returned to the front of his attention: the Ghost Crawler. Inside the Craft and Research Seekers Club laboratory, Ezra's group was seated at what had now become their usual gathering place. The documents containing their combined research were spread across the table. There were several pages now, unlike the nearly empty sheets they had received when the project first began. Jeremy picked up the main report and began reading it aloud. The Ghost Crawler. His eyes moved across the written information. An 8-legged creature with fangs filled with venom. It has the ability to spit venom and also produce webs that are sticky enough to lock a person in place if the webs wrap around their body. He turned the page. Because of the elasticity properties of the webs, the second male upperclassman continued while looking at his own copy of the research report. The webs are difficult to break once they have wrapped around a person, which means anyone caught by them could become an easy target for the Ghost Crawler. Emily listened while looking down at the report in front of her. She still seemed unable to completely accept some of the information they had discovered. I still can't believe just one Ghost Crawler was able to wipe out an entire town without anyone noticing. Her voice carried a mixture of fear and amazement. She looked down at another section of the report. It was only after more and more towns began to vanish that the local guards finally noticed something was wrong with the reduction in the population of commoners. She tapped the section where the information had been written. They first thought that maybe the commoners had begun migrating from their towns to other places. Emily slowly shook her head. But after searching those towns, she paused. No findings were made. A sigh escaped her mouth. Even after reading the report several times, the information still sent a chill through her. The idea of an entire town disappearing without anyone immediately understanding what had happened was disturbing enough. But the fact that it had happened more than once made it worse. It was after the local guards who were stationed in one of the towns went missing. Agnes spoke while reading through the report, that the suspicion finally began to ignite. She turned another page. The group became quieter. The Ghost Crawler wasn't simply a monster they were going to study from a safe distance. They were preparing to enter the Black Zone and hunt it. And after reading what a single Ghost Crawler had already done to several towns, everyone at the table was beginning to understand why their upperclassmen had taken this mission seriously from the very beginning. The research they had gathered was still incomplete. There were still many questions they needed to answer. But now they finally had something to work with. And with only a few weeks remaining before their journey into the Black Zone, the group could no longer afford to treat the Ghost Crawler as just another academy assignment. Chapter 392, Expert Report Writer. The local guards made their complaints and were given assistance from state alchemists, but all of them disappeared just like the rest. Agnes looked through the research report with the same amazed expression Jeremy had while reading the combined report. Her eyes moved across the pages, following the information they had gathered over the past few weeks. Finally, an Imperial alchemist had to intervene, finally revealing that this was all the work of a Ghost Crawler. Diane spoke softly before covering her mouth with one hand while she yawned. Her half-closed light blue eyes remained on the report for another moment before she lowered her hand. All 6 members looked at the document spread across the table. The laboratory had become much quieter than before. The usual conversations from the other groups had already faded, leaving only the occasional movement of paper and the low hum of the laboratory equipment around them. "This is crazy work, Ezra." Jeremy looked at him with clear amazement. "When you said you would finish all the combined reports by yourself, I thought maybe you were getting ahead of yourself since you're just a first year, but then..." He paused and looked toward Agnes, Emily, and the other 2 upperclassmen sitting around the table. The look on his face showed that he still couldn't quite believe how much work Ezra had managed to complete. Jeremy remembered how badly the others had countered his argument when he had first questioned Ezra's ability to handle the report. They had reminded him that Ezra Ashenlocke was the same person who had once presented his invention before a crowd of close to 1 million people, both those physically present and those watching through Skynet. He had stood before that enormous audience and used his own written presentation to explain his invention. If Ezra could handle something like that, then who else among them could have written a report of this level? Diane had also supported them because, logically, Ezra was the best choice for the job. Jeremy finally laughed at himself. "Ha, I was really stupid." He scratched the back of his head while looking slightly embarrassed. At that time, Ezra didn't care whether Jeremy had agreed with the decision at the beginning or not. He simply didn't want someone with low skills writing their final report. He knew exactly how much of a headache it would become if Vera reviewed the report and decided that their research wasn't good enough. She could easily send it back to them, and then she could send it back again even if it was now in passable stage. And again, until someone with the proper skills finally rewrote it. Ezra had no desire to experience that. At least, not because someone else had decided to write a poor report. Agnes closed the document in front of her and looked toward her fellow classmates. "Samuel, Hugh." Both boys turned toward her. "Have you both bought the stocks on medical elixirs?" she asked. "Yeah." The 2 nodded. Jeremy leaned back slightly in his chair. "I heard that you Ashenlocke's got the manuals on the alchemy circles for the new gun part and ammunition at the end of the 2nd month. He looked toward Ezra with an excited expression. There was a noticeable amount of interest in his eyes. "Yes." Ezra replied plainly. "That's really good." Hugh nodded with a pleased expression. "Our firepower has increased even more," Jeremy added, also clearly pleased by the information. Ezra didn't say anything. "Well, it's not the only thing I have in my arsenal now," he thought to himself. Now that he had reached the Adept Alchemist rank, there were a lot of guns within his Gun Alchemy set that he could now create, and for the mission, he wanted to try them out. He had only been able to use a limited number of them before, but with his advancement, more possibilities had opened up. Ezra kept that thought to himself. There was no reason to explain everything he had gained access to. Not that he planned to. All right. Jeremy gathered his documents and stood from his seat. "We will all meet at the entrance of the Black Zone when the day for departure arrives." He looked around the table one last time. "Say your goodbyes to your friends and prepare your minds." His tone was calm, but the words carried more weight than the casual way he said they suggested. The Black Zone was no longer just something written in their research documents. They were actually going there. Jeremy left the laboratory as the bell announcing the end of the club activities rang throughout the clubhouse. The students around them began packing their belongings. Chairs scraped lightly against the floor as everyone stood, and the sound of documents being folded and placed into bags filled the room. Diane slowly stood up. Her light blue eyes were still half closed as she walked toward where her maid was waiting. She was going to leave together with Vera again. "Yo." Cyrus raised one hand and waved. He was already preparing to leave. Ezra looked toward him. "How is your group's preparation for your hunt going?" he asked calmly. "Honestly, it should be easy." Cyrus sighed. "But with the way Maxwell and Ernest are always arguing, I think we're going to die from Ernest's nagging and Maxwell's stubbornness." His voice carried the tiredness of someone who had already listened to too many arguments. "I mean, I get why Ernest wouldn't like Maxwell and would think he's going to be a burden to the group, since he hasn't seen how crazy that guy is. Cyrus explained his frustration while he and Ezra walked out of the laboratory with the other students. The group slowly moved through the clubhouse corridors toward the exit. Their footsteps mixed with the voices of other students leaving their own club activities. "Your group sounds fun," Ezra replied flatly. Cyrus stopped for half a second. He looked at Ezra in disbelief. "Are you trying to tease me? Process it however you want to process it." Ezra continued looking ahead as he walked. "You are definitely making fun of me." Cyrus acted as though he had been deeply offended. He placed one hand against his chest before looking around at the other students passing them. Then he noticed Maxwell. Maxwell was walking calmly with Cherry as always. The moment Maxwell saw Cyrus, he raised one hand and waved. Cyrus waved back. Cherry immediately hid behind Maxwell when she noticed Cyrus looking at her. "Ha ha ha." Cyrus laughed awkwardly. He lowered his hand. "Am I that ugly that she's running away from me?" he asked in a low voice. Ezra didn't say anything, since to him, it wasn't his business to answer. He simply continued walking. Cyrus eventually recovered almost immediately and continued beside him. "You know, I just realized I haven't seen your lady and you together in the club for weeks now." He said it plainly. His eyes shifted toward Ezra as he tried to see his reaction. Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly at Cyrus. Cyrus continued speaking as though he hadn't noticed. "Normally, I would get to watch you two go at each other, talking in your plain and flat tones, and be entertained whenever I saw you getting frustrated." A grin appeared on his face. "But since the end of the first month, Vera has been really busy." He paused. "Even you." Ezra remained silent. Cyrus didn't push the subject any further. The two eventually reached the exit of the club. Lucy was already waiting there patiently for her master. She stood near the entrance with her hands together, her usual bright smile appearing the moment she noticed Ezra. "Master." Lucy waved happily. Ezra's expression remained calm as he approached her. Cyrus looked at Lucy's bright face. "Her smile never gets old," he said with a simple smile on his face. "And she's growing more and more." Cyrus had already known that Lucy was much older than both him and Ezra, even though all three of them looked relatively close in age from the outside. Of course, Lucy always had this matured look to her to other people when she wasn't around Ezra. "You really are lucky to have a maid like her," he said plainly. Ezra only glanced at him. He then took out his ID card, scanned it against the club's exit system, and walked out of the clubhouse. Cyrus and Lucy followed him. The three of them left through their usual first transport before separating to board the noble steam carriage that would take them back to their residence. The ride was quiet. The academy gradually disappeared behind them as the steam carriage continued along the road. By the time Ezra arrived home, the sky had already darkened. He went straight into his study as he always did. The room was filled with the familiar smell of neatly arranged paper, scent spray, and the faint metallic scent coming from the small pieces of equipment he had left inside a box on his work table neatly arranged. Ezra placed his belongings down. Then he returned to his studies. After finishing what he needed to do, he continued working on the small layout he had begun developing for his nanopath. He wasn't trying to rush the process. At his current Adept Alchemist rank, there was no reason for him to force the development of the path before he was ready. If anything, rushing it could create a much bigger problem. In order to create a proper cultivation process for the nanopath, Ezra needed to perfect its philosophy to a certain level first. And the philosophy needed to be stable enough for the cultivation process to work. If he attempted to cultivate the path without fully understanding its philosophy, there was a chance of causing a cognitive reversal. And that was something Ezra absolutely didn't want. Creating a new alchemy path wasn't easy. It wasn't something that could be completed simply by copying an existing path and changing a few things. The philosophy, the cognitive circulation, the cultivation method, the alchemy formulas, and the relationship between the path and the body all had to work together. One mistake could ruin the entire system. Ezra leaned back in his chair and looked at the unfinished layout on his desk. Several pages were spread across the table. Some contained notes. Others contained rough diagrams. There were also sections where he had crossed out entire ideas and written new ones beside them. He stared at the work for a while. Then his thoughts slowly moved toward Andraver. I wonder if Andraver felt the same way while making the Gun Alchemy path. Ezra rested his chin against one hand. The thought stayed in his mind for several seconds. Creating an entirely new path was probably something that even Andraver couldn't have completed quickly. There had to have been countless failed ideas, countless adjustments, and probably more than a few moments when he wondered whether the entire thing was even possible. Ezra looked back at his own unfinished work. A small smile appeared on his face. He wasn't in a hurry. There was still plenty of time. For now, understanding the philosophy was more important than trying to complete the path. He eventually closed the book in front of him and began putting the papers together. The room had become quiet. The only sound left was the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. Ezra looked toward it. It was already late. He had done enough for today. He closed his phone tablet and stood from his chair. Tomorrow would bring another day of academy life. And after that, another. But eventually, the day of their departure into the Black Zone would arrive. Ezra rearranged his study materials as well as research and diagrams properly, then turned off the light in his study before leaving the room. Chapter 393, Departure into the Black Zone. Good morning, all my students of Royal. A male voice echoed loudly across the academy grounds. It was already past 9 in the morning, yet the academy looked slightly emptier than usual. The walkways weren't completely deserted though, but there were fewer students moving between the buildings compared to an ordinary school day. Yeah, it's the news club back again, bringing you today's news. A female voice smoothly followed her male partner. The broadcast continued through the academy's public sound system, carrying across the open grounds and into the different buildings. First of all, how are your club activity preparations going? The male newscaster took over again. At one of the nearby pavilions, several students sat together while drinking tea and listening to the broadcast. Some were discussing their own club activities, while others were simply enjoying the quiet morning before their next lessons. Well, we have the whole 3 weeks for full preparations for the upcoming club tournament. The female newscaster spoke with an excited tone. Some of you are going to be the stars for your clubs. The male newscaster continued calmly. Across the academy, students were already busy preparing for the upcoming tournament. At the Music Heavens Club, Selena stood inside the main music studio, leading the group through the score they were practicing. Her fingers moved with the rhythm as she guided the others through the piece, keeping her attention on the music while the other members followed her lead. The professor of the club and the other members watched the performance with warm expressions. The sound of the instruments filled the studio while the news club's broadcast continued outside, as the same broadcast traveled through the walkways and hallways of the mix arena. It wasn't limited to the first-year students, because this was the general news club team, which provided news for the entire academy. So, every year could hear it. Some of you are working hard on bringing scrap into beautiful working inventions, while some of you are training hard in your sports activities. The female newscaster continued calmly. On one of the mix arena training tracks, Veda ran with all his strength. His breathing had already become heavier, but he didn't slow down. Ahead of him, Ravener was already several steps in front. Veda's eyes narrowed as he tried to catch up. He had managed to take second place, leaving most of the other runners behind through their natural physical speed rather than cognitive enhancement. His shoes struck the track repeatedly as he maintained his pace. Ravener didn't look back. He simply continued running. The distance between them remained small enough for Veda to see him clearly, but large enough that catching him would still take effort. Elsewhere, inside the Royal IQ Club, Willow sat calmly before a chessboard. Across from her sat Sasha, who was her opponent. The pieces were spread across the board between them. Sasha had a smirk on her face despite the fact that she was the one currently losing. Willow stared at the board with a serious expression without saying anything. She already knew Sasha still had another move hidden somewhere. That was why her own next move mattered. If Willow made the wrong move, Sasha would get the opening she had been waiting for. So, she carefully considered the board before moving her hand toward one of her pieces. The broadcast continued across the academy. And finally, to those who will be risking their lives for the sake of their club activities. The female newscaster's voice became calmer. Please come back safe. Both newscasters said together. Their voices echoed across the academy grounds before the broadcast moved on to the main news. However, inside the steam bus that was carrying Ezra and his group toward their destination, the students couldn't hear everything. The sound of the steam engine and the movement of the vehicle drowned out most of the broadcast, especially now that they had arrived at the gates of the Black Zone. The Academy's Black Zone had been created for one purpose: to give the students of Royal a training experience against monsters of different strengths. Unlike the normal forest training ground, the Black Zone possessed numerous forest ecosystems designed to accommodate different types of monster species. Over the years, monsters had been gathered and bred inside the massive training area. Because of that, the Black Zone had eventually become one of the most heavily infested monster locations in Britannia. Yet despite the number of monsters living inside it, the area remained heavily guarded. The strongest alchemists of Royal Academy protected the zone, while high-quality ores had been used to construct its walls and defensive systems. The entire place had been designed to remain properly sealed. Only students and academy personnel were allowed inside when the Black Zone was being used for training. But the walls only protected the outside. Once a student entered the Black Zone, the situation became different. Inside those walls, the students were responsible for protecting themselves. That was why the academy had added spatial circles throughout the zone. The circles could send students directly toward the habitat of their assigned target monster, reducing the amount of time they needed to travel through the dangerous areas. Spatial scrolls were also provided for their return. Because of these systems, the number of student deaths had been greatly reduced. But the danger had never disappeared completely. If the students were prepared, they could survive. If they weren't, the Black Zone wouldn't care. The steam bus finally came to a stop at the parking lot. The sound of its engine gradually faded as the vehicle settled into place. The doors opened. The students began walking out. Ezra stepped down from the steam bus and stretched both arms above his head. His eyes then moved upward. The first thing he saw was the wall. It towered above the surrounding area, stretching so high that it seemed to reach into the sky. Its dark surface was reinforced with layers of defensive materials, giving the entire structure a heavy feeling. Ezra stared at it for a moment. Damn. Cyrus walked out behind him. He also looked up. His head tilted farther backward as he tried to see the top of the enormous wall. That's really big. It's almost as big as the Force Towers. Maxwell stepped down from the steam bus as well. He looked toward the wall with a calm expression. Really big didn't seem like enough to describe it. Other students from different clubs were also arriving at the Black Zone. Their groups gathered around the parking lot before being guided toward the Academy's Black Zone office. Each club had its own activity to complete. One of the groups Ezra recognized was the Geographical Club because Nate was among the students moving with them. When Nate noticed Ezra and Cyrus, he raised his hand and waved. Ezra gave him a small nod. Cyrus waved back. Nate then followed his group toward the office where the academy guards were directing the students. Ezra and his group followed shortly afterward. The inside of the Black Zone's administrative grounds was much larger than Ezra had expected. Different groups were being directed toward different areas. The academy guards moved between them, checking their documents and making sure every student went to the correct location. Eventually, Ezra was separated from Cyrus. Cyrus followed his own group, while Ezra continued with Diane and the others toward another section of the large office grounds. A receptionist stood near one of the entrances. Please make your way into this numbered room. She handed Jeremy a card with the number of the office they were supposed to enter. Jeremy accepted it. All right, everyone, let's go. He led the group forward. Diane walked calmly behind him, her eyes moving across the facility. She plainly examined the walls, the security systems, and the guards stationed around the area. But Emily wasn't nearly as calm. This place looks really scary, she said quietly. Her eyes moved around the hallway. Several guards stood along the walls. They were silent, their faces expressionless as they watched the students pass. Emily's gaze remained on them for a few seconds. She didn't like the way they stood there. They looked as though nothing surprised them anymore. You're always scared of the little things. Agnes scolded her. She sounded annoyed that Emily was already frightened despite the fact that they hadn't even entered the Black Zone yet. Emily glanced at her. I'm not scared. You are. I am not. Agnes simply looked at her, getting more and more annoyed. Emily went quiet. The group continued walking. Eventually, they reached an elevator. Jeremy pressed the button, and the doors opened. Everyone stepped inside. The elevator carried them upward until they reached the 4th floor. The doors opened again. The group stepped into another quiet hallway. After following the receptionist's directions, they finally reached the office assigned to them. Inside, the atmosphere immediately became more serious. A staff member sat behind a desk. Several documents were already prepared. The group was told what they needed to do before entering the black zone. One of those documents was the death warrant. The students had to sign it before they were allowed to enter. Ezra picked up the document. His eyes moved over the words. He understood exactly what signing it meant. The academy was not promising that they would return. They were entering a place where the responsibility for their survival ultimately belonged to them. Ezra calmly signed his name. His expression didn't change. He handed the document back to the staff member. The others followed. Some signed without hesitation. Others stared at the document for longer before finally writing their names. Emily's fingers shook slightly as she held the pen. She took a breath before signing. Jeremy remained serious. Agnes looked calm. Diane simply completed the process without saying anything, while Samuel and Hugh signed with serious expressions too. Once everyone had finished, the staff member collected the documents. I wish you students luck, and may the scholars be with you, he said warmly. He then handed each student an alchemy scroll. Additional space bags were also provided. They contained food and water for each member of the group. The students accepted their supplies and checked them before preparing to leave. Jeremy looked around. Everyone ready? The others nodded. The staff member walked toward a control panel beside the alchemy spatial circle. He placed his hand against the switch. Then he pulled it down. Click. The alchemy spatial circle immediately activated. Violet lightning burst from the system. It flowed through the drawn alchemy circle like water rushing through a channel, following every line of the formation before connecting the entire system together. The light grew stronger. The air around the group began to distort. The students could feel the spatial alchemy pulling at their bodies. Their clothes moved from the pressure. Loose strands of hair lifted. The temperature around them seemed to shift as the spatial circle continued gathering power. Everyone looked down at the glowing formation beneath their feet. Ezra remained completely relaxed. Diane was the same. Her half-closed eyes barely changed as the violet light spread around her. Emily, however, immediately clasped her hands together. Please. She began praying under her breath. Please let us come back safely. Samuel joined her. Hugh also lowered his head. Even Jeremy, who had been trying to keep a calm appearance since they arrived, quietly prayed. Agnes tightened her hands slightly. Her eyes remained fixed on the glowing spatial circle. The violet light continued growing brighter. The edges of their bodies began disappearing into the light as the spatial alchemy took effect. One by one, the students were consumed by the formation. The final thing Ezra saw before the spatial circle completed its function was the office slowly disappearing behind the violet glow. Then, space shifted. The group vanished. Far away. Back at the mix arena, Vera sat inside the craft and research seeker's laboratory. A pair of glasses rested neatly on her face as she looked through several schematics. Her eyes moved slowly across the information. One page. Then another. Her fingers adjusted the corner of the paper before she continued reading. The laboratory around her remained busy. Students worked at their tables, while the occasional sound of equipment operating filled the room. Vera eventually stopped. Her eyes shifted toward the clock. She stared at it for a few seconds. They must have left already. Her expression remained plain. There was no obvious worry on her face, and she didn't make any dramatic reaction. She simply looked at the time, understood what it meant, and returned her attention to the schematics in front of her. Her glasses caught the light from the laboratory lamps as she lowered her head. The black zone was already far away. Ezra and the others had already begun their journey. Vera knew she couldn't do anything about it now. So, she continued working. For the moment, that was all she could do. Chapter 394, Ghost Crawler Hunt. In a silent part of the black zone, snow fell gently from the pale sky. The flakes drifted between the branches of the silver birches before settling across their thin trunks and the few leaves that still remained attached to them. Most of the leaves had already disappeared beneath the snow, leaving the trees looking almost bare. Farther ahead, more trees stretched across the white landscape, their shapes becoming less clear with distance. Behind them stood the dark outlines of mountains, partially covered by snow and fading into the cold mist. There was no sign of the academy, no buildings, no paved roads, no sound of steam carriages. Only the quiet movement of nature remained. The sound of flowing water came from somewhere deeper within the forest, its movement faint but steady beneath the cold air. Birds chirped occasionally from the branches, their voices carrying farther than they probably should have in such a quiet place. For a few moments, everything seemed peaceful. Then, Cr. A faint sound came from the stone platform. Crack. The sound of something splitting followed. Crack. The space above the platform suddenly distorted. An alchemy circle engraved into the stone began glowing violet, and the air around it twisted as though an invisible hand had grabbed the world and pulled it apart. The violet light spread through the lines of the spatial alchemy circle. The surrounding snow trembled. Then the distortion stopped. A group of figures stood upon the stone platform. Ezra was the first to look around. He didn't immediately speak. His black plain eyes moved across the snowy forest, taking in the trees, the mountains, the flowing water, and the strange quietness surrounding them. "We are here," Jeremy finally said. He rubbed his gloved hands together while looking around. Even though he was trying to maintain the calm attitude expected from the leader of the group, there was still some nervousness in his expression. They had finally entered the black zone. There was a difference between reading about the place inside a research document and actually standing inside it. The cold air touching his face was real. The forest around them was real. And somewhere inside that forest was the creature they had spent weeks researching. The ghost crawler. Ugh! Emily suddenly dropped to her knees. Her body bent forward as she vomited onto the snow. Samuel immediately moved toward her. "Take it easy, Emily." He placed one hand against her back and rubbed it slowly. Emily tried to breathe, but the nausea caused by the teleportation hadn't completely disappeared. She wiped her mouth with one hand. "I hate spatial transportation." She barely managed to say the words. But she wasn't the only one suffering from the effects. Hugh sat down on the stone platform. He crossed his legs and placed both hands against his knees while taking slow breaths. His face had lost some of its usual color. "Still can't get used to this form of transportation." Agnes looked toward him. She shook her head slightly. "You're an alchemist." Her tone carried a faint disappointment. "You should have gotten used to it by now." Hugh gave her a tired look. "Knowing that doesn't make my stomach agree with you." Agnes didn't answer. Diane had already stepped away from the platform. She looked around the forest with her usual tired expression, her eyes moving slowly across the snow-covered landscape. "So, this is what part of the black zone looks like." Her voice was soft, almost sleepy. She looked down. Then she placed one foot onto the snow. Crunch. The sound was surprisingly clear. Diane stared at the snow beneath her boot. "This snow isn't as strong as I expected it to be." There was a faint trace of disappointment in her voice. She pressed her foot down slightly harder. The snow sank beneath her boot. Diane looked at the shallow mark she had made. Jeremy finally appeared more relaxed. He reached into his space bag and took out a compass. The ghost crawler's main habitat is still a bit far from this place. He checked the compass, then compared the direction with the surrounding forest. His eyes moved toward the trees ahead. "Let's start making our advancement." He put the compass away. "We only have 2 weeks at maximum to spend in this area, so let's get moving now." His expression became more serious, especially because this isn't the only habitat of the ghost crawler we're hunting. The words made the others quiet down. 2 weeks. That was the maximum time they had. They couldn't waste several days simply walking around. Ezra calmly stepped down from the stone platform. The moment his boot touched the snow. Step. His expression didn't change. He closed his eyes for a moment. Then Cognis moved from his feet. It spread through the ground and surrounding area like ripples moving across the surface of water. The world around him changed. His hearing sharpened. The information his senses gathered began flowing into his mind. The chirping of birds. The movement of leaves from other types of trees farther away. The sound of flowing water. The soft movement of snow against the branches. Then something else. A faint, heavy breathing sound. Ezra's attention shifted. He could hear the sleeping sounds of a group of blizzard warthogs somewhere within the habitat. Other sounds followed. Small movements. Distant creatures. The subtle disturbance of snow beneath the feet of something moving far away. His mind began forming a white sketch in a blackboard of the area around him. The landscape gradually appeared inside his sensory perception. Trees. Snow. Water. Mountains. Monsters. Everything his senses could detect was slowly being added to the picture. We still have a long way to go, Ezra noted silently. He hadn't detected any obvious signs of the ghost crawler's main habitat yet. That meant they still had to continue deeper. Emily finally stood with Samuel's help. Hugh also pushed himself up from the stone platform. The 7 members of the group gathered together. Then they started advancing into the forest. But they didn't run. They walked. Their footsteps were kept as quiet as possible. The reason was simple. They didn't want to alert the other monsters living around them. Their research had also given them another reason to be careful. The ghost crawler was capable of sensing its surroundings from a considerable distance. If they made too much noise, there was a chance the monster could notice them before they ever reached its habitat. And none of them wanted that. Not here. Not when they were still trying to locate it. Emily walked near the center of the group. Her eyes continued moving around the forest. The snow-covered silver birches stood on both sides of them, their thin branches swaying whenever the cold wind passed through. She reached out and placed one hand against the trunk of a silver birch as she continued walking. I'm just saying this so I can be sure. She spoke carefully. But is the possibility of meeting multiple ghost crawlers not highly possible? Her eyes moved toward Jeremy. Since this is their habitat, Hugh thought about the question. Well, he scratched the side of his head. I guess that would be better. Emily looked at him. Hugh continued before she could ask why. I mean, if there are multiple ghost crawlers in one place, then it would mean they're just in their mature stage. He said it as though he had found a reasonable solution. Samuel immediately frowned. And he looked toward Hugh. How is facing multiple ghost crawlers a good thing? Agnes turned her head toward him. Are you an idiot? Her tone was dry and annoyed. Samuel's expression froze. Agnes continued walking without slowing down. We all did our research on this monster, and you're already forgetting some important details. She raised one hand slightly as she explained. Mature ghost crawlers aren't the ones with the Arcanist equivalent threat level. Those crawlers are only at the adept level of threat. Her hand lowered. So, facing a bunch of them won't be much of a problem as long as we don't fall under their combined illusion ability or get hit by their venom. Samuel's eyes widened slightly. Oh, he finally understood. That's true. Agnes looked ahead. However, there was one important detail that Samuel had left out. The ghost crawler Jeremy was actually afraid of when he first saw the name on the document Professor 9 had given them wasn't a mature ghost crawler. It was an elder ghost crawler. And there was one major factor that could be used to identify when a ghost crawler had reached the elder stage. They lived alone. A single elder ghost crawler. No group. No colony. No others nearby. Just one. The fact that they hadn't encountered another ghost crawler yet should have been reassuring. But somehow it wasn't. The forest remained quiet. Almost too quiet, if not for the snow, which continued falling. The silver birches swaying in the cold wind. Although no birds flew overhead, and no monster appeared from between the trees. The group continued forward. Then, guys. Jeremy suddenly raised his hand. Everyone stopped. The forest became silent around them. Samuel immediately placed one hand inside his space bag. Hugh reached behind his back and held his spear. His fingers tightened around the weapon. Agnes's eyes moved toward the right, then the left. then forward. Her expression changed as she tried to understand what had caused Jeremy to stop them. Emily immediately moved closer to Diane. Diane stood with her eyes closed. She looked almost completely relaxed despite the sudden change in the atmosphere. Ezra simply looked forward. He didn't reach for a gun in his space bag. He didn't change his stance. He didn't need to. His senses were already spread across the surrounding area. Nothing moved. The wind passed through the silver birches. Rustle. Snow slipped from one of the branches. Whomp. It landed softly on the ground. Emily swallowed. Nobody spoke. For a few seconds, the only things they could hear were the cold wind moving through the leaves and the gentle fall of snow. Jeremy's raised hand remained in the air. Then, slowly, he lowered it. Let's continue moving. His voice was calm. Samuel relaxed his hand. Hugh lowered his spear slightly. Emily released the breath she had been holding. Agnes didn't relax. Her eyes continued moving around the forest. She looked toward the trees. Then the snow. Then the distant mountains. Something about the situation bothered her. But there was nothing. At least, nothing she could see. The group began walking again. Ezra followed. He took several steps before suddenly leaning back slightly. His black eyes shifted. Something had moved. It was fast. Very fast. A stretched-out branch-like shape had passed through the forest in front of him. It looked almost like a vein. It moved between the trees for only a moment before disappearing from his direct line of sight. Ezra's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't stop the group. He simply watched the place where it had disappeared. His expression remained plain, but his attention had become much sharper. We are in a Dryans's territory. Ezra muttered quietly to himself. Chapter 395, Ghost Crawler Hunt 2. Another vein-like branch moved before anyone had time to react. Whoosh. It struck the silver birch at the end of Ezra's left side, passing dangerously close to Samuel, who had been walking slightly ahead of him. The thin trunk shook from the impact. Snow fell from its branches in a sudden shower. For a moment, nobody understood what had happened. Then the entire group turned toward the sound. Dryans's! Agnes shouted, her voice cutting through the quiet forest. Her expression changed at once. She no longer looked relaxed. Her eyes moved across the trees, searching for the source of the attack. I can't see where they are, Samuel said as he looked around. He immediately reached into his space bag and pulled out a small wooden plank, gripping it firmly as he prepared to ignite his wood alchemy. Hugh also moved. He pulled his spear from behind his back and lowered his body slightly, ready to attack anything that appeared. Emily stepped closer to them. She looked around the forest with growing fear. The trees looked exactly the same as they had a moment ago. Thin silver birches stood in every direction, their trunks covered in snow, their branches swaying gently in the cold wind. Nothing seemed unusual. There were no monsters. No movement. No glowing eyes staring from between the trees. Nothing. Then, ah! Jeremy screamed. His body suddenly jerked upward. A vein-like branch had wrapped itself around his leg. It had emerged from the side of a tree so quickly that he hadn't even noticed it until it had already caught him. The branch tightened around his leg. Jeremy's body was dragged off the ground. Get me down. His voice echoed through the forest as the dry end pulled him higher. The branch continued tightening. His body rose another few feet. Then, flash. Diane moved. She jumped forward and swung her thin sword in one clean motion. The blade cut through the vein branch before it could drag Jeremy farther into the trees. The severed branch fell away. Jeremy dropped. Whoa! He twisted his body in the air, trying to control his fall. As he came down, he brought both hands together. Clap. Cognis immediately moved through his veins and gathered in his arms before flowing out through his palms. A dark purple alchemy circle began forming beneath him. The lines appeared one after another. Before Jeremy touched the ground, the circle had already been completed. Bam! He slammed both hands against the snow-covered ground. The alchemy circle ignited. Dark purple cognis spread outward in the shape of lightning. It crawled across the ground and through the surrounding trees, moving from one place to another like cracks spreading across glass. The forest changed. The camouflage covering the dry ants began breaking apart. One tree that had looked completely normal suddenly moved. Then another. And another. The brown surface of their bodies slowly separated from the surrounding trees as their forms became visible. Samuel's eyes widened. I can see them now. The dry ants were everywhere. Dark brown wooden bodies stood among the silver birches. Their bodies were thin in some places and thick in others, with roots extending beneath the snow. Their arms were not normal branches. They looked like long veins that could stretch, bend, and wrap around anything that came within their reach. Samuel's grip tightened around his wooden plank. There were more than he had expected. Then the dry ants opened their mouths, or what looked like mouths. The wooden parts of their faces split apart. Krara Auk. Krara Auk. Krara Auk. Their cries echoed through the snowy forest. The sound wasn't like the roar of a normal monster. It sounded like several large trees being torn apart at the same time. The branches around them shook. Snow dropped from the trees. Birds suddenly flew from the forest canopy. The dry ants began moving. Their roots tore through the snow as they advanced in a pack. The trees around them were pushed aside as their bodies forced their way forward. One dry ant wrapped a vein branch around a nearby tree. The branch tightened. Then the creature pulled. Crack. The tree bent toward it. The dry ant used the tension like a spring. The vein branch suddenly shot toward the group. Incoming. Jeremy shouted. He kept pouring cognus into his illusion alchemy. He couldn't afford to stop. If the dry ants regained their camouflage, the group would lose their biggest advantage. The incoming branch moved straight toward them. Hugh reacted immediately. He turned sharply. His spear moved behind him as he pulled his arm backward, gripping the weapon with both strength and control. Ah! He jumped. Cognus flowed into his legs, strengthening his muscles and pushing his body higher. The incoming branch passed beneath him. Hugh twisted his body in the air and drove his spear forward. Boom! The spear pierced through the thin wooden body of one dry ant. The impact cracked its body. Wood splinters flew outward. Hugh forced himself through the creature, breaking apart its upper body before landing on the other side. His boots struck the snow. He immediately turned around. But before he could attack again, something passed him. Fast. Hugh's eyes widened. Ezra had flashed past him from the right. For a moment, Hugh didn't even understand what he had seen. Then Ezra raised his EV-26 MK.2 shotgun. Bang! The first shot exploded through the snowy forest. The dry ant in front of Ezra jerked backward. The pellets tore through the wooden surface of its head, leaving several holes across its face. Before the creature could recover, Ezra had already shifted his body. His right foot stepped forward. His upper body rotated. The shotgun moved with him. Bang! Another dry ant on his other side was struck. Ezra didn't stop. He kept walking. His movements were smooth rather than rushed, with each step already carrying him toward his next target. Bang! Another shot. The dry ant's head snapped backward. Ezra turned again. Bang! Another. Then another. Bang! 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 Each shot was aimed toward the head. He wasn't firing randomly. Every movement had a purpose. His feet adjusted his position. His waist turned with his shoulders. His arms followed the movement of his body instead of fighting against it. The shotgun rose, fired, lowered, and moved toward the next target. By the time Hugh had recovered from his first attack and prepared to join Ezra, several dry ants were already lying across the snow. Hugh stared. What the hell? He couldn't hide the shock in his voice. "He's too fast," he said, almost forgetting his grammar as he watched Ezra move through the dry ants. Ezra's movements were too quick for Hugh to follow properly, and even the dry ants were not having it better. It wasn't simply his speed. It was the way he moved between targets without wasting a single step. One moment he was facing a dry ant. The next, his body had already turned toward another. He fired. Moved. Turned. fired again. The Dryads were being destroyed before they could surround him. But on the other side of the battlefield, Diane was dealing with the monsters in a completely different way. She didn't even use her frost alchemy. She didn't need it. Diane stepped directly into the path of the incoming Dryads. Her thin sword remained in her hand. A vein branch snapped toward her. She jumped. Her body twisted through the air. Another branch passed beneath her. She turned her shoulders to avoid a third. The thin branches moved around her like a net. Diane calmly slipped between them. Then her sword flashed. Flash. One vein branch fell. She twisted again. Flash. Another branch was cut. But one branch was deliberately left untouched. Diane reached for it. Her hand closed around the wooden vein. Then she pulled. The Dryad resisted quickly. Its roots dug deeper into the ground. Krrk. The snow around its roots shifted. Krrk. The ground began cracking. The Dryad pulled backward with all of its strength. Its roots dug into the frozen earth, trying to hold its body in place. Diane simply pulled harder. Her natural strength overwhelmed it. The creature's roots began tearing free from the ground. Crack. The Dryad was ripped from the earth. Dark green liquid leaked from the torn roots and dropped onto the snow. The sight made the white ground look stained. Diane's light blue eyes followed the movement of the monster. The Dryad was being dragged toward her. She tightened her grip on her sword. Then she pushed forward. Flash. Her blade passed through the monster's body. The Dryad was cut into two. Krrk. The wooden body shook. Krrkk. The roots twitched against the snow. Then, crack. The creature's body split farther apart. Krayak. A strange wooden scream came from it before the Dryad finally stopped moving. Its two halves fell heavily onto the snow. Diane landed a short distance away. She swung her sword once. The dark green blood coating the blade slid off and fell onto the ground. She didn't stare at it. Nor did she hesitate. She simply moved toward the remaining Dryads. You two should protect Jeremy, Agnes said calmly. She looked toward Samuel and Emily. I'm joining Lady Diane Bergwin. She immediately left after saying those words. She didn't wait for either of them to answer. Samuel was already acting. He dropped the wooden plank in his hand. He clapped his hands, beginning the alchemy ignition process. Cogniz flowed to his palms. The alchemy circle formed, and the wooden plank began getting influenced by the wood alchemy circle. Wooden structures rose from the ground and blocked several of the vein branches that had managed to break through the main battle area. The branches struck the wooden barrier. Thud. Another slammed into it. Crack. The barrier shook. Samuel gritted his teeth and poured more Cogniz into the alchemy circle. Stay near Jeremy. He shouted toward Emily. Emily nodded quickly. She remained close to Jeremy. Jeremy was still maintaining his illusion alchemy. Sweat had begun forming along his forehead. His breathing was becoming heavier. His Cogniz was continuously being consumed as the dark purple lightning spread through the forest and prevented the Dryads from returning to their camouflage. If he stopped, the creatures could disappear among the trees again, and the group would lose sight of them. So he continued. Even as his arms began to tremble, even as his breathing became rougher, he continued feeding Cogniz into the alchemy circle. On the other side of the battlefield, Hugh finally reached Ezra. The two began fighting together. Hugh thrust his spear into a Dryad's body. Ezra moved around the creature and fired into its head. Another Dryad attacked from behind. Hugh turned and blocked the incoming branch with his spear. The impact pushed him backward through the snow. He planted one foot firmly. Then he pushed forward. Stab. His spear pierced through the Dryad's chest. Ezra fired at the same time. Bang. The creature's head exploded apart. The battle continued. The Dryads attempted to surround them, but without their camouflage, their greatest advantage had disappeared. The group could see them. They could track their movements. They could predict the direction of their attacks. One by one, the Dryads fell. The forest slowly became quieter. The screams stopped. The snapping branches stopped. The sound of weapons striking would gradually disappeared. It took the group several hours, but eventually, the final giant collapsed. Hugh stood over it. His spear was buried deep inside its head. He pulled the weapon free. The dead creature's body dropped into the snow. That's the last one. Hugh looked around. Broken branches were scattered across the forest. Dark green blood stained several patches of snow. Some silver birches had been damaged during the battle, their trunks cracked and their branches hanging at odd angles. Hugh rested his spear against his shoulder. This type of giant is particularly weak since they couldn't use their camouflage ability. He smiled. Then his eyes moved toward Jeremy. Jeremy was sitting on the stone platform. His breathing was heavy. His shoulders rose and fell with every breath. Maintaining the illusion alchemy for that long had consumed a large amount of cognus. Hugh gave him a look of respect. I now see why Professor Nine mentioned that your alchemy path is a weapon against the ghost crawler. Agnes approached from the other side of the forest. Diane walked beside her. Both of them had finished dealing with the giants in their area. Agnes looked toward Jeremy. Her expression had become more serious. Your ability really is useful against creatures like these. Jeremy gave a tired laugh. I'm glad someone thinks so. He leaned forward slightly. Then Ezra looked around the forest. His eyes moved over the damaged trees. The dead giants. The broken branches. The blood covering the snow. His expression didn't change. We need to leave this area. Everyone looked toward him. Ezra wiped the dark green blood from his coat with a piece of cloth with a clean white handkerchief. He then cleaned the blood from his black gloves before adjusting his white scarf. The noise from this fight must have alerted some monsters around this area. He looked toward Jeremy. We shouldn't stay here. Jeremy listened. He was tired, but he understood the reasoning immediately. The forest had been silent before the battle. Now, the area was filled with the signs of a fight. Any monster nearby could have heard the giants screaming. Any creature capable of tracking blood could eventually find the remains. And they had no idea what might be living farther inside the forest. Jeremy pushed himself up. It's already getting late. He dusted the snow from his clothes. His breathing was still a little heavy, but his voice had returned to its usual calm tone. Let's advance a bit more, find a camp location, and finally rest for the day. He looked toward the forest ahead. We should increase our pace a little, so that by 2 days from now, we will already be close to the location of the ghost crawler. Everyone nodded. Nobody argued. The group gathered their belongings and prepared to move. Ezra was the last to look back. The giant corpses remained scattered among the snow-covered trees. The dark green blood slowly sank into the white ground. The forest had become quiet again, almost as quiet as before. But Ezra couldn't help noticing one thing. The birds that had fled during the battle had not returned. He looked toward the trees. Nothing moved. No branches swayed. No creature appeared. Only the wind passed through the silver birches. Ezra turned away. The group began advancing again, leaving the dead giants behind. Their footsteps disappeared deeper into the snow-covered forest. And behind them, the damaged trees stood in silence, their broken branches pointing toward the path the group had taken. Chapter 396, Ghost Crawler Hunt 3. The group continued deeper into the forest. After leaving the area surrounded by silver birches, the landscape slowly began to change. The thin white trunks disappeared behind them, replaced by tall winter spruce that stood much closer together. Their branches carried layers of snow, and the weight caused some of them to bend slightly toward the ground. Whenever the wind passed through the forest, the branches moved against one another with a low rustling sound. Snow continued falling from the sky. It wasn't heavy, but the steady stream of white flakes had already covered most of their previous footprints. The sun was also beginning to descend. The light between the trees had become weaker, and the shadows cast by the winter spruce stretched farther across the snow. Jeremy looked toward the fading sunlight before checking the map in his hand. We should camp here for today. He stopped walking and looked around the area. There was a relatively open space between several winter spruce, large enough for them to set up their tents without having to cut down any trees. Jeremy removed the second space bag containing his own stash food and water from his shoulder. Thud! He dropped it onto the snow. The bag sank slightly into the soft surface. Without wasting any time, Ezra walked toward the middle of what would become their temporary camp. He placed his space bag on the ground and began taking out pieces of prepared wood. The others watched him for a moment before continuing with their own preparations. Ezra arranged the wood carefully, placing the larger pieces at the bottom and smaller pieces above them so the fire could spread properly. He then took out the tools he needed. A few minutes later, the campfire was ready. Whoosh! The flames rose between the pieces of wood, casting a warm light over the surrounding snow. The contrast was almost strange. Everything around them was white and cold, yet the small circle around the fire had become warm and orange. "You really are something, Ezra Ashenlocke." Hugh looked at the completed campfire with an amazed expression. "For a first year, you already look like some expert explorer." He nodded as though he had just proven his own point. Agnes, who was arranging her luggage beside her already built tents, glanced toward Ezra. "Well, they did say you first years are going to be the new golden generation of Britannia." Her tone remained calm. She didn't sound particularly impressed or surprised. She simply continued arranging the things she needed for the night. Diane was also preparing her tent. Emily and Samuel did the same, each of them making sure their sleeping arrangements were properly set before the temperature dropped any further. After the group finally settled down, they gathered around the campfire for dinner. The flames moved gently whenever the wind passed through the open space. The smell of warm food mixed with the cold air, while small pieces of burning wood occasionally cracked inside the fire. Jeremy ate while reading through the map of the Black Zone. His finger moved across the map as he compared their current position with the route they had taken earlier. "It was my fault we got into the Giants' territory," he said, looking slightly frustrated. "I should have checked the map again before we began moving." His hand tightened around the edge of the map. He had already checked their route several times before entering the Black Zone, yet the mistake had still happened. "Giants aren't scary enough for us to worry too much about facing them," Hugh said as he sat beside Jeremy. "At least it wasn't a different monster, like maybe a snowhide bear." He paused. "Now that would have been worse." Hugh turned toward Jeremy with a simple smile. Jeremy looked at the map again. "Well, now that I'm checking this map properly, I can say we'll have better movement from now on." He folded the map slightly. "I promise." His frustration seemed to ease after saying it. The others continued eating. The night was becoming darker. The forest beyond the campfire was slowly turning into a mass of black shapes, with only the faint outline of the winter spruce visible through the falling snow. Diane eventually finished eating. "I'm off to sleep." She stood up after eating only a small amount and walked toward her tent. She pulled the tent flap aside and entered without another word. Samuel watched her disappear inside. "Isn't she always sleeping?" he asked awkwardly. Jeremy glanced toward Diane's tent. "So night duty will be." He looked around the remaining group sitting around the campfire. "You." He pointed at Hugh. "Agnes and Ezra." His finger eventually stopped on Ezra, who had just finished eating. "It will be a 2-hour watch before the next person takes over." Jeremy explained how the night shift would be arranged. "Who will go first?" He looked at the 3 people he had selected. "I will." Agnes raised her hand calmly. "I want to be able to sleep better, so going first seems better to me." She stood and stretched her arms. "Ezra." Hugh called his name. "You should go second. I'll go last." He said it in a friendly tone. "Okay." Ezra agreed without hesitation. He wasn't bothered by who went first or last. At the end of the day, he wasn't planning on getting much sleep anyway. And even if he did sleep, his naturally alert state wouldn't allow him to enter a deep sleep easily. Jeremy nodded. "All right, then let's quickly get some sleep so we can have enough energy for tomorrow's movement." Everyone began preparing for bed. Emily went into her tent. Samuel did the same. Jeremy and Hugh eventually entered theirs as well. Ezra also returned to his tent. That left Agnes alone beside the campfire. The night settled over the forest. For a while, nothing happened. The wind moved slowly through the winter spruce, causing the branches to rub against each other. Snow continued falling. The campfire burned steadily. Agnes sat beside it, reading while eating again. It was her way of keeping herself company while she was alone. At the same time, her senses were spread around the camp. She didn't need to constantly stare into the darkness. Instead, She allowed her perception to cover the surrounding area, ready to catch any strange movement that came close. The forest remained quiet. Then there was another layer of security. Ezra had prepared a thin string of bells around the camp before going to sleep. The string was positioned around the perimeter, with small bells attached at several points. It was a simple security method. If something moved through the string, the bells would ring. The other 6 members had been surprised by how prepared Ezra was when they first noticed it. For a first year, he seemed to have already considered things that many experienced explorers might forget. The soft blow of the wind passed through the camp. Ting! One of the bells rang faintly. Agnes glanced toward it. She waited. Nothing happened. The bell stopped moving. Agnes returned her attention to her book. A few minutes later. Miss Agnes. Agnes's body tensed. Her hand immediately moved toward her sword. Then she saw Ezra standing several steps behind her. Ah. Agnes sighed in relief. Don't walk up on me quietly, she said while keeping one hand tightly around her sword. I thought maybe you were a monster. She stood up and looked slightly annoyed. Then she picked up the empty plate she had placed beside her. She walked toward the area the group had designated as their disposable pit, where they had dug a hole for throwing away food wrappers and other disposable waste. Sorry about that, Ezra said plainly as she passed him. Agnes didn't answer. She simply continued toward the disposal pit. The camp became quiet again. The fire crackled. The bells occasionally moved with the wind. The forest remained dark. Ah! A scream tore through the camp. Ezra turned sharply toward the sound. Emily! Agnes immediately dropped what she was doing. She ran toward Emily's tent. The other boys woke almost at once. Tent flaps opened. Hugh came out holding his spear, his eyes moving rapidly around the darkness as he searched for an enemy. Samuel was already running toward Emily's tent the moment he stepped outside. Jeremy came out next. He looked around the camp before noticing Ezra calmly walking toward Emily's tent. What happened? Jeremy asked as he moved toward him. She just shouted. Ezra replied flatly. Why would you make that much noise in the night? Diane suddenly appeared from her tent. Only her head came out at first. She was still half asleep. She rubbed her eyes before slowly crawling out and standing. Jeremy looked at her for a moment. He noticed that she had changed into her nightwear. Before he could say anything, a voice came from inside Emily's tent. Emily! Samuel's worried voice pulled his attention back. Let's go check on her. Jeremy pointed toward the tent. The last 3 entered. Ezra stepped inside. The scene immediately caught his attention. Agnes was sitting down with Emily's head resting on her lap. She was holding Emily's hand. Emily was sweating badly. Her breathing was fast and uneven, and her body was trembling beneath the blanket. Her eyes were still closed, even though she was saying something low-voiced. I saw it, she whispered. Nobody immediately understood what she meant. Emily's fingers tightened around Agnes's hand. I saw it. Her breathing became heavier. I saw it. Again. I saw it. She repeated the same words over and over. I saw it. I saw it. I saw it. Her body suddenly shook harder. Agnes placed her free hand against Emily's shoulder. Calm down, Emily. She tried to keep her voice steady, but even Agnes couldn't hide the concern in her eyes. Samuel crouched beside them. Calm down, Emily, he said, clearly worried. What did she see? Jeremy asked while looking toward Agnes. His expression had become serious. Agnes looked down at Emily. She said. She hesitated. Even she couldn't understand why Emily was acting like this. Emily had been sleeping only moments ago. There was no reason for her to be this terrified unless she had seen something inside her dream. Agnes looked toward Jeremy. The ghost crawler, right? Ezra calmly completed the sentence for her. The tent became quiet. Agnes looked at him. The others did the same. Only Diane seemed unaffected. She was already sitting cross-legged on Emily's tent mat with her eyes closed, looking as though she could fall asleep again at any moment. Agnes finally nodded. Yes. Hugh blinked. The ghost crawler? He looked toward Emily. She must have seen it in her dream. His expression became uncertain. We all saw it in our dreams too, Ezra added. His words made everyone pause. Nobody immediately replied. The fire outside continued burning. One of the bells around the camp rang softly in the distance. Ting! Emily's trembling didn't stop. Her eyes remained closed tightly. I saw it. She whispered again. Chapter 397, Ghost Crawler Hunt 4. Agnes, Jeremy, Samuel, and Hugh all looked at Ezra in shock. The campfire continued burning beside them, its flames throwing an orange glow across the inside of Emily's tent. Outside, the forest remained dark, and the sound of the wind moving through the winter spruce occasionally reached them through the open tent entrance. Nobody spoke for a few seconds. Ezra remained calm. Senior Agnes saw it flash in her eyes like a vision when I came to call her. He pointed toward Agnes as he spoke plainly. Senior Jeremy, Senior Samuel, and Senior Hugh, you three must have also seen it in your dreams. That's why your faces looked pale when you walked out of your tents. But because you already guessed it was a dream, you didn't have the same reaction as Emily. His explanation made the others exchange looks. It was still only a guess. Ezra couldn't prove that what he was saying was true, but he had also seen the ghost crawler. He had seen its image flash through his eyes despite the fact that he wasn't sleeping at the time. That was the part that bothered him. If the ghost crawler had appeared to him while he was awake, while Emily had seen it during her dream, then there was a good chance that the creature had somehow reached every other member of the group. That meant Emily's scream had not been an isolated incident. That's why when Emily screamed, Ezra hadn't immediately rushed toward her tent like Agnes. He had first watched the expressions of the others. Jeremy. Samuel. Hugh. He had wanted to know whether they had also experienced something, and their pale faces had given him the answer. What about me, Ezra? Diane lazily pointed toward herself. Her eyes were still closed. She was sitting cross-legged on Emily's tent mat, as if the entire situation had not affected her at all. Ezra looked at her plainly. You know the answer to that yourself. He replied flatly. Diane remained quiet for a moment. Then she gave a small nod. So, everyone saw the ghost crawler like he just said. Jeremy looked around at the group. There was a faint panic in his expression now. I saw it in my dream. Hugh answered. His voice was quieter than usual. But I woke up immediately after I saw its violet glowing eyes. He swallowed. His hand tightened around his spear. Samuel hesitated. He looked down for a moment before finally admitting it. I also saw it. Agnes nodded. I did too. Her expression remained controlled, but her eyes had become more focused. It was the same for me. Diane replied. She sounded more tired rather than bothered by the dream. And also me. Jeremy was the last to speak. His answer completed Ezra's earlier statement. For a moment, nobody said anything. The 7 of them were now facing the same uncomfortable fact. Every one of them had seen the ghost crawler. Not 1. Not 2. All of them. But wait. Samuel looked toward Ezra with a confused expression. What does this mean? His voice carried more concern now. Ezra looked at him. It means it knows something that shouldn't be in its territory is here. His answer was simple. Samuel's expression became more serious. Ezra lowered himself slightly and placed his index finger against the mat as he continued explaining. The ghost crawler already has a grasp on what prey lives in its territory, like the dry ants we saw earlier. Even underground, there were white moths a bit far from our location during the fight with the dry ants, not to mention the flying birds. He paused. His finger remained against the mat. Almost all the monsters around this area are its prey. The others listened carefully. Ezra continued. That means it should already know about the creatures living around here. It should also know when something unfamiliar enters its territory. Hugh slowly stroked his chin. So, does that mean the ghost crawler, or ghost crawlers, weren't in their nest? His expression became thoughtful as he tried to follow Ezra's reasoning. If they were nearby, they should have already attacked us. Jeremy's expression remained tense. This has gotten more serious, then. He looked toward the entrance of the tent. The darkness outside suddenly seemed much deeper than it had a few minutes ago. Then why didn't they attack us? Agnes asked. Her voice was calm, but she was clearly thinking about the same problem. Emily was slowly beginning to calm down. Her breathing wasn't as wild as before, although her body still trembled beneath Agnes's hand. Ezra looked toward her. It wanted to know just how strong we were, so it can know who would be its first target. His voice remained as plain as ever. The words had barely left his mouth when the others turned toward Emily. She was beginning to move. Her fingers twitched. Her eyelids trembled. Emily mumbled. Her head shifted slightly against Agnes's lap. Then her eyes slowly began to open. She was hearing the worried voices of the others, but everything sounded distant and unclear. Her breathing was still uneven. She tried to understand where she was. The tent. The campfire. Agnes's hand holding hers. Samuel crouched beside her. Jeremy standing nearby. Hugh holding his spear. Ezra watching quietly. Diane sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. For a few seconds, Emily couldn't understand why everyone was gathered around her. Then she remembered. The dream. The violet eyes. The creature rushing toward her. The fanged mouth opening wide. Its body moving closer. 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 Aha! Emily screamed and sat upright. Her sudden movement nearly made Agnes lose her balance. Emily breathed heavily. Her chest rose and fell rapidly as she looked around at the faces of her group members. Her eyes were wide. Guys, she said between breaths. Her voice trembled. Samuel immediately leaned closer. It's okay. We're all here. His voice was warm and steady as he tried to calm her. Emily stared at him. She looked at Agnes. Then Jeremy. Then Hugh. She finally looked toward Ezra. Everyone was there. That seemed to help her breathing slow down. Seeing that Emily was awake, Ezra stood up. He stepped out of the tent. Jeremy followed him. Hugh came out after them, still holding his spear. The three stood outside the tent beneath the cold night sky. The campfire was still burning. Snow continued falling around them. The bells Ezra had placed around the camp remained where they had been, hanging from their thin strings. Nothing appeared to be moving. This is really bad, then. Hugh's voice was tense. What do we do now that it knows we're here? Ezra looked into the darkness beyond the camp. We'll just have to be careful. His answer was simple and direct. The illusion is the main problem. Jeremy immediately began thinking about their situation. His eyes moved toward the surrounding forest. I don't think it will attack us now, not when we're together, Ezra said. He paused for a moment before continuing. Another point from the research, like you said, is the illusionary ability it has to trick its prey's mind. So, the plan would be for it to attack us one by one. He looked toward the others. And Emily will be its first target because she's the easier one. Hugh repeated what Ezra had said inside the tent. Or maybe it will be the other way around. Ezra replied flatly. The two upperclassmen looked at him. Jeremy scratched his head. Arg. He was clearly frustrated. The more they thought about the ghost crawler, the less certain their situation became. They had entered the black zone to hunt the creature. But now it seemed as though the creature had already started hunting them. Jeremy finally made up his mind. Let's first abandon this area. He looked toward the tents. We can't stay in the same place where it knows we are. He pointed toward the camp. We're leaving now. Okay. Hugh immediately agreed. Jeremy turned toward Ezra. Ezra, please go and tell the others that we should begin moving now. We don't need to sleep anymore. Let's get to the crawler's nest before it can begin hunting us while we're moving. Ezra didn't argue. He simply turned around and went back inside the tent. A short while later, he relayed Jeremy's orders to the others. Everyone immediately began packing. Tents were folded. Space bags were closed. Food and water were secured. The campfire was put out. Nobody wanted to leave anything behind that could reveal their position. The entire process took only a few minutes. Hugh looked toward the dark forest. Maybe they wouldn't even attack us, and their plan is to wear us down before we get to their nest. He said his thoughts aloud while tightening the straps on his space bag. Jeremy considered it. The possibility is actually high when you put it that way. He replied. If the ghost crawler had already identified them as intruders, there was no reason for it to rush. It could simply wait. Watch. Follow. Force them to become tired. And attack in top shape when the group reaches its nest. The thought made the forest around them feel different. Nothing had changed. The winter spruce were still standing. Snow still covered the ground. The wind still moved through the branches. Yet now, every dark space between the trees felt like somewhere a monster could be hiding. The group finally left the camp. This time they ran. Their footsteps were almost silent because they enhanced their bodies with cognizance while moving. The snow barely made a sound beneath their feet. Except for Diane and Ezra. Neither of them needed cognizance to perform the movement. They simply ran at the same pace as everyone else. The group moved deeper into the forest. Their breathing remained controlled, but nobody was relaxed anymore. Samuel suddenly spoke while running. I still think we should give up on this mission since it's already come to this. He glanced toward Jeremy. Think about it. The ghost crawler already knows we're here. His expression was serious. What if we get wiped out before we even reach its nest? Agnes, running nearby, immediately answered. You know how many points we can lose if Professor 9 decides to score our club performance badly. Samuel clicked his tongue. Tisk. He couldn't counter her argument. She wasn't wrong. They had spent months preparing for this mission, and abandoning it now would affect their club performance. But that didn't make the situation less dangerous. Jeremy looked toward the others. We can do this, guys. He tried to motivate the group. We have some of the best young alchemists among our group. He glanced at Diane. Then his eyes moved toward Ezra. Ezra suddenly stopped running. Jeremy's words died immediately. He stopped as well. The others noticed. Their footsteps gradually came to a halt. Samuel looked toward Ezra. Agnes stopped. Hugh tightened his grip around his spear. Diane stood quietly, her eyes narrowing slightly. Nobody knew why Ezra had stopped. The forest around them was silent. Snow continued falling. Jeremy looked toward him. Ezra, why? Bang. A gunshot exploded through the forest. The sound tore through the silence. Everyone froze. Ezra's body had already moved before the others fully understood what had happened. His dull black eyes remained locked on the direction he had fired. Samuel looked completely horrified. Emily was the same. What the hell are you doing? Hugh shouted, his voice filled with terror and disbelief. Agnes froze completely, unable to understand what had just happened in front of her. Diane simply looked at the scene with her half-open light blue eyes. Ezra's eyes narrowed. The person lying in the snow was Jeremy. Ezra had shot him. Chapter 398, Ghost Crawler Hunt v. Smoke flowed slowly from the handgun Ezra held. The weapon in his hand was the Glock 40. The smell of gunpowder remained in the cold air, mixing with the smell of blood that had already begun spreading across the snow. Are you crazy? Hugh shouted again. His hand immediately went to his spear, and he pointed the weapon toward Ezra. Drop your gun now. His voice was filled with anger, but there was fear underneath it as well. Because of the look on Ezra's face, even though he had just done something absolutely confusing. Ezra didn't answer. His dull black eyes remained fixed on the direction where he had fired. Behind him, Samuel was still staring at Jeremy. His mind seemed completely lost. Jeremy. The word left his mouth quietly. Then a voice rose at his side. Senior Jeremy. Emily rushed toward the fallen upperclassman. She dropped down beside him, her hands already reaching toward his body as she tried to check whether he was still alive. She hadn't even finished moving. Bang. 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 Ezra fired again. The sound of the gunshots tore through the forest. The bullets struck Jeremy's falling body one after another. His body jerked with every impact before finally collapsing into the snow. Ezra didn't react to the noise. He didn't look at Hugh. He didn't look at Emily. He simply kept his Glock 40 pointed at Jeremy until he was certain the target had stopped moving. The gunshots echoed between the winter spruce. Then silence returned. Smoke continued drifting from the muzzle. Hugh's face had gone pale. Emily froze beside Jeremy. Samuel's hand remained suspended above Jeremy's body. Nobody understood why Ezra had done it. This fucker. Agnes finally regained control of herself. Anger replaced the shock on her face. She sharply turned and pulled her sword from its sheath. Hugh moved at almost the same time. He tightened his grip on his spear as cognus began flowing through his body. Both of them charged. Snow kicked up beneath their feet as they rushed toward Ezra. Their weapons were raised. Their eyes were fixed on him. They were no longer thinking about questioning him. They were attacking. Agnes reached him first. Her sword moved across her body. Flash. A blade caught the light from the lantern that Emily and Samuel had dropped onto the ground. For a brief moment, the reflected light flashed across the forest. Then, splatter. Blood hit the snow. Agnes stopped. Hugh stopped as well. Neither of them had managed to reach Ezra. Their bodies remained upright for a brief moment, as though their minds had not yet understood what had happened. Then both heads slipped from their bodies. They fell onto the snow and rolled a short distance away. Their bodies collapsed after them. Emily's eyes widened. Her face lost what little color it had left. She stared at Diane. Diane stood behind them. Her thin sword was still in her hand. Blood dripped from the edge of the blade. She hadn't even changed her expression. Emily's breathing became unsteady. She looked from the bodies of Agnes and Hugh to Diane, unable to understand how the attack had happened so quickly. She tried to speak. Nothing came out. Her throat felt as though it had closed. Diane's half-open light blue eyes remained plain as she looked at the two bodies lying before her silently. Emily stood up and took a small step backward. Bang! Her head jerked violently to the side. A bullet struck her head. Emily! Samuel shouted. He had still been at Ezra's back, but he had frozen more after witnessing Diane's attack. Now he stretched one hand toward Emily. His face was filled with horror. You fucking piece of SH. Bang! Another shot interrupted him. The bullet struck Samuel in the forehead. His head snapped backward from the impact, and his body was thrown off balance before dropping heavily onto the snow. For a moment, Samuel's hand remained raised. Then it fell beside his body. Ezra didn't lower his weapon. Bang! Bang! Two more shots struck Samuel's chest. The sound echoed through the forest before fading between the trees. Ezra finally stopped firing. He slowly turned toward Diane. The Glock 40 rose. Its muzzle pointed directly at her head. Diane didn't look at him. Her light blue eyes remained fixed on the bodies of Agnes and Hugh. She stood there with the same plain expression she always wore, as if she were looking at something that didn't make sense to her. The thin sword remained in her hand. Blood continued dripping from its edge. Karahak. A faint sound came from the bodies. Diane's eyes shifted slightly. Karahak. The sound came again. Ezra's eyes narrowed. Karahak. The bodies on the snow moved. Not Agnes. Not Hugh. The things lying there were no longer human. The bodies began changing before their eyes. The shape of the corpses twisted. Their human forms collapsed inward, revealing the true creatures hidden beneath the illusion. The bodies were actually young ghost crawlers. Their limbs twitched against the snow. Their dark bodies were covered in wounds. The strange creatures struggled weakly, making dry cracking sounds as they tried to move. Diane stared at them. Her eyes moved from one creature to another. Then she looked toward the other bodies scattered around them. The corpses that had appeared to be members of the other groups were also changing. They were young ghost crawlers. Not humans. Not their upperclassmen. The entire scene they had just witnessed had been built around an illusion. Diane slowly moved her gaze back toward Ezra. Since when did this happen? Her voice was calm. She stepped closer to one of the corpses and looked down at it. The young ghost crawler had taken the form of Agnes. Another had taken Hugh's appearance. The one Ezra had shot had looked exactly like Jeremy. Diane's expression remained plain as she looked at the creatures. Ezra slowly lowered the Glock 40. It should be around when we started running. He crouched beside the corpse that had taken Emily's appearance. His eyes moved over its body. The illusion had already disappeared. The creature's true form was now exposed beneath the wounds caused by the bullets. Ezra carefully observed its body. The strange legs. The body structure. The remains of the illusion. Everything matched the information they had gathered during their research. This proves my worries, he muttered. His voice was quieter than before. Diane bent down beside him. She placed both hands against her legs while looking at the creature. She still looked tired, as if the entire situation had only become another problem she needed to deal with before going back to sleep. You don't look worried, though, she said. Ezra didn't answer. His attention remained on the young ghost crawler. He was processing everything they had just learned. The dreams, the vision, the sudden attacks, the disappearance of the others, the illusion. The fact that the ghost crawlers had been able to separate them without anyone noticing. Then the answer finally became clear. We are dealing with an elder ghost crawler, Ezra said plainly. Diane looked at him. It seems so, she replied. Ezra stood up. His eyes moved across the dark forest. The snow continued falling. The bodies of the young ghost crawlers remained scattered across the ground, their true forms exposed beneath the cold moonlight. And it must be in its birthing period. Diane continued. That would explain why the already born young ghost crawlers are on the move. Ezra remained silent. He knew the information from their research. During the mating season of mature ghost crawlers, they normally gathered together from wherever they had been living and entered a battle of absolute dominance. The males and females would fight one another. The winner would eat the loser. Then another battle would begin. The process would continue again and again. The stronger ghost crawler would consume the weaker one, gaining more strength from the body it had eaten. Eventually, only two would remain. A male and a female. Only after that would mating begin. The female mature ghost crawler would then enter her egg-laying period. During this time, the male would leave the nest to hunt for food. He would bring the captured prey back for the female while she remained behind to produce her eggs. The first eggs would eventually hatch into wraith larvae. Those larvae would crawl onto the body of the male mature ghost crawler. They would then begin feeding on him. His body would become their first source of food, allowing them to grow faster than the normal growth procedure. The female would continue laying eggs throughout the process. According to their research, this period could take an entire year. It was necessary for the female to produce enough eggs to restore the population of their race to its usual number. During that time, the grown young ghost crawlers would become the hunters. They would leave the nest. They would capture prey. Then they would bring the prey back for their mother. The young ghost crawlers would also create food storage for the newly hatched wraith larvae and for their mother in case they were unable to return for a period of time. All of that information remained clear inside Ezra's mind. It felt almost like he was reading the research book again. Now, however, the words were no longer just information on paper. He was standing inside the territory of the creature they had researched, and he was looking at the result of its breeding cycle with his own eyes. Ezra's senses spread outward. The usual brilliance of his perception covered the surrounding forest. His eyes remained fixed on the darkness. He remained silent for several seconds. Then he spoke. No young ghost crawlers around. His senses moved farther. But the ones who took the upperclassmen and Emily are on the move. His expression remained plain. Although I can't guess where they are. Diane pointed downward. Maybe they are way underground. Ezra looked toward the snow-covered ground. That possibility made sense. The young ghost crawlers had no reason to remain on the surface if they were carrying captured prey. The forest floor was covered in snow, but that didn't mean the ground beneath it was empty. There could be tunnels beneath them. There could even be an entire underground network that they hadn't noticed. Diane continued speaking. Humans have a lot of nutritional meat, which means the others would be kept for storage purposes, so we can be sure they won't die. She paused. Her light blue eyes remained on the young ghost crawler corpse. At least for now. Ezra didn't respond immediately. He looked at the corpses one final time. Then he looked into the darkness ahead. Then let's begin moving. Diane stood up. She picked up Emily's lantern from the snow. Ezra walked over and picked up Samuel's lantern. He checked his watch. The time was already far past midnight. The forest had become even darker. The snow continued falling, covering the blood and footprints around them. Ezra turned. Let's go. He immediately flashed forward. His body disappeared into the darkness between the winter spruce. Diane followed at the same pace. The two ran through the forest at an inhuman speed. Their feet struck the snow only briefly before they pushed forward again. They jumped over fallen spruce trees. They crossed narrow streams. They moved around rocks and steep patches of frozen ground. The lanterns in their hands swung with their movements, throwing brief flashes of light across the snow. Neither of them slowed down. The forest continued stretching ahead. Snow kept falling around them. The wind grew colder as they went deeper. Behind them, the bodies of the young ghost crawlers had already disappeared from sight. The forest swallowed the place where the battle had happened. No voices followed. No footsteps. Only the faint sound of the wind remained. And beneath the ground, deeper still. Far ahead of where Ezra and Diane were moving, something shifted beneath the earth. The sounds were faint, almost impossible to hear from the surface. KRRR, TKK, TKK, TKK. KRRR, TKK, TKK, TKK. KRRR, TKK, TKK, TKK. The sound stopped. Then came again. KRRR, TKK, TKK, TKK. KRRR, TKK, TKK, TKK. KRRR, TKK, TKK, TKK. KRRR, TKK, TKK, TKK. Something scraped against the underground stone. KRRR, TKK, TKK, TKK. KRRR, TKK, TKK, TKK. Another sound answered from farther inside the darkness. KRRR, TKK, TKK, TKK. There was no light underground. No snow. No wind. Only darkness. And somewhere within that darkness, something was waiting. Chapter 399, Ghost Crawler Hunt 6. A group of young ghost crawlers moved through the underground tunnel. Bodies were covered in webs, and each of them had already wrapped themselves in the bodies of other monsters. From a distance, they looked like dead creatures being dragged through the tunnel, with their forms completely covered from head to toe. They didn't make much noise as they moved. Their direction was straight toward their mother's nest. But the nest was still a long distance away. Back up. The sun was now rising over the forest. Its light spread through the pale sky while snow continued falling from above. However, the snowfall had begun to increase slightly, with more flakes drifting between the winter spruces and gathering on the branches. Ezra and Diane continued running through the forest. They moved at a high pace, but neither of them wasted cognizance by using more than they needed. There were still many other types of monsters living in the area they were passing through, and the two made sure to avoid them whenever possible. They concealed their presence with cognizance, keeping their existence hidden from the creatures around them. At the same time, they had to be careful a bit about their cognizance pool. They were still only at their current alchemist ranks, and wasting too much cognizance while moving through the black zone could leave them in a bad position once they reached the ghost crawler's nest. Diane glanced toward Ezra while continuing to run. Her pace remained steady, and she didn't seem to have any difficulty keeping up with him. Ezra kept his face pointed forward. The hood of his long coat covered his head, while another white scarf wrapped around the lower half of his face. He had changed the scarf after the battle against the dry ants. A faint cloud of cold air escaped through the fabric whenever he breathed. The two continued running for some time. Ezra suddenly turned toward the right. Diane followed him without slowing down. "You know where you're going." She spoke in her usual tired tone. "You also studied the map, so you should be able to tell that this is the right place." Ezra replied without turning his face toward her. Another faint cloud of cold air escaped from beneath his white scarf. Diane continued looking at him. The two covered more ground. They passed between the winter spruces, jumped over fallen branches, crossed small streams, and continued deeper into the black zone. After a few hours of running, they finally stopped in an open space surrounded by winter spruces. Ezra didn't need to say anything. Diane already understood why he had stopped. They both knew they still needed to rest. Whatever was waiting for them at the ghost crawler's nest would require them to be in the best condition they could manage. Ezra walked toward the center of the open area and began preparing their temporary camp. He placed down the small foldable chair he had bought specifically for this mission. The reason he bought it had been inspired by Professor Kent's own foldable chair, and Ezra had decided that having something similar would make resting during the mission easier. He sat down near the campfire he had already prepared. The flames moved in front of him, giving off enough heat to warm his hands and the front of his coat. Ezra took off some of the clothes he had worn the previous day and placed them near the fire. The melted snow that had soaked into the fabric had left them damp, and he needed to dry them before they became uncomfortable to wear again. He carefully turned the clothes from time to time, making sure they wouldn't get too close to the flames. Ezra also took another dose of the heat-stimulating pills given to him by the doctor who had been treating him before. He had already also bought more of them for the mission. They would continue to help him until his heat-stimulating bandage was ready for proper use. The pills weren't a permanent solution. Ezra knew that. But for now, they were useful enough to keep the cold from affecting him too badly. The tent behind him opened. Diane walked out. She looked as though she had just taken a bath inside her tent. A few drops of water still remained on her face. Because of the cold, some of them were already beginning to freeze. Yet Diane didn't seem bothered by it. She didn't even wipe her face properly. In fact, the cold seemed to be more pleasing to her than uncomfortable. She walked over and sat down on a blanket. Her eyes remained fixed on Ezra. Ezra continued looking at the flames. After several seconds, he finally noticed. "You've been staring at me for a while." His voice remained plain. His dull black eyes stayed on the fire while he kept his hands close enough to feel its warmth. "Was I?" Diane blinked. She seemed to have only just realized that she had been staring at him for a long time. She placed one hand against her lips and looked slightly confused. "Why was I, though?" She turned toward the fire as if she expected the flames to give her an answer. For a moment, she simply watched the fire. Then she remembered Vera's face. "You're almost a lot like Vera." Diane lazily pointed toward Ezra. Ezra finally looked at her. One eyebrow rose slightly. "Huh." His expression showed that he didn't understand the comparison. "No." Diane lowered her hand and looked down at the snow near her feet. "I know both of you are playing with the way you look at other people." She spoke slowly. "But you're still different from her in the way you show your emotions." Her light blue eyes remained half open. Vera always knows when to react to things that don't please her and things that do please her. She paused briefly. "But you don't even show anything." Diane looked back at Ezra. "That makes it harder to naturally know what you're thinking." Her voice remained soft. While Vera's actions tend to contradict her true intentions, which makes her difficult to read in a different way. Diane had spoken for much longer than she usually did. By the time she finished, she looked even more tired. Her shoulders had lowered slightly, and her eyes seemed heavier than before. Ezra noticed it. He had already had a question in his mind for some time. He simply hadn't cared enough to ask. Now, however, the conversation had naturally brought him to it. "Is this tired feeling you always have a sickness?" he asked plainly. Diane blinked softly. Her light blue eyes remained half open. "I won't call it a sickness," she replied. Ezra looked at her with a little more curiosity. He didn't understand why she had chosen those words. Diane didn't seem bothered by his expression. "I'm a genius of my family," she said without filtering her words. If someone else had heard her say it, they might have taken it as a proud statement. But Ezra didn't. To him, it wasn't an exaggeration. It was simply a fact. So, he saw no reason to question her about it. "During my baptism, I was told that the speed my baby body adapted to the massive flow of cognition was even faster than my elder brother." Diane continued. Her voice remained as soft and tired as before. "And he is presently regarded as Britannia's best young alchemist." She looked toward the flames. "And with that phenomenon came the quick awakening of my cognition without the use of essay, just like Vera did at the same age when we started training." Ezra listened without interrupting. Diane continued explaining. She remembered when teenage Hermione, some of her other servants, and several family members had often told her that she might have awakened her cognition even earlier if she had started learning at a younger age. If that had happened, she might have become even more well known as the talented one compared to Vera. But that wasn't what happened. Instead, Diane eventually surpassed Vera. It happened on the day the two of them sparred against each other during a massive social gathering attended by the powerful noble houses, as well as the non-noble houses in the royal palace's main gathering hall. The memory remained clear in Diane's mind. She had been compared to Vera for a few years when they awakened their cognition. Their talents had been compared. Their progress had been compared. Their abilities had been compared. And eventually, they had been given the chance to prove themselves against each other. Diane had won. My cognition pool is always at the half-star construction stage whenever I move to the next alchemist rank. She continued. And with the hard training that happens in my family, fighting has never really been a problem for me. She looked toward Ezra. My intelligence in both combat and studying is also high. Her expression remained plain. And with that level of talent, Diane stopped speaking. For a few seconds, she simply watched Ezra. The fire reflected faintly in her half-open light blue eyes. Then she finished her thought. I believe it always comes with a weakness. Chapter 400, Ghost Crawler Hunt 7. Ezra tilted his head slightly as he looked at Diane. His dull black eyes remained on her face, but his expression didn't change. From the outside, he looked as though he was simply listening to what she had said. Inside his mind, however, a realization had begun to form. He had already thought about his body's condition several times. The harmony between his life essence and death essence was becoming unstable, and his failing body was slowly losing its balance, while the death essence within him seemed to be growing stronger as his condition continued to worsen. But now, was the reason for his condition because he was, in a sense, someone who had escaped death? Ezra lowered his eyes slightly. From what Diane said, it almost sounds like every blessing comes with a curse. The thought appeared quietly in his mind. Could that be why I was born like this? For a brief moment, the idea seemed to fit. Then Ezra immediately rejected it. It leaned too far into superstition. He had always been more interested in practical explanations and logical answers. Simply deciding that his condition was some kind of curse wouldn't actually explain anything. There was still too much he didn't understand, especially essence. If he could truly understand what essence was and why it existed, perhaps he could finally understand his own body. But that path of understanding might take longer than he could imagine. He might even spend his entire life searching for the answer and still fail to find it. Ezra didn't dwell on the thought any further. He simply placed it somewhere in his mind, keeping it there in case he ever needed to return to it. Yawn. Diane suddenly covered her mouth as she yawned. Her light blue eyes narrowed until they were almost completely closed. There is a scientific explanation for my condition, but that's what I believe. And it's not harmful to me, since I already know how to handle myself. She spoke in the same soft, tired voice. Ezra looked at her. I see. You also seem to be going through the same type of state as me. Diane's voice became quieter. Her eyes closed completely. Your cold intolerance. She said those words and promptly fell asleep. Ezra blinked. For the first time since their conversation had started, a faint trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. It wasn't that he had been hiding his condition particularly well. He simply hadn't shown anyone that the cold was bothering him. Emily wore a scarf just like him. Hugh also wore one. Everyone in the group had long coats and gloves, making his behavior look normal. Ezra had also taken his heat-stimulating pills inside his tent rather than allowing anyone to see him use them. So, Diane realizing that he had a problem with the cold was rather surprising. He looked at the sleeping girl. Maybe she can sense heat signals like Cyrus. Ezra muttered quietly. Diane didn't answer. She was already completely asleep. The sun had begun descending by then, and the light between the trees was slowly becoming weaker. Night was approaching. Ezra looked toward the forest. With the survival instincts of young ghost crawlers, they wouldn't openly approach them if they encountered the bodies of their kind, especially after seeing the ease with which Ezra and Diane had killed the other young ghost crawlers. That made their resting period easier. Ezra stood up. He took his now dried clothes and carried them into his tent. After arranging them inside, he came back outside carrying the thin string of bells. He crouched down around the camp and began tying the string around several trees, creating a simple security line around their resting area. The small bells were positioned at different points along the string. If something passed through it, the sound would wake them. Ezra finished tying the final section and stood up. He was walking back toward his tent when he noticed Diane was still in the same spot. She hadn't moved since she was fast asleep. Ezra stopped. For a moment, he simply looked at her. Then he remembered something that had happened before they left for the Black Zone with the group. Hermione had begged him to take care of her mistress. She had said that Ezra was probably the only person Diane was at least somewhat close to, considering how much of a loner her mistress was. Ezra hadn't given her an answer at the time. He hadn't thought there was any reason to. But perhaps Diane's explanation about her condition and the realization he had because of it had changed that slightly. He walked over and crouched beside her. Then he carefully picked her up. Diane's body was lighter than he expected. She's also light, just like Vera and Selena. Ezra thought plainly. Diane shifted slightly in his arms. Her head moved against his chest, but she didn't wake. Ezra looked down at her for a moment. There was no particular emotion on his face. He simply carried her back into her tent and placed her down carefully. After making sure she was comfortable, he left and returned to his own tent. He had originally planned to watch the camp without sleeping, but remaining outside for the entire night would allow the falling snow to soak into his clothes again, and he didn't want to waste another dose of heat-stimulating medicine simply because he refused to rest. So, Ezra entered his tent. The night passed peacefully. Nothing happened. No bells rang. No monsters approached. No strange sounds came from the forest. By morning, both Ezra and Diane stepped out of their tents almost at the same time. The first thing Ezra noticed about Diane was the same thing he had noticed the previous day. There was a small water droplet on her face. She had cleaned herself before coming outside. Ezra also had done the same. He didn't like feeling dirty, even during a mission in the forest. It had always been part of his routine. Even during the trial of steel, when he had been forced to stay in forest areas for long periods, he had found a way to clean himself. He would boil water, use soap water to clean his entire body, rinse himself with hot water, take his heat-stimulating pill, and then change into clean, dried clothes for the next day. It was a simple routine. But Ezra preferred keeping it that way. After preparing themselves, Ezra and Diane resumed their advancement. They were now entering a more dangerous part of the territory. The two began climbing a mountain. Their movements became more careful. They concealed their presence with cognizance while keeping their movements quiet. The reason was simple. This mountain was the nest of the white crest eagles. Cree Reaia. Cree Reaia. The cries echoed across the mountain. Ezra stopped for a moment. Diane also looked upward. A large shadow moved across the snow-covered ground. Neither of them looked up for too long. They immediately moved toward a rocky section of the mountain and concealed themselves behind it. The white crest eagles were one of the natural enemies of ghost crawlers. However, they weren't always the winning side when fighting a mature ghost crawler. The size of a mature ghost crawler and the numbers of its kind could make such a battle difficult. But the white crest eagles possessed one advantage that made them especially dangerous to ghost crawlers. Their sharp blue eyes could see through the illusions created by the ghost crawlers. Their vision allowed them to identify the real body instead of attacking an illusion. Once they found their target, their claws and beaks were strong enough to break through the armored bodies of ghost crawlers. That was even more dangerous when dealing with the younger ones. The white crest eagles could see through their illusions, and the ghost crawlers couldn't simply hide behind their ability. This was one of the reasons the ghost crawlers had developed their deep underground tunnel system. Moving through the tunnels would have been a faster way for Ezra and Diane to reach the young ghost crawlers. But it would also have been much more dangerous. The tunnels were their territory, and Ezra had no intention of entering a place where the enemy had every advantage unless he had no other choice. Above them, shadows moved across the sky. The sound of beating wings grew louder. Ezra and Diane moved deeper behind the rocks. They kept their cognizance concealed. A white crest eagle flew over the mountain. Its sharp blue eyes moved across the rocky surface. For a moment, Ezra remained completely still. The eagle's gaze passed over the place where they were hiding. It should have been able to see them if they were standing in the open. But the rocks blocked its line of sight. The eagle circled once. Then it flew away. Ezra waited. Diane waited. Neither moved until the sound of its wings had disappeared. Only then did they continue. They moved around the mountain and began descending from the rocky area. They had almost reached the other side when, boom, boom. The sound of something striking the ground echoed through the mountain. Kraea. 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 The cries of white-crest eagles filled the sky. Ezra and Diane stopped. They looked upward. Several white-crest eagles were diving towards something below them. The birds moved with surprising speed. Their wings folded slightly against their bodies as they descended. Their sharp blue eyes remained fixed on their target. Ezra enhanced his vision with cognition. The scene became clearer. Webs had wrapped around one of the white-crest eagles. The web tightened around its body and dragged it downward. The eagle struggled. Its wings beat violently as it tried to escape. Its claws tore against the webbing, but the strands refused to break. Another white-crest eagle descended from above. Two young ghost crawlers were clinging to its legs. The eagle's body twisted as it tried to shake them off. The young ghost crawlers held on. Their small bodies were covered in webs, and their movements looked almost unnatural as they remained attached to the eagle. Another eagle struck the ground. Snow exploded outward. The forest echoed with the cries of the creatures. Ezra and Diane remained where they were. Neither moved there since it wasn't their concern. This was simply another battle taking place within the Black Zone. Predator against prey. Prey against predator. The cycle continued whether they were watching or not. Ezra lowered his enhanced vision. We should keep moving. Diane nodded. The two continued down the mountain. Behind them, the cries of the white-crest eagles continued to echo across the rocky slopes. But Ezra didn't look back. They had finally crossed the mountain, and ahead of them was the territory they had been searching for. The main territory of the Elder Ghost Crawler.